doesn't care about women. Maybe when he instructed the Supreme Court to overturn Roe v. Wade, which has now violated the human rights of 66 million American women and has caused 60 pregnant rape victims per day to be denied access to abortion, he doesn't care about women. Maybe when he boasted to Howard Stern about
No, I
walking into the
don't
changing rooms.
agree
One moment,
with
let me cook.
abortion at all.
Let me cook.
No.
Maybe when he boasted about walking into the changing rooms of half-naked teenage girls at Miss Teen USA, and he was acting as if it was this cool thing he was doing as like a 45-year-old man. Maybe he doesn't care about women. Maybe when he sexualized a 10-year-old girl, doesn't care about women. When he hit on his own daughter, doesn't care about women. When he's cheated on 3 of his wives, one with a porn star, doesn't care about women.
But those are, I would say, not like his policies. He might not be a great human
Man, do you think
being.
of the
Like, I
bouquet?
don't want to be friends with him or, date or marry him or whatever that is. Like,
Or like
anything
want them around your
relating to.
child, or to be, like a teacher, or let them legally immigrate into the country, or let them be around anyone that you care about, right? But like his policy, like, could you name 2 of his policies that you like?
I liked how he supported immigration with, I think it's the H-1B visa, maybe the work visa that allowed anybody in STEM or with a U.S.
Okay.
Oh, surely.
No,
Surely.
no
So
one,
then
no
you
one
must.
disagrees.
to-
We
So
don't
then-
disagree with that, of course.
So then you must absolutely fucking hate the fact that he has now revoked the ability for any international student to go to Harvard to get an education, right?
I have heard a little bit about that. I personally have not done enough like research to debate what's been going on with that. I do think that the college education system for public and private universities, the professors are definitely driven by a liberal agenda, and you see it every day that you are
What
in
liberal
school. And
agenda? I'm confused. You mean facts?
No, so I went to a private university at one point, and then I changed majors to engineering. So I had to go to a different school because my original school did not have engineering. And when I went to the second university, it was a public university. And one of the things that I experienced was being in a male dominated classroom setting, which was something new for me. Not really a big deal until it was magnified by the professors. And mind you, magnified by female professors who everybody in the program joked were DEI hires because they were almost.
Can you please land the plane?
I'm really
Sure.
confused.
Okay. Case in point is being asked pronouns out of an entire room of men, and I do not look anything like a man, nor do I look like I need to clarify my pronouns.
So let me get this straight. Just fuck education because they asked you for your pronouns.
No,
no one looks
this
like
is
they
one
need to
point. This is
clarify their
one point.
program. Well, hold on.
On top of
What are you
that,
talking about?
then being constantly pitted against the males in my classroom by other female professors,
I'm so confused. What's going on?
only being taught like
I'm so sorry.
their
So what's the
opinions.
curriculum? What was the curriculum that your female professors taught that pitted you against the men?
What liberal agenda? Yeah.
Yeah, man. And then if you can't answer this, then I'm gonna ask you something else. But I do want to.
I'm not saying the curriculum. I'm saying any conversations that they had that were not relating to the curriculum was always like very anti-Republican, conservative,
like
or anything that wasn't
like
LGBT.
What? Like could you just give me an example?
Okay, let me think. I'm trying to think because after can't think of anything specific. I just know that I would come home and talk to my roommates or my family about the situation.
Okay. Here's the deal.
Okay.
My sister's done the same thing. Okay, my sister is becoming more progressive, I'd say, but she's still conservative. Okay, she's just kind of gotten to a point where she doesn't like Trump anymore, but she's still pretty anti-progressive, anti-liberal. You know what I mean? And I'd hear her talk to me, talk to my family a lot about complaining of the liberal agenda in her school. All right. But this like liberal agenda was just like basic human decency. This liberal agenda was facts of reality. This liberal agenda was empathy. This
What do you
liberal
mean by
like
facts of reality?
facts that like just like actual curriculum. Like you think it's like a liberal agenda to talk about how like gay people exist. Well, guess what?
Or like
You know,
vaccines are
fact of
effective.
reality. You know, it's a liberal agenda to say that vaccines are effective. Guess what? Fact of reality. You know what I mean? Listen,
So I have
on
no problem with
can we
like
talk about
gay
something a
people
little bit?
existing, but when
Okay.
you're told you're wrong for asserting an opinion in a
Oh, well, what's your opinion?
Yeah, what's your opinion? We'll tell you whether or not you're wrong if you tell you the opinion.
Yeah.
okay, so here's something I did remember, and this was back, I don't know,
You know,
2019,
can you tell us your
2020.
opinion on gay people?
I don't really care like if you're gay or lesbian. I have no problem with the gays.
But okay, well,
Okay,
let's not call gay
but
people the gays.
The
One
gays in
second.
general,
One second.
as
Can we?
if
Can we?
you
Whoa,
are
whoa, whoa,
anything,
whoa, whoa, whoa,
I-
hey, whoa.
That's
Again,
just a crazy.
can we not call gay people the gays?
Yes, seriously. Like
Like
they
okay,
refer to themselves as that.
okay, well, gay people are well within their rights to refer to gay people however they like to because they're gay people. Okay. However, okay, when we got some conservative straight white woman that's like, oh, the gays, you know, like the first thing that pops in my head is you know, like the same individuals in which have been historically oppressing gay individuals, not only in America, but on the global stage, taking away their rights and driving them to suicide since the dawn of time. You know what I mean? Also, you've never said the straights before.
I have actually. I think it's kind of funny.
really, really, you've said that before.
Yes, ironically.
Ironically, there you go. You didn't say that ironically, did you?
Because what else am I supposed? There's too many
Gay
terms
people.
that I'm not
How
going
about
to.
how about this? How about this? Gay people.
Okay, sure. I will call them
Wow.
gay people then.
Whoa.
That's fine.
Whoa. That one.
I'm not going to say I don't intend to be disrespectful by saying that, and that was not my intention. I really truly do not intend to be an asshole for no reason. But I do have a problem
What's your
with
opinion? What do you have a
sexuality
problem with?
being a conversation with young children.
Okay,
I
it's not.
don't think young children should be talking about sexuality at all.
Did you know it's not?
How are they?
I just want to clarify that it's not like the liberal agenda teaching young children about gay people. Like what we see is like some people have a mom and a dad, some people have two moms, and some people have two dads. When you were growing
No,
up,
no,
when you
no,
were a
no,
young
I'm not
child,
talking about that.
was there anything
talking
sexual about family structures?
I'm not talking about that. I am talking about teachers having gay pride flags in their classroom in young, as in elementary school classrooms.
The pride
That
flag
being a
is
question.
nothing to do with sexuality. I'd like to make it clear. The pride flag has absolutely nothing to do with sexuality. The pride movement has absolutely nothing to do with sexuality. The
But is it not the
LGBTQ plus
gay pride?
listen. The reason why we have a pride flag, the reason why we have a pride movement is not because gay people are gay. Okay? It's because gay people are oppressed. Boom. Holy fuck. I just opened up your mind to like a billion new ideas. We are not the point of the flag is not to say, "Oh, look it, like we are just celebrating men kissing men period." No. We're celebrating men kissing men because if you were to kiss another man 500 years ago, you'd be fucking stoned to death. Because if you were to kiss a man and try to marry him before 2007 or 2009, guess what? You'd be denied by the judge, told to turn around in the courtroom. Because if you were to kiss another man, guess what? You're going to be outcasted by your religion and your family, and you're going to be called a product of the devil that represents all in which is wrong in this world. You know what I mean? And even on top of that, like I want that point to be driven home. And I watched this on a Jubilee episode. It was that guy on the right. He was like anti-LGBTQ plus, and he was debating LGBTQ plus advocates on like pride. And he brought up the fact that he thinks that pride is inherently sexual, and that claim's false. Pride is not inherently sexual. Pride is just simply advocating for the inclusivity of all, regardless of their sexual orientation.
But do you think that pride parades and a lot of the things that have been associated with pride events have involved a lot of nudity and sexual content in that respect.
Absolutely not. I've never been to a pride parade where I've seen somebody that's naked. Okay. And by the way, I also want to point out that there's actually a lot of protests that involve being naked for some reason. Like for instance, like I'm sure that there's somebody that can educate this on me. Like over in Europe specifically, there's a lot of like protests to like fight against systemic forms of systemic forms of oppression, which does involve like individuals that don't wear shirts. I bet there's a good reason for it, but no, I don't see that involved with like pride parades on average. I don't see that at all. And what I will say is if there is naked individuals like at a public pride parade, like no, children shouldn't be there. I agree with that. And I think everybody agrees with that. And I don't think that young children are being exposed to naked gay people. I think that's just like Republican propaganda.
Instead of associating it with the entirety of pride in general, why don't you associate it with the individual? Like, for example, at sport events, people, right, will streak, right, sometimes on the field, right? That's not representative of the
Yes, and they
sport.
get
Wait,
banned from
please.
stadiums for doing that.
I understand it, and that's not representative.
Like, that's terrible.
Can I
You
please,
shouldn't
can I
just be-
please finish my point? I've been very respectful, and I would like to just be able to finish the point, right? And so you wouldn't say that the sport in of itself, right, is responsible for someone doing that. You would blame the person who did that. Similarly, you should blame the people who are doing that, not pride in of itself. It makes no sense to blame the event.
And then also, how is this being shown to young children? Like I just the
So
original talking point was about young
the
children.
reason this started was I was saying that I don't believe that young children should be exposed to things about sexuality at a young age.
Like what
My
specifically? Can you please be
example,
specific?
my example is having
I'm muted
teachers
on
be allowed
TikTok,
to put
everyone.
gay
Yo, Sid
pride
with the
flags in the
$200
classrooms,
on YouTube
which
super
if
chat.
kids are
Get
not
some
raised in a
W's for
family
Sid in the
that they're
comment
aware
section
of
right
what
now.
that
Thank you
is,
so
then
much,
it
Sid.
forces
W's
the
for Sid in the
question to be
comments.
asked
I really
almost,
appreciate it,
because
Sid.
kids are naturally curious.
I know,
That
I know that.
teacher is doing that
Teachers
in
have
a
always
way
told me that.
that is obviously leading,
That's like
because
actually
no
crazy.
kid's just going to be like,
But thank you
Can
so
you
much,
please
Sid. I
elaborate
really
how a
appreciate the
pride flag is
$200
sexual?
fucking dollars. That is so crazy, Sid.
even if it's
I
not
really don't deserve
sexual,
this.
it's
I
still
really
about
don't deserve this. Thank you so
sexuality.
much, Sid.
Okay, so once again,
Sexuality.
I'll go ahead and repeat this once again. The pride flag is not about sexuality. It's about an expression of diversity in sexuality. And
But do you think that
an
the average
advocation
person
for inclusivity? Then, like, also, I want to make it clear, like as it relates to children and an understanding of the LGBTQ plus community, it's just seriously that some people could have a mom and a dad, and that's fine. Some people could have two dads, and that's fine, and some people could have two moms, and that's fine. Like I'm telling you, like the last thing that a child thinks of when they look at a pride flag is sex, sexuality, or anything related to sexuality, and all to do with just an expression of diversity in the human experience. Okay? Kids, young kids, oh my God. Christian! With a goddamn Zeus! Holy fuck, Christian! I'm sorry. That threw me off. Actually, I'm not sorry, because holy fuck, W Christian down below in the chat for the goddamn damn Zeus. That is nuts. That is crazy. I want to see. I only want to see W Christians down below in that chat for at least the next 15 minutes for the Zeus, dude. Holy shit. Thank you so much for the love, Christian. That was so incredibly kind of you. Everybody, spam W Christian down below in the chat while I get back to the debate.
As
with
well as
Gabby.
W Sid's in the chat. W Sid.
That was seriously so incredibly kind of you. Huge shout out to Christian for the Zeus. But anyways, Gabby, like the last thing that young children are going to be thinking about when they look at a straight couple is sex. So why do you think the first thing young children will think about when they look at a gay couple is sex?
I was muted. I didn't say anything about looking at a gay couple.
Wait, so you think that the pride flag expresses more sexuality than a gay couple? How?
No, I'm saying that it starts a conversation that I
How can
don't think is appropriate for children.
fabric express more sexuality than like a couple?
It's
All right,
not the fabric,
yeah,
it's the
okay,
symbolism and
yeah,
what
like if a
the
couple isn't
conversation
gonna express
starts.
sexuality to children, obviously fucking fabric won't either, right?
Okay, so what about the burning of
And wait, you said that it starts
Israeli flags
you
or the flag of Israel?
pivot.
Is that
You
like
said that. Sorry, man. The state of Israel is actively committing war crimes with arrest warrants out for Benjamin Netanyahu by like 2 international courts, and they've been ethnically cleansing the Palestinians, killed over 54,000 innocent Palestinians in places like churches, hospitals, and schools in like the last 2 years. I Are gay people committing an ethnic cleansing? Are gay do all gay people have a warrant out for their arrest from the international court? I don't think so. So don't make an irrelevant connection. I'm going to get back to what I was saying though. You said
okay?
that you don't like the idea of hanging up the pride flag in a classroom because it will start bad conversations. What are the bad conversations that it will start?
What is that? What is a gay person? Why does that have to be a conversation with elementary school children?
Because it's important for elementary school children to understand inclusivity. So then young children who have gay parents aren't bullied because of the fact that they have gay parents. And as soon as they start to develop some sense of their own sexuality and developing crushes around the second grade, young children, that have, attractions that are different than that of straight children, are able to understand that and acknowledge that, just like the straight children, are not be bullied for it.
Yeah,
I mean,
young
I
kids are
don't
future
disagree
adults.
with you. I don't disagree with you that kids should not be bullied or that like I don't agree with the bullying if your parents are gay.
and the way that we
But
decrease the likelihood of that happening is teaching that some people have
Hmm.
a mom and a dad, some people have 2 dads, and some people have 2 moms. Super fucking clear. But the moment we start to say, well, we could talk about moms and dads, okay, we've done that forever. You take no issue with that. But we can't talk about 2 dads or 2 moms, okay? That just ensures that we have young children in the school system that are like gleefully ignorant to a third of the population, and ignorance develops prejudice. Ignorance develops hate. Ignorance develops bigotry, and that hate, prejudice, and bigotry is materialized and been in between young children through bullying.
I really do not think, and this is from experience, just because you don't know about something doesn't mean that it's going to make you prejudice against it later on.
Oh, it
Like you
absolutely
can be
does.
unaware of something that exists.
Wait, Gabby. We're very certain that like giving this information to people like when they are younger, right, reduces the likelihood of them being bigots, right? And if it does that, well, then that's going to be a positive outcome for society. You want to reduce bigotry in our society, right?
That's a good question.
What is your definition of bigotry though?
Yeah.
I would like to be very aware of what you specifically think it is.
Yeah, we're typically going to be referring to like prejudice or some type of like hatred, right, towards like a marginalized community.
So would I be part of a marginalized community because I'm Hispanic and a female?
Yes.
Yes.
Okay.
Intersectionality.
So who determines what prejudiced against me is? You or me?
What
Like
reality?
like
All we're just doing is describing it.
no,
Well, so like, yeah,
but who
reality
can
would determine.
describe it? The person who
So
is
like
experiencing it or the person
reality would determine the prejudice. Okay, just like if something fits the definition of prejudice, just like an unjustified opinion and or action and or set of beliefs held against an individual, or a group of individuals based upon shared characteristic, that is definitionally speaking prejudice. Anything that fits that definition is prejudice. Okay, right? However, like typically individuals in which would exist in marginalized communities are going to significantly better understand what fits that definition compared to individuals that don't exist in marginalized communities. But I wanted to ask you a question because you said educated in our youth will not reduce those bigotries and prejudice when they grow up. So 350 years ago, it was very typical for white people to think that phrenology is true, that black individuals have different skull shapes than white individuals, with dimples in the back of it that make them more submissive and that make white individuals more dominant, right? So
I
why
vaguely
doesn't
heard of that, and
okay, so can we agree that that was a very typical belief that was held 350 years ago?
I don't know about typical, but I mean, I
It was
don't
very
agree with
typical. It was,
that. That's
phrenology
ridiculous.
phrenology was very typical. Can we just agree?
Okay, sure.
Okay,
Yes.
can we agree that that's not a typical belief to hold today?
Yes,
Why is that?
because it's not taught.
So are you saying that like you are going to increase the prevalence of a view if it is taught, and you're going to decrease the prevalence of a view if it's not taught?
Right? Not just because phrenology is no longer taught, however, it's also because we're actively taught starting at a young age that it's not true, right? And we're not like
I
telling
don't think
kids
most people
like,
were told that it wasn't true. I just think it was
yeah, you were,
not something taught.
you were told that it's not true, okay? Via education about the equality of individuals based upon the races. Now, there's no difference between white individuals and black individuals, okay? Right? And like there's a shit ton of racist beliefs which are still so incredibly prevalent in society, and phrenology is, and a smaller portion of society, and it has been demonstrated in different ways, such as believing that black individuals have thicker blood than white individuals, just like racism consequential of supposed differences in in a biological reality which don't actually exist. But my point is that yes, education can play a key role in reducing the amount of bigotry, phobias, and prejudice that exist in society.
I just don't think it needs to be brought up
Because you're a bigot yourself.
Well, why do you think it doesn't need to be brought up? Because it's not a problem that we need to address in society?
because you address things when they're age appropriate.
Well, when
Is
is
And
it
it
I
age
age
don't
appropriate?
think anything
Let me ask that question.
relating.
When is it age appropriate?
Well, yeah, when is it age appropriate to tell somebody that some people have a mom and a dad, some people have two dads, and some people have two moms?
I
When is
think
it
it's
age
a
appropriate to tell somebody
conversation that
that?
their parents should decide
That
what
wasn't the
age
question
is
that was asked.
appropriate.
When is it
That
age
wasn't the question that
appropriate?
was asked.
I would say after middle school, it's a fine conversation to have. Some people's parents let them date,
So
so that's
in high
fine.
school, so once they get to high school, then you can be like, some people have right two dads and some people have two
Well,
moms.
because you're not
Isn't that a bit late?
influencing
Like,
children in high
isn't that
school
a
as
bit
much as
late to
like
start learning about the fact that people have some people have two dads and two moms?
Yeah, can you
wait,
tell me
can you
what's
repeat
can you
that?
just tell us what's inappropriate about somebody in like third grade learning that some people have two dads and two moms?
Because it's never just saying, "Oh, some people have two dads and two moms."
Wait, if it's
Okay,
just
It
saying
leads
that,
into the
wait,
questions.
if it's just saying that there's two dads and two moms for some people, right? Is it okay for like say 6-year-olds?
I don't think so.
Why not?
Personally,
Can you
Wait,
can you tell me why not?
Is it okay to tell 6-year-olds that some people have a mom and a dad?
I guess I don't
So why is it age
have a problem
appropriate?
with that.
So why is it
Good
age
question.
appropriate to tell 6-year-olds that some people have a mom and a dad, but not that some people have two moms or two dads?
No matter how I say my opinion, it's gonna get backlash. So I'd rather just
No, just tell us. Just tell us.
plead the fifth on that.
What is the reason why you apply this in the case in which we're talking about gay couples, but not in the case where we're talking about straight couples?
Or even just like split households. Some people just have a mom. Some people just have a dad.
Like like divorced, you're
Yeah.
saying, or like somebody
So,
passed.
so why is it appropriate to teach about just having a mom, just having a dad, or having a mom and a dad, but not age appropriate to talk about two moms or two dads?
Yeah.
Because I'm thinking about it from the perspective of when I was a child and how many questions were asked as soon as you were like, oh, well, where do babies come from and how does that happen? And then you go into if somebody's in a gay relationship, they're not able to have children naturally. They can do in vitro, which causes another conversation that's a whole snowball that I don't think is a good
Can
thing.
a conversation can be started about where babies come from, consequential of saying that some people have two dads, or saying that some people have a mom and a dad, or saying that some people just have a dad? What? Like, you understand that conversations about where babies come from can be started via like any of those, like any of those
Mhm.
family dynamics. And then if a kid is smart enough to deduce that babies come from like mommies and daddies, I think it is okay to have an age-appropriate conversation about how that happens. For the most part, birds and the bees. Maybe until they start like getting to the age of puberty.
Yeah, what we're saying is the same time you think it's okay to talk about straight stuff is the same time it's okay to talk about gay stuff, and that's simply all it is. That's simply all it is.
Right? But there's not going to be a distinction between how these conversations can be started if you're teaching
I
kids about
think
having a
I
mom and a dad or having
also
two moms. So why would you only uphold this sentiment as it relates to two moms, but not as it relates to moms and dads?
because I personally think it's just not.
See, you can't explain it because it's
No, I can.
an
I just
explainable
don't want to
prejudice.
be disrespectful to, I don't know, whoever's in this video watching.
Bro,
I'm
just
not
say
going
it.
to
If
Just
be
you,
say
if
it.
you
Just
don't
say
want to be
it.
disrespectful, why do you hold the view?
because it's my personal view. I don't have to.
I understand,
I
but you
can
just
hold a
acknowledge that it's a
personal view
disrespectful
that's
personal view.
different than somebody else and not, project my personal view because I know it could hurt somebody else.
Yeah, but if
I
you
could
agree
think
that it's a
somebody is ugly, but
disrespectful,
I'm not going to tell them they're ugly. But I'm allowed to think they're ugly.
I'm gonna go use the restroom. I'll be right back. Good luck.
if you agree that
Yeah, I just.
go ahead.
Oh, sorry, Parker.
No, go
No,
ahead.
can you finish your thought?
No, go ahead.
Okay, yeah. So, do you think like Disney films, like Cinderella and stuff like that, are also inappropriate because they expose children to sexuality, but in this case, heteronormative sexuality?
I didn't really watch a lot of typical stuff when I was younger, to be honest. So
No, but you know that
I've
children
never
generally.
thought of that.
Yeah, but you know that generally women, like children, are exposed to that, right? Like children's movies generally often do feature like heterosexual love stories, whether it is like the prince and the princess falling in love. You got Princess and the Frog, you got Cinderella, you got Shrek. Like so many different children's movies always include that, right? So if we truly did believe that children should not be exposed to sexuality, then heterosexual romance would also be completely off limits within children's films.
Like I said, I have not thought much about that, but I also don't plan to let my kids have
Well, now that you've
tattoos
thought,
or
wait, no,
anything
now
like
that now that you've thought about it, do you think that, let's say, a film like Cinderella or The Little Mermaid are inappropriate for children? Do you think like you would never let your child watch the Little Mermaid?
I'm not sure.
Yeah.
I don't think I will have I truly don't want my kids having technology until they're at least in middle school.
But I'm not asking you about technology, right? You could watch it together as a family.
TV, movies, technology. I was allowed to watch 1 hour of shows or
Would
TV
you
when I
would
was
you let your
little.
kids watch any movies at all?
Yeah, once in a while.
Once in a while, when they did watch those movies, would you be okay with them watching movies that had straight relationships within them?
Yeah, like The Little Mermaid. Would you be okay with your child watching The Little Mermaid when they do watch a film?
Sure.
Okay, so but
Probably
within
not.
the little
Honestly, I'd rather just let them watch like Animal Planet documentaries or something that's educational rather than wasting their time with Disney stuff that I don't agree with.
no, but
Because
you
wasn't he like a Nazi or something too?
So your kids are only going to watch
Like,
Animal
isn't
Planet?
the whole foundation of Disney absolutely terrible?
So
wait, but then if that were the case, why don't you advocate against Disney films too, though? Because I only see you like advocating against like usually people who talk about like we need to protect the children. They only always talk about like queer identities, but they never really talk about like Disney films. They never talk about books and cartoons. Because even when you say cartoons, it could include that. Even when you talk about like animal-based cartoons, they also do include romance from time to time, right? So I never see people like
That's
that focus.
unnecessary in my opinion. I don't think little kids need to be watching stuff like that. I don't even think little kids should be watching TV.
So then
It's
you
terrible
think
for their brain.
So you think then Little Mermaid, Cinderella, all these films should also be banned? What would be the age limit for a person to
What?
watch The Little
I-
What the
Mermaid?
hell?
I don't think
I have a
banned.
perfect. I have a, I
I
have a
think it should
perfect. I
be
have a perfect thing
parent's-
for her.
Be-
So
before
how
you
about-
run
how
that,
about-
can I
how
ask
about-
you one question?
Go ahead.
I think it should be a parent's decision on what they should be
Gabby,
exposed to.
Gabby, I just have like a question that requires a one-word answer. Okay.
Hmm.
What the fuck? If you had a daughter, what would you
Mhm.
expect her to dress up as for Halloween from the ages of like 3 to like 12?
I don't celebrate Halloween like that.
Fucking hell. Yeah. Huh. Go ahead, Barker.
Yeah. So how about plays? Would you take your kids to plays?
Maybe like Christmas Carol, stuff like that.
Okay. And if the Christmas Carol had within it, right, like a straight family, right, or two straight parents, right, and a kid showing that type of relationship, would you be okay with that?
I would more than likely, yes, be all right with a straight relationship over a gay
Okay.
relationship.
Why is it specifically bad in the context of it being a gay relationship?
It just tends to end up being more sexual.
How is it more sexual? Like how so? If they do the same actions, right? If it's the same movie, right, and it's just the only difference is that the characters, right, within the movie, right, are within a gay relationship comparative to being within a straight relationship. Otherwise, they do the same actions. How is it more sexual?
It's because you sexualize gay people more than you do straight people.
Yeah, yeah. Wait, why are you sexualizing gay people more?
I'm not.
So, okay, if you're not, then how are they more sexual? By if it's the same actions.
I'm not talking about. Back to my original point. I am not talking about sexual like porn. I'm talking about sexuality. Like
Straight
like
straight is a
gay,
sexuality.
trans, straight,
So,
blah blah blah.
So if there's a
So-
straight relationship, you're also
Not the
referencing
act of
sexuality.
sex.
Okay.
Not the act of sex.
I have a question.
Sexuality.
So this is hypothetical because I'm straight, but hypothetically, you're attracted to a man. Why would that be less sexual than me being attracted to a man?
I'm not talking about. That was never my point.
Your point
It
is
was. You just said that-
sexuality.
You just said that gay couples
Yeah,
are more sexual than straight
sexuality.
couples.
Yeah, but you're kind of
trans
like
people's
proving. Yeah,
sexuality
but
and
you're
being
kind of proving
confused about
here.
sexuality or being bi curious and then not end up being actually bi. You just were around it so much you question things.
Yeah, but the thing is
Those
like
type
your
of things.
issue. Yeah, but your issue here is not sexuality, as like you've proven. Your issue is which sexuality. Because if your issue were sexuality, you would not have wanted like children to even be a kind of like you wouldn't want children to go to weddings. Ban children from weddings because they're seeing like a heteronormative couple, right? If they're at the wedding, you wouldn't want children to go to plays. You wouldn't want children to know about Mary and Joseph if you teach them about the Bible, because Mary and Joseph are also a couple, right? So you wouldn't want children to be exposed to any relationships if you're talking about banning like sexualities in general being inappropriate for children. But the thing is, you don't have an issue with sexuality. You have an issue with which sexuality.
Exactly.
I have an issue with confusing children
Wait, how is it confusing
and
children?
exposing them to things that are not appropriate.
The only way to
at
confuse
proper
children
ages.
is if you own it. The only way that you could genuinely confuse young children is when you perpetuate a heteronormative society.
Yes.
Okay, like if we were to like preach inclusivity, like teach that there is differences and like who you may have a crush on or family structures and dynamics and whatnot, but we only push a heteronormative society. Guess what? You are now going to leave around a third of children very confused when they start to develop attractions and they're crushing on individuals that their parents, their teachers, society as a whole are telling them that they shouldn't be crushing on. Like, that's going to confuse the fuck out of them. Okay. If you don't want to confuse children, preach inclusivity and have these conversations that yes, there is dynamics of relationships and families outside of men and women.
How does it confuse you that gay people exist? Like I just like and like literally have their sexuality. How does that confuse you?
Doesn't confuse me.
I have a question.
If
Are
it
you gonna
doesn't
be-
wait, if it doesn't confuse you, who is it
At
confusing?
the end of the day,
Hey, I have a
truly
confusing.
believe-
Is calculus more or less confusing the more you're educated on it?
I would say more confusing the more you're educated on it.
Okay, you're
because
trolling.
you get into
You're
harder
trolling.
levels.
No. Just let's take derivatives. Are derivatives more or less confusing the more you're educated on derivatives?
Oh, less, 100%.
Right. So the more you're educated on something, the less it confuses you. Huh. What could that possibly imply to our conversation about if we should educate our youth on the LGBTQ plus community in an age-appropriate way?
That was actually a really good point, Dean.
That I
this-
think in an age appropriate way, I agree with that. I
Mhm.
agree with that. That's fine. But do you think that it should be by parents, or do you think it should be by people outside of the house?
Oh,
Like,
yeah,
what point
curriculum
do
in
you
public
think
school.
parents should be?
Curriculum in public school. Do it. Yeah, take it away. We trust them with math, science, biology, history, geography. Let's trust them with this as well. It's fine by me.
Mhm.
Okay, so what
Also,
about
like,
people that choose
also-
to not enroll their children in public school? Do you think that they should still have to pay school tax?
That has to do with absolutely nothing that we're discussing. I got to thank a couple people.
I'm just
sorry.
curious.
I haven't thanked these individuals. Yes, I do.
But
I do think that.
I
Jennifer,
appreciate the insight.
Wait,
Jenna-
Gabby, while Dean
what
is
you
doing
guys
that,
have.
please look at this very inappropriate photo while Dean is doing that.
Oh, dude, that's the devil right there.
Exactly.
Jennifer, thank you so much for the $100 over on Venmo. Thank you so much for the love, Jennifer. Let's get 1,000 Jennifer W's down below in that comment section because Jennifer just donated $100. Jennifer says, as an elder millennial, you give me help, my guy. Keep at it. Thank you so much for the love, Jennifer. Seriously, 1,000 W Jennifers down below in the chat. That is so much, Jennifer. That is incredibly kind of you. As well as Amber, thank you for the $10 over on Venmo. And then Erica, thank you so much for the $20 on Venmo. Shout out Amber and Erica. Erica says, I'm a lesbian. I appreciate you using your platform to educate MAGA. Yeah, there's a lot of education that needs to happen as it relates to the LGBTQ plus community. Absolutely. And then Karen, thank you so much for the $20 on Venmo. Karen says, we don't have a pride flag because people are gay. It's because gay people are oppressed. Yo, preach, Karen. Holy fuck. Then Iron, thank you for the $5 over on Venmo. Thank you so much for the love, Iron. And then Kate, thank you so much for the $50 on Venmo. I really appreciate that. Let's get 500 W Kates. Kate says, I was bullied relentlessly in elementary school for having two moms. Yeah. I wish it would have been taught to my classmates that there's nothing wrong with that. I was scared to have my parents pick me up from school. I never had friends over. It made growing up really hard. That is an anecdote from somebody that grew up with two moms and how it personally led to them being bullied relentlessly and ostracized from social circles. How does that make you feel, Gabby?
I feel bad for them, and I think that that's very unfortunate for a little kid to go through.
Right. Another question. Movie day at elementary school, they picked Beauty and the Beast. How do you feel?
Ooh, very inappropriate.
I just don't like Disney. I think
No, just
most
please answer
Disney
please
movies are
answer my
terrible.
question. Please answer my question. 5th grade, movie day. They're playing a movie for the students. They play the students Beauty and the Beast. Okay. The students aren't even thinking about Disney. They're just watching the movie. How do you feel about that?
Can I not let my kids go to that? Can I?
Why
check
would you
them
want to
out?
prevent your children from watching Beauty and the Beast?
I should
How
not
horrible.
homeschool my kids,
How-
so.
How horrible.
Can you tell me why you'd prevent your 5th grade children from watching Beauty and the Beast at movie day at school? Like, seriously, tell me.
Well, I want to homeschool my kids.
Okay, but given that they're going to public school, would you really care that much about them watching Beauty and the Beast with their buddies in 5th grade?
I would actually never send my children in public school.
Just answer the goddamn question. If you did, would you really care that much about them watching Beauty and the Beast?
Yes, I wouldn't like it
Why not?
because I think there's a better use of your time if you're trying to educate my child.
Can I please
Okay.
ask a
Would
different question? I have a
How is
perfect
that
question.
educational?
I'm
Would-
sorry, Parker. I gotta get the dunk on this really quickly.
Okay, and then right after I have a
Dad,
perfect question.
Okay, your children are chilling on a Saturday evening. You come home to dad watching Beauty and the Beast with him. How do you feel? Okay, you come home on a
Repeat that?
Saturday evening, and you come home to dad watching Beauty and the Beast with the 5th grade children. How does that make you feel?
Like my future husband or whatever?
Yeah.
He wouldn't do that.
If he did,
But it's not possible.
it's not
Girl.
possible for the father of your children to watch a movie with them.
I feel like she's been cornered, and because she's been cornered, now she's like, I can't admit that I was wrong.
So just
Therefore,
No,
I'm gonna
I-
this is just
sound
chronically.
like
This is
really
just
dumb.
agreed.
This is just like
I
chronically
agreed
fucking
with
online.
each of
This
you.
is
Wait,
so.
Gabby,
this is
would
so
you-
chronically online.
Would
This
you
is just-
never
oh.
kiss your husband like when your children are in the room?
Good question.
No, I wouldn't.
So you would never
That's
ever show any type of PDA with your partner when your kids are in the room.
I'm still.
I've
trying to-
had conversations with him about this. I think like a hug is fine and stuff like that.
Well,
But
but
I
even a
don't think
hug, that's
That's
too
rough.
yeah. But
I'm
a
still-
hug is also inappropriate, right?
I'm still trying to get her on this point that relates to Beauty and the Beast, and I just got to find a way because I want to make it so clear.
I have a perfect way of asking this question, actually.
Okay.
What is your point about Beauty and the Beast? Because
Hey,
at
are
the
you
end of
are
the
you
day,
are you more okay
it's
with your fifth
how I
grade
wanna
daughter?
raise-
Are you more okay with your fifth grade daughter watching a movie about two men being in a relationship or Beauty and a Beast?
what does two men have to do with this?
Are you more okay with your fifth grade daughter watching a movie about a gay couple or Beauty and the Beast? Just answer.
They're all bad.
Which one's worse?
I'm not gonna pick which one's worse.
Yeah, oh, you better answer this goddamn question,
But
Gabby.
just because, but at the end of
Nah,
the
you
debate,
better
if
answer the
I
question,
don't
Gabby.
agree and I'm neutral on either choice being bad.
Oh my god. Okay, fine. Parker, I'm gonna give it up and just give the mic to you. I give up. But anyway,
I have one
if you're
question
curious,
after that.
if you're curious, the point that I wanted to achieve there was that she thinks that two men being together is worse than a human and an animal. But she was two dance. Take it away, Athena and Parker.
Parker, you can go first.
For sure. So, would you? Do you have a sibling?
Me?
Yeah.
Yeah, I'm the oldest of 5.
Yeah. So, say one of your siblings is getting married and you have children. Would you let your kids go to like your sibling's wedding?
Depending how old they are, I think kids are annoying at weddings.
So you wouldn't bring your 5-year-old or your 10-year-old to a wedding?
It depends how well behaved they are at
If
big
they're
events.
really well behaved.
Perhaps.
Okay, perhaps. Okay. You would have given that your sibling is straight. If your sibling is gay and they're getting married, would you let them go?
My faith would prevent me from attending.
You wouldn't even
Yeah.
attend yourself?
Probably not.
Yeah, you're a piece of shit.
What if your
You-
child came out as gay? What would you accept them, or would you not? Would you like kick them out of the house?
No, I would always love my children.
But you
Okay,
would
so would
always
you
love
ex-
your sibling?
Yeah, this whole time she's been saying that she
Different
doesn't think that there's
relationship.
anything wrong with gay people. Come on. You're homophobic as fuck. You think that being gay is wrong. You don't think that gay marriage is real. And you're just probably a Christian evangelicus. Are you Catholic? Orthodox?
I'm
Evangelist,
Roman
what-
Catholic, yes.
Yeah, boom, boom. How did I know? How the fuck did I
Wait.
know? Yeah,
Mm-hmm.
yeah. You're Catholic and you think that gay marriage isn't real and you hate gay people.
Can I ask a question?
Well, it can be a civil marriage, and if you want to do that, that's
Gabby,
fine.
Gabby, I have an incredible question for you. Do you think
Mm-hmm.
that do you do communion?
No, actually, I have not, because I have not went to confession recently.
Have you ever done communion?
Yes, I've done my Holy Communion, and I've taken the Eucharist. Yes.
I have a question. Do you believe it's actually like the real body and blood of Jesus Christ?
Yes, I believe in
Yes.
transubstantiation, if that is what you are asking. Yes.
So are you a cannibal?
No.
Well, by definition, you would be. What's a cannibal?
Somebody who eats human parts.
And if you're drinking the blood and eating the body of Jesus Christ, who was human, right? Well, then obviously you're a cannibal then, because you're eating a human. So under your own definition, you're a cannibal?
I guess I am. Because that's been a misconception about Catholics for thousands of years.
Misconception. Well, at least you just identified that under your own definition, you're a cannibal. I asked you for the definition of
No,
cannibal, and it's clearly
saying
applicable to yourself here.
it's not though, because it's a one-off that transubstantiation is the body and blood of Jesus Christ.
Wait, but you believed it
Not
was actually.
symbolic.
Wait, do you think it's symbolic?
But no,
No, it's not
'cause
symbolic to you. So you're
transubstantiation
actually a
is-
cannibal. So you're really a cannibal under your own view.
but I'm not under my own view, but I can understand why somebody else would
It's the
perceive it
you
that
believe
way.
it's the real body and blood of Christ. You are you
Mhm.
believe you're eating a human. Okay? If you're eating a human, you're a cannibal under your own definition.
I don't know who's in this the chat. I just saw something.
Yeah, have you been to Disneyland?
Yeah, I have been to Disney
I thought you said you
with
didn't
my
support Disney.
cousin.
I
I
thought-
don't. I actually, one, didn't pay for it, but also this was prior to me being aware of how bad the guy Disney is.
Okay.
This was pre-2020, maybe? Which you're allowed to change views over the years. You're allowed to grow and change as a human being. I don't think that people should be hateful at the end of the day.
Can you
that's what I'm
answer
trying
that
to say.
question though? Would
What?
you accept and fully support your child if they were to come out as gay?
What does fully support mean? Because I would
I would
love
support. Would you?
them unconditionally, but that does not mean that I would attend a civil marriage of theirs, and they would not be allowed to get married in the Catholic Church. So
No, I'm just saying, like in general, in their day-to-day life, would you support your child as they continue living like life openly as a gay person?
yes,
But you
I'm
wouldn't.
not gonna hate somebody because
And
of
what
that,
if
but
what if they met somebody who they really, really love and they
Mhm.
want you to get to meet that person? Would you be open to meeting them?
I would be open to meeting them. If my child was under 18 and told me that they wanted to go on hormone therapy, I would not support that. I think that would be abuse. And I don't think that's right.
Aren't the
you-
majority of kids on hormone therapy literally cis kids, if I'm not mistaken?
Patrick, thank you for the $10 on PayPal, and then RLK, thank you for the $5 as well. And
I
then
don't
Knight with the
think
10 pounds,
anyone
and
should go
Adam,
on
thank you for the
hormone
20
therapy
super
at
chat.
all. And if people go on it for like human growth, for if you're underdeveloped, I think you should just learn how to naturally supplement it. But that's just me.
Oh,
We can't naturally supplement everything, but
can I ask you a question about your religious beliefs?
hmm
Yeah. Why are the Orthodox wrong? You know, like the Great Schism. What was it? 1100 AD. That's when the Orthodox Church split from the Catholic Church. They did so because the Catholics changed the Nicene Creed.
hmm
Why
So
are they wrong?
I
and why are you right?
actually, I don't disagree with Orthodox as a whole. Pretty much, I actually dated a guy who was Orthodox for a while and considered changing rites because I believe in a lot of the things that are slightly different about Orthodox versus Catholics.
You disagree with the Orthodox Church because you think that the Holy Spirit flows through the Father and the Son. Meanwhile, they just think that the Holy Spirit flows through the Father. It's a pretty big theological disagreement.
But at the end of the day, it's not if you are not
It was
the.
such a big theological disagreement that it's literally called the Great Schism of 1100 AD.
But I'm saying, wait 1 second. I have 1 minute. I'm saying for me, it's not a big thing because it doesn't affect me day to day.
Okay. Well,
There's a lot of teachings in Catholicism that people who are Catholic don't practice. You're not supposed to be on birth control.
I
You're
was
not
just
supposed to do
asking you
this,
of
this,
like
this.
the theology of the church. You know what I mean? That's like, I don't know. Sorry for asking. Maybe it's just completely irrelevant to why you're on the live.
Yeah.
I've just been getting into the theology of like Christian denominations. It's actually
So
pretty
the
interesting.
theology is interesting, but if it doesn't, it's not something that I am constantly thinking about, then that's all I'm saying.
Gabby, do you believe in separation of church and state?
She's definitely a Christian nationalist. Come on.
I believe in it. Do I necessarily think that it works? Because most people vote with their faith
Yeah.
and
So
morals
you do
affecting their opinions.
so you do believe? Or you don't
Yeah,
believe?
I do believe that there should be a separation of church and state.
Okay.
Yeah.
So you do believe there should be a separation of church and state. So then, who
Mhm.
are you to say that like under the context of like public schools that like we shouldn't be able to have right like the teaching of both like of straight families and of gay families, parents, I mean, sorry.
Because I don't think it's like I just don't like public schools. So I guess that's just
Okay,
kind of
then don't
irrelevant.
take
I
your kid
shouldn't
to a
have
public
started that
school.
argument.
But in public school, it should be secular. It should not be religious based. You remember separation of church and state. This is the context of the state. If you want to teach your religion, teach it at home. If we're going to talk about the religion, I mean the school system. We're going to not use religious arguments to justify why there should be teaching of certain things comparative to others. So clearly, it seems like you have no argument for in public school it like this not being taught.
I also personally continue to respond.
That's all. I'm not going to be like F you or something like that.
I gotta
But we
end,
can
by the way.
disagree with what we think is right now.
I do personally think that you're kind of like a Christian nationalist, to be fair. Because I did look through your reposts, and like your reposts are like really insane. I'm not gonna lie.
Yeah.
So
I gotta
that's
get
okay.
towards ending this stream.
Yeah.
We've been on for 20 minutes over. But before I do, I just want to say this to you. If you end up like raising your children in an environment where they don't have access to any leisurely entertainment or media until like high school, and you're just like the strictest parent that could ever possibly exist in every context ever, and you either end up
They can play
homeschooling them,
outside.
just listen, and you either end up homeschooling them or sending them to like a private Catholic school or whatnot, your children will grow up to resent you, and it will incredibly like socially stomp them, and it will be very bad for them, and it will be very bad for your relationship with them the moment they turn 18 and move out of the house or maybe go to college. And then on top of that, like it's also significantly more likely they'll take like a bad path in life, or what you may consider bad, because like typically when like high schoolers don't experience like the, oh, I want to maybe go hang out and drink with my friends once or twice, or go a little bit wild in moderation when I'm 16 for fun with my buddies, but they rather experience that very like strict and firm hold on them. um well, then they just have all of those experience all at once the moment they leave that control and move out of the house. They rebel, and they bad outcomes can happen, man. I've seen it myself firsthand. Firsthand, I saw it with a girlfriend I had in high school. Firsthand, my own dad, it happened to my own dad. It happens all of the time. And even like reflecting upon people that I went to um this private Catholic school from preschool to eighth
Sorry.
grade to, even though that was like younger schooling, like still yet, most kids that went to that private Catholic school are the most atheists, like shitheads I know. I'm not gonna lie, man. It turns into resentment and rejection. It is just not a healthy way
Plenty
of
of
raising a
people from
child.
my Catholic school
And
ended up
and
that way.
and I just wanted to let you know that, okay? Because I value the outcome of your children, and I value like the future relationship you may have with your children. I would be the happiest man ever if, this like midlife crisis just hits you in the face one morning and you realize that you were wrong about nearly everything you believe, because it would lead to a significantly happier future for you and your future kids.
I think you can be strict in certain ways and like still have your kids trust and love you.
Exactly, but not strict in the ways that you've defined. But with that, I'm going to go ahead and move on.
It's okay.
Parker
Maybe
and
I'm
Athena,
wrong.
do you guys
Perhaps
have
one
anything
day.
else that you want to bring up to the guests?
Nope.
No.
Okay, all right. We're going to go ahead and kick her. And we're done with the debates for the night.
Thank
Well,
you.
Athena,
Bye.
I appreciate you for coming up, and I hope that you're doing well.
Thank you. Thank you. By the way, that thing you told me a couple days ago got removed. Isn't that crazy?
Really?
Remember the link you sent me?
Yeah, that got removed.
The OG poster removed it. Apparently,
I wonder
apparently,
why.
like, wonder why. Yeah, just wanted to say
Maybe,
that.
maybe they woke up to their senses.
No, literally. Anyways, bye y'all.
See you,
Continue,
Athena. I appreciate
continue.
you for joining. Chat, I really appreciate you guys for joining us today. Before you head out, you should consider rating Parker when you leave. But before I end it all, I want to thank Stella and Jacqueline both for the $10 super chats over on YouTube. That is incredibly kind of you both. And my laptop just died right in front of my eyes.
I'm sorry about that, man.
Wait, that's how I was gonna end my YouTube stream. Fuck. Now I can't hit the button to end the YouTube stream, nor can I like see the chatter. Uh-oh.
I was gonna say this. Recently I've been dealing with this like lag, like where it's not lagging for me on TikTok, but it's lagging for the chat. Have you had that at all?
Yeah, it hits the TikTok servers every so often. It's something that is just completely outside of our control, unfortunately. And I just unplugged my headset. That is
Yeah, and everyone, I was gonna recommend go over to my YouTube if you're gonna raid me, because TikTok has just been horrible for the lag. So that's
yeah,
what I
that's
would say.
at Parkergetajob on YouTube. And then also, everybody, quick PSA. My live stream on Sunday is going to be really early in the day. Really, really early. Like it's probably going to start around 7 a.m. Pacific, 10 a.m. Eastern. And that's going to be on Sunday, so the day after tomorrow. The reason why it's going to be so early is that I'm going to be taking the day to drive up into the mountains and hang out with my dad and stepmom. And it's going to be a whole lot of fun Friday night, grabbing some dinner with them, hanging out. And then hanging out with them a little bit next morning too, then driving back. So I'm going to be doing a really early live Sunday and then likely a later live on Monday. So maybe Monday I'll start around 6 p.m. Pacific. Just thought I would let you guys know.
Thank you for letting me know. I appreciate that. I appreciate that.
Yeah, I know we should like talk more about that kind of stuff. Figure it out. I feel like me and Parker we work together on like when each of us is going live so we could like figure it out to make it work. But that'll be a whole lot of fun, everybody. I'm looking forward to taking some time away from social media, even if it's stepping back without technically taking a day off. It'll still be nice. It's been much needed. I feel like I've been missing out on a little bit of my youth, if that makes any sense. I want to go camping and paddleboarding and river rafting into the mountains. You know, I got the Colorado in my blood, and I haven't been able to do anything with it for years. But I love what I do. You know, there's trade-ons and trade-offs. But anyways, Parker, are you already live?
Yes, I'm live on YouTube. I'm about to go live on TikTok on this account.
Cool. Well, for everybody on YouTube, I do apologize. I'm actually gonna have to say bye to you guys without being able to see the chat just because my laptop died. As well as Mackenzie, thank you for the $10 over on Venmo, saying, can we please move on from the homophobe? She got kicked. And then Ryan, thank you so much for the $10 on Venmo for the guitar strings fun. Oh, bro, dude, these strings are ancient, dude. I really need to get them switched out. So I'll like be playing the guitar and then I'll smell my fingers and it'll just smell like pennies because of how dirty and gross they are.
That's rough.
Yeah, but I probably need to take some time to switch them out. Anyways, all right, Parker, it's good seeing you, man. Great seeing you.
Good seeing you, bro.
Take care.
Take care.
Mr.
Take care.
Parker. So,
Alrighty.
take care.
We're gonna start up the live real quick. Hopefully it works. Hopefully it works today. Of course it's not working right now. Oh no. Give it 1 sec. If you're on YouTube, to make sure to like the stream, everyone. Make sure to like the stream. All right, there we are. All right, we're good. All right, Traceless, thank you so much for the $10. Thank you so much for winning to the supermarket today and looked at a bag of Cheetos and asked Mr. President, when are you going to drop these stupid tariffs? Sage, thank you for the $5. Thank you so much. I saw that. I saw that. I heard about that. I mean, that's diabolical. Trinity, why are you in my guest box? Appreciate the hand art. Trinity, at this point, it's getting stalkerish. Can you leave me alone? Seriously, like, Trinity, can you just leave me alone at this point? I've banned you on how many accounts? On how many accounts have I banned you on? If you're on YouTube, do make sure to like the stream. If you're on TikTok, do tap that screen to help get it out to more people. What's up, everyone joining in the live for that? We're going to start getting some people up here very soon, very soon, very soon. Do tap that screen. Do share the live. I hope get out to more people. If you're on YouTube, do make sure to like the stream. Bren, thank you so much. I appreciate the membership subscription. Thank you so much. Parker, where is Liam? I have no clue. I don't know why people are asking me that. I actually have no clue. I haven't engaged with him in a very long time. Why did you get rid of the stash? I just decided to shave it one day. Should I have kept it, chat? Yo, Najia, thank you so much for the $30 on Cash App. Thank you so much for almost 150K on YouTube. Yeah, that's so cool. We're getting close. We're getting close. It's actually really cool. I feel like it's 50-50 in the chat. I look younger. We're definitely right now. I'll have to I think I have a video of me with a mustache, so I might have to post that like on a second account and see like what people think, and I'll be able to categorize it. All right, we're gonna start getting some people up here right now. Only send a guest request if you did vote for Donald Trump. We are just looking for some debates. If you're on TikTok, do make sure to like the stream. If you're on YouTube, make sure to like the stream. You already know. Yo, what's up? How old are you?
How you doing, Parker? I'm 18.
Did you vote for Donald Trump?
I did not, but like I wasn't 18 yet.
Okay, so do you support Donald Trump?
Yeah, in some regards.
Like, would you vote for him if you could?
Yeah.
Doesn't sound very convincing.
Well, but because if I could last term, I would, but he can't run again. But okay, that's fact. But
Yeah, but like you would have if you could have.
sure. Why are you looking at me like that?
Because it sounds like you're not really sure. Okay, but go ahead. What's the
Well,
reason?
but I
why?
would over the well, I think the biggest one would be the whole AB. Can you say that word?
Yeah.
Abortion thing. I was listening a little bit to your
What about
stance. Yeah, don't you heard the conjunction between past and present conjoined with future, or is that
Past or present and future.
okay? Yeah, so you can either have past or future, or present and future. Past and future.
Past or present and future.
Okay, perfect. So I'm just wondering what your specific response would be to some of the reductios. Just like stunted sentience from childbirth, like specifically 20 weeks,
What do you mean?
like comatose babies being born without any sentience.
If they're in a coma, right, it is the case that they had prior sentience and they have future sentience.
Well, but I'm saying if they had a coma from 20 weeks on, or 24 to 28 weeks is when sentience would roughly start.
A coma would indicate that they had prior sentience.
Well, but what if they were comatose from before they were sentient, like from when on?
I don't know what that even means. What does that mean?
Okay, but that's a hypothetical. What I'm saying.
Well, no, you have to clarify what that means. What does it mean to be in a coma prior to having sentience?
Yeah, I mean, my understanding is a coma is a lack thereof of sentience. So I think if you stunt that within a baby, like I don't know if you do through medical necessity or like a medical drug. This is a hypothetical. I just want to see your response.
Do you think zygotes are in comas?
No.
They lack sentience.
Yeah, I understand that.
It's gonna be a state in which maybe they are not sentient or maybe they are sentient, but it is the case that they are going to come back and they did exist in the past. So
sure,
that's going to meet my criteria of past and future.
Sure, but if something is born with never once becoming sentient, it doesn't.
No, it never was sentient before.
No.
So like a stillbirth.
Sure, I'm not necessarily know what that is, but.
So you're saying something that's born, but like in the future it might come into
sentient. Yeah, but it's just not sentient yet, but it's born. Correct.
Yeah, like there wouldn't be like an obligation you have to it until it's sentient.
Okay, so there wouldn't be principal objections to
No,
doing some actions.
just only the same things that would be you'd have to treat it the same way you'd treat it like a dead body.
Okay, sure. So again, I would just that's just the main reductios. Yeah, no, I agree. There wouldn't be
totally fine.
principal objections to like defying corpses. Like I heard Dean talk about that, and I do understand that. I was just really wanted to hear if there's a lot of reductio I hear a lot of the time, and I want to hear what you would say about it.
Sure.
All right, well, have a good one.
Okay. All right, let's get this next person up here. Only send a guest request if you did vote for Donald Trump. We are just looking for some debates. Only send a guest request if you did vote for Donald Trump. Are just looking for some debates. Do tap that screen here on TikTok. If you're on YouTube, do make sure to like the stream. We have 1,500 people on YouTube, so it would really help if you make sure to like the stream. Yo, what's up? How old are you? Hello? Taylor, are you there? Hello? All right, let's go on to the next person. Only send a guest request if you did vote for Donald Trump. We are just looking for some debates. Please, everyone, only send a guest request if you did vote for Donald Trump. Yo, what's up? How old are you? Hello? What is going on with my guest box right now? Only send a guest request if you did vote for Donald Trump. Again, everyone, we are just looking for some debates. Yo, what's up? How old are you?
24.
Did you vote for Donald Trump?
Of course I did.
Why so?
Because I felt like it.
Okay.
That's it? That's all you got to say?
Yeah, I'm asking, so why did you vote for Donald Trump?
He makes my life better.
How so?
Prices are down. Wars are stopping.
Prices are down. Wars are
Tariff
stopping.
revenue. Inflation at an all-time 4-year low. Let's go. It is what it is.
Prices are not down. Wars have not stopped.
Oh, yeah. India, Pakistan. That's what I'm talking about.
That's not a war that's stopped because of Donald Trump.
Yeah, actually, it stopped because of Donald Trump.
Nope.
Yeah, it did, because he threatened sanctions.
Both sides did not indicate that.
Really, because India and Pakistan said they threatened sanctions, and that's how Trump said he got it done. I wish Biden could have done that.
India said Trump had nothing to do with it.
And what did Pakistan say? And let me see your source.
Yeah, they have separated views on it. Pakistan did. India did not.
Wow, isn't that weird?
Because they didn't engage with India. Well, in order for you to be able to actually meaningfully have like something that's going to respond in terms of like a ceasefire type condition is going to take into account both sides, right?
Wow, so you're telling me Pakistan said Trump helped, and you're saying India said Trump didn't help?
Yes.
I call bullshit on fucking India.
Okay, why can't you do it the other way around? Travel,
why would
thank
you
you so
lie
much for the
about getting help?
$20 on a YouTube super chat. Thank you so much. I really appreciate it. Absolutely. As always, I will always will. Thank you so much. I really appreciate the $20. And then Queen of Hearts, thank you for the $10. Thank you.
Why would you lie about getting help? The only reason you would lie and say Trump didn't help you is to make yourself look good.
What do you mean Trump didn't help me? What do you mean?
We're talking about India and Pakistan. Remember?
Oh, okay. Yeah. Trump didn't help because they never even contacted India.
So what Pakistan said. Pakistan said that, right?
No, India said that.
How about this, Parker? Maybe Trump didn't even need to talk to India. Maybe he just needed to talk to Pakistan.
You need to talk to both sides of the conflict.
Because maybe Pakistan was the aggressor.
You need to talk to both sides of the conflict.
I mean, do you? I mean, the conflict is over.
In order for you to meaningfully uphold a ceasefire.
The conflict is over, Parker. And Pakistan said Trump solved it. It is what it is. Why couldn't Biden just talk to Russia or just talk to Ukraine and just stop it? Why couldn't he just stop it?
Yeah, so why couldn't Trump talk to Russia and stop it?
It didn't start with Trump. Didn't start in Trump's term.
Why can't he stop it right now? I thought he was going to do it.
I
thought day one he was going to do it, right?
Is it easier to stop a snowball at the top of the hill or at the bottom when it's become fucking 100 feet tall?
Trump claimed he would stop at day one.
Yeah. Okay, but it's not day one of the war. It's actually like day 1,000.
It's well after day one, and he still hasn't done it.
You can't even stop it. I mean, are you that entitled to be mad that Trump couldn't stop it day one?
And that's what he said he would do.
You just expect Donald Trump to come in and fix all the issues?
Wait,
Yeah.
so you believe he was lying for votes?
I'm just here for peace deals. Look what he did with India and Pakistan. I'm just
But
happy.
there's no peace deal. But there's no peace deal with Ukraine.
In all honesty, I'm just happy we're out of that Ukraine Russia war and
You
we're
mean
not
by,
funding it.
by seceding more power to Russia?
And I'm also happy we got that raw minerals deal because we weren't getting our money back that Biden sent away.
What mineral deal?
Mineral deal with Ukraine. Are you going to say that's fake too?
Did that follow through?
Follow through or fall through?
Yeah, I thought that fell through.
I think it followed through.
I think I think they did sign it. Yeah,
Mhm.
they did sign it. Yeah.
So we got our money back. Too bad Biden couldn't even get our
Wait.
fucking money back.
What do you mean money back?
Like we gave them a loan and they never paid it back, not even a dime.
Because they were in war.
Yeah, and they're still in war, right?
Yeah.
Okay.
So I'm confused what your point is.
They're still in war with both presidents.
Wait, if it's controlled by Russia here pretty soon, how are they going to follow through with the critical mineral deal?
Well, let me get back to what you just asked because I know it's a point that it's probably gonna hurt your feelings, but
It's going to hurt my feelings. What do you mean?
yeah, because this is gonna be good for you. Okay,
Why is it not going to be good for me?
so I'll tell you why. You said that Donald Trump couldn't stop it, whatever. But both presidents have gone through this war with Ukraine and Russia. One got money back, and one didn't. You know who got their money back? Got their investment back? Donald Trump.
Okay, so you saying that it is not at all relative
Business.
to
Let's go.
You know who also defended Ukraine and who didn't?
Did he defend Ukraine if they're dying every day? Is that called defending people? Or did he just kill more Russians?
It is defending when it is the
I
case
think he
that
just killed
you
more
are-
Russians.
you understand that when they were supplying Ukraine, that allowed for Ukraine to defend themselves against Russia. If that funding didn't exist, right now it would be Russia. Okay, the only reason Ukraine still exists as a country today is because it is the case that Democrats like Joe Biden acted, and they got the entirety of the West to help defend Ukraine. According to the Budapest Memorandum, we are upholding that.
If that were truly the case, that if Biden didn't defend Ukraine, why is Russia not taking over Ukraine now and when we're not defending Ukraine?
That mustache. Because it is the case that they had some level of support from both the U.S. and the European Union. And it is the case that the others didn't step off of funding Ukraine.
So they don't have the U.S.
But they are.
support
Yeah, they
anymore.
don't have as much support because it's the Q.
Yeah, they're still
the US isn't
surviving
there.
there. I'm just happy we're not.
because of stuff that Biden set up. Biden
just
got the
happy we're
entirety
not.
of Europe to help defend Ukraine.
I'm just happy we're not being neocons and funding a war that we're not even getting our money back on.
Ollie, thank you for the 2.5 pounds. Thank you. Do you know what the what's it called? The Budapest Memorandum is?
Yeah, there's a lot of controversy over that though.
Can you tell me what that is?
Yeah, something signed like 60 years ago saying
Nope.
What was it, 59 years ago?
Nope.
58?
Nope.
So what was it?
1994. Is that 50 years ago?
No, that's like somewhere around 30 years.
Mm-hmm.
Okay, so 30 years ago, before me and you were both born.
Okay. And
yeah. So no, I mean, I haven't really cared too much about the Budapest
so
Memorandum.
you don't know what it is, yet you said you did know what it is.
Well, I'll tell you what it is.
Go ahead.
Even though I don't care much about it. Something about if Ukraine inches towards NATO, Russia has the opportunity to attack Ukraine.
Nope, wrong.
That's a controversy. Now you're going to tell me
not
that
at all what it is.
you're going to tell me the other side of why it's controversial.
Nope, I'm going to tell you what it actually is.
There's two sides to it every time.
And that was not one of the sides.
That was one of the sides.
No, it wasn't. So it's
Yes,
actually
sir, it was.
it's actually an agreement that if Ukraine gave up their nuclear weapons, that the United States would defend them, given that they were invaded. You know who
Yeah.
also signed that?
You know what
Russia.
else was in? You know what else was in the deal though that was signed by Russia, saying, okay, if Ukraine inches towards NATO, we have the right to attack them, and that's what they did.
Wrong.
So we're not going to get into that.
Please tell me what agreement you're
Let's go.
referencing.
The Budapest
That's
Memorandum.
it's not within the Budapest Memorandum.
I'm telling you, it is.
Well, you didn't even know what the Budapest Memorandum is.
No, I didn't know what year it was signed because I didn't really care.
You didn't know
much
the
for
year it was signed. You didn't know what it was.
No, I told you what it was from a different perspective, which is true. But you only want to share your perspective, which I get.
It's not just my perspective. It's what the fucking Budapest Memorandum is. Connor, thank
Are
you.
you ready to bust open that whole document and read it? Is that what you're prepared to do?
I've already looked at it, so I don't need to do
Yeah,
that.
and you're cherry picking facts.
No, I'm not. I'm telling you what the Budapest Memorandum is. I did
You're
read
telling
it.
me one side of the story.
What is the other side of the story?
That Russia also signed it. So why would Russia
I
sign
did
it?
tell you that Russia signed it.
Okay, so why would Russia sign it if there's nothing in there about them? Is what you're telling me? Because Russia specifically said if you.
I never said there was nothing in there about them. I just said the part you said that was in it was not in it at all.
Okay. The biggest reason Russia signed it is because if Ukraine inched towards NATO, they could attack Ukraine.
False, dude. You don't know what you're talking about.
It's true.
No, it's not. You are just literally whipping shit out of your
Should I look
ass.
it up and put it on the computer screen?
Go ahead. You're
Okay,
literally
I'll do that.
you got that from your ass, dude.
Good day, bro.
Yo, Megan, thank you so much for the $20. Thank you so much for he's been in the last few days. His voice and lack of intelligence is just grating at this point. Oh, he has? Michael, have I talked to you before?
Fuck no.
Okay. Oh, accidentally. I accidentally clicked on someone saying Parker dropped this troll. He's not trolling. He's actually serious.
I'm dead serious. So, oh my god. Some people live in such delusion. It's ridiculous.
Okay. Well, don't worry. We'll see. We'll wait. We'll wait to see what he's got here.
right.
If you're on TikTok, do make sure to like the stream by tapping the screen. It'll help get it out to more people. If you're on TikTok, do make sure to like the stream. It'll help get it out to more people as well. Those are the best ways to support. I think I would really appreciate if we get to 1,000 likes here on YouTube. I'd really appreciate that. I would really appreciate that. But yeah, give it a second for Michael to find his source. You can put on the Jeopardy music.
No, we're good. We're good. We don't gotta do all that extra shit. The Budapest Memorandum.
Good.
I'm pulling up a source right now. I'm typing it in Google.
Oh, it's gonna take you a while to find that.
No, it's not. It'll take me maybe 125 seconds tops.
125 seconds to read? No.
Yeah, to find the source.
Yeah, but you gotta like figure out how to read in that time.
No, I can read, my friend.
Yo, what's up? How old are you?
Oh, I didn't know it was on here. Hello, I'm 20.
Did you vote for Donald Trump?
Yes, I did.
So
I believe that we've definitely had a better economy under Donald Trump, and there's definitely facts to prove that.
based on what macro indicator?
What?
Based on what macro indicator?
I'm back, Parker, and I'm better.
You're weird. Well, you're gonna get banned because now TikTok doesn't ban me; they just ban you. You fucking idiot. So
You got a
you're
restraining order
fucked.
on
I
that guy?
actually don't. He's fucked. He's fucked. He's gonna get
You gotta-
banned now. TikTok changed their shit, so he's gonna get fucking banned like crazy. That's rough. I'm sorry for people in the chat. I'm sorry. I would recommend going on the YouTube screen. If you go on the YouTube screen, it will really help. You won't have to deal with people like that. And you won't have to deal with the lag on TikTok if it happens. If you didn't see it, don't worry. Don't worry.
You got a virtual restraining order on that guy or something?
I hope I could. Yo, what's up? How old are you?
I am 26.
Did you vote for Donald Trump?
I did 3 times.
Why so?
Why so?
Yeah.
Well, so I guess I don't want to like go too long. Each time I voted had a different reason. This specific time, I felt we needed a focus on foreign policy and the southern border the most. I mean, he did run on that in 2016, but the 4 years with Biden in office, I felt like the border was a mess. They were trying to cover it up, say there wasn't an issue. And then, of course, everything going on overseas. And I just thought Donald Trump was the better pick.
Okay, so immigration. So can you tell me one Trump immigration policy you agree with?
Yeah, mass deportations.
Mass deportation. Okay.
Yeah.
All right. So why is mass deportation preferable to mass amnesty?
Because a lot of people in this country who are being deported are criminals, and we see that for the people going to El Salvador. I see that in my own state. I don't even live in a border state, and we have ICE here. I don't know if you've seen Massachusetts in the news lately, but we've had ICE go in Worcester, Somerville, Boston, and they're picking up, I mean, disgusting individuals who've committed crime, like awful crimes. And that's not saying, citizens don't commit those crimes,
Can I ask you a
but that
question?
doesn't mean we should allow these people to live here. Yeah.
Yeah, so like violent criminals, we should deport them. I totally agree. If they were held civilly liable of sexually abusing a woman, we don't want them in the country, right?
No, civil is not criminal. No. If you want to go down the E. Jean Carroll path, go
wait,
ahead.
Yeah, I did my research, Parker.
wait to clarify. You're telling me if someone is trying to immigrate to the country and they were held civilly liable of sexually abusing a woman, you'd let them immigrate to the country?
Well, no, because you don't
No?
have
Why
a
not?
right. Because you don't have a right.
You
You
don't
have
have a
no
right? What do you mean?
you don't, meaning you do not have a right to go into a country and get citizenship. You have to go through a process. The only subject you have for a right is to seek asylum, and even then, you can ask Abrego Garcia. He sought asylum, and his claim was denied. In fact, he had a stay order. The only reason he this is a whole thing is because they sent him to the country he was told not to go to, but he had a withstanding deportation order. He sought asylum. But to answer your question, you do not have a right to come to this country. You have the honor, the privilege, and the right to try, but you do not have a right to be here. So yes, you can go off moral and character.
Okay,
Absolutely.
do you want me to re-ask the question again because you didn't answer it?
No,
So
I did.
I'll re-ask the
You
question one more
specifically said
time.
if somebody
Can I
was
re-ask the
civilly
question?
liable for you said if somebody was civilly liable for SA, would they be able to come in the country?
No. I asked you, would you let them legally immigrate into the country if they were going through the process
No.
and they were at the very end of the process and you were the one to determine whether or not you'd let them in the country? You would say no. Okay, so then
Correct.
why do you have harsher qualifications on who's allowed to legally immigrate to the country comparative to who's allowed to be president of the United States?
Sure. So the difference is there's a bigger spotlight on the president. We all watch the case, or I assume a lot of people know the facts of the case. They watch E. Jean Carroll. They listen to E. Jean Carroll. I don't listen to the hundreds of thousands of people who are seeking asylum. I don't know their case. I don't even know if they were tried in a free, fair court. What we do know is Donald Trump had his time. Donald Trump said what he had to say. And Parker, 77 million people voted for Donald Trump despite him being held civilly liable. So you do have to ask yourself, why did 77 million people vote? And it's because they clearly didn't find that the case was enough to bar somebody from being president. It's simple.
Yeah, you thinking that the case isn't enough to bar someone from being president isn't a response to the question I asked you for why you put
It
harsher.
is.
I asked you a very simple question. Why do you put harsher qualifications on who's allowed to legally immigrate to the country comparative to who's allowed to be president? Because very clearly, we typically are going to place higher qualifications on who's going to be allowed to be president of the United States comparative to who's allowed to be a citizen of the United States.
Well, you actually don't. The
Can I
Constitution
please
outlines.
finish? Can I please finish?
Go ahead. My bad.
Yeah, so Joe Biden, you don't think he's qualified to be president, correct? But he's
To
qualified
run for president,
a
yes.
citizen, right? So people who are legally immigrating to the country, right? You don't think every single person who is legally immigrated to the country is qualified to be president of the United States. So clearly, there are going to be harsher qualifications on who's allowed to be a president comparative to who's allowed to just be a citizen.
Sure, but I already explained to you that the difference is the people that are coming into this country, we don't understand what their case would be. We don't know their full story like we do with Donald Trump.
You said you don't know the full story. So you're saying if you don't know any facts of the case, right, civil liability is enough to accept it. But given that you do know enough facts about the case, you have good reason to dispute it. So tell me the facts that you dispute about the case.
About E. Jean Carroll?
Yeah.
Well, the main fact was, I mean, the way that she was recalling it, she wasn't aware of specific dates. Everything was a recollection from 30 years prior in scribbles in a journal that she kept. They had a dress to which they had no DNA. Donald Trump didn't provide DNA. They had no DNA evidence to suggest that. And all of it was not hearsay because it was coming from the victim, but it was just personal account. And it was held in a Manhattan courtroom, which votes 90% for not Trump. They voted 10% for Trump. So clearly there's dissent in Manhattan anyways for this individual. So no, I don't think the trial was in a fair setting. And I just didn't believe what she had to say. And Parker, at the end of the day, if we're going to listen to a case to which there is no hard evidence and it's he said, she said, I'm going to listen to both sides of the story and I'm going to decide who I believe. And I don't believe E. Jean Carroll. Maybe if she came out 15 years ago, maybe I'd believe her. But coming out right before an election, I can't buy it, my friend.
If you voted for Trump, you believe Trump. If you voted for Kamala,
So most civil liability cases, the ones that you accepted, don't meet the same standard of evidence that E. Jean Carroll's case hit, because she had 9 jurors that unanimously determined that Donald Trump sexually abused her, which again, you say that it's a 90% liberal area, right? Even if we were to assume that those were the characteristics when being applicable to the jury, there were still at least 1 or 2 jury members that specifically would have been either independent or conservative, that specifically would have not been quote unquote biased in the case. Right. Plus, we can also look at the fact that Donald Trump's lawyers were part of the jury selection process. So it's even less likely that you would have seen such bias insofar as that it would have limited the case from having an accurate determination. Secondly, you said, quote unquote, no hard evidence. Again, what I just said, again, more evidence with this case than most civil cases. So if you accept most civil cases based on not knowing what's within the context of the case, well, then obviously if this has a higher standard in terms of the level of evidence that was provided in the case because of the level of jurors that selected that it was sexual abuse when they didn't have to have a unanimous decision, right, is evidence of that. You also said the dress no DNA because Donald Trump didn't provide the DNA. Why didn't he provide the DNA?
Because he doesn't have to.
he actually
Why
did.
would if anybody with a legal counsel would tell you if you're in a civil court that you're not gonna play to their antics? You don't know what happens to DNA over 30 years. You don't know if maybe he was with her. Maybe he actually never did anything to her. Maybe he met her in the store. Maybe they had a conversation. Maybe there's DNA on the dress. I mean, there's so many different paths that could go down.
This is a total misnomer, because what you're
No,
not acknowledging is that Donald Trump's story was that he never met her. It's not that he didn't know if he met her or not, and that maybe it is the case that he did meet her. It's the case that he never met her and that he wouldn't have sexually abused her because she's quote unquote not his type. But then in a deposition, he mistook her with his ex-wife, indicating both his ex-wife and E. Jean Carroll are either both not his type, insofar as he would have sexually abused her either way, or they both are his type, so he would have sexually abused her either way.
Sure, I'm speaking on the more hypothetical of why he wouldn't have provided DNA.
Yeah, but I want to ask you, if you were in the same civil case scenario and it was the case that you were going to be held liable for sexually abusing her, if it wasn't the case that you provided the DNA, right? Given that you never met her, right? Would you provide the DNA?
Probably not. No,
that's a ridiculous statement, because what you would have done is exonerated yourself, because if you never met her, you would exonerate yourself because they don't have the DNA, and it would prove that you weren't at the scene of the crime.
Well, no, there's the unknown with DNA in terms of you have a 30-year-old dress. You don't know if they planted DNA. You don't know what can happen in those situations.
They planted Trump's DNA?
I didn't know.
How did they get Trump's DNA?
What Parker, what we can say
how did they get Trump's DNA?
Parker, there is evidence of not only NYPD, but virtually every large metropolitan police department that has been caught either planting evidence on maybe not big celebrities, but people of color. There's people.
Not
there's
white,
people who are
straight.
planted evidence.
On marginalized communities, not on white, straight, cis heterosexual men in America. Like, you're not talking about the rich men in America.
Karen Reed. Tell that to Karen Reed, who's in trial right now. Oh, well, she's in trial in Massachusetts, and she's being.
I'm talking about white, straight, cis heterosexual men.
Okay. I mean, sure. I mean, that's your opinion. Again,
you let me know when you're ready for the Budapest Memorandum.
Oh, what? The fact that Barack Obama didn't use it in 2012 or 2014? Talk about it.
You know that that was overnight. Given that they could have, right? They would have. And it was the case that they definitely were against Russia doing that. That's also why there was a response from Biden specifically in the context of the scenario when they did invade the rest of Ukraine. And
So
Donald Trump, there would have been less
support
of.
Barack
Secondly,
Obama
why are
letting
you
Crimea
pivoting
go.
from originally what we were talking about?
Well, Michael was just talking about the Budapest
Wait, what were we just talking about?
We were talking about E. Jean Carroll and the fact that I don't believe her.
And the fact that you don't accept the case, yet it is the case that it has
No,
better
77
evidence.
million people didn't. So what do you
77 million people not accepting the case doesn't actually change anything. Actually, I asked the question specifically to people at Jubilee: would you vote for someone held civilly liable of sexually abusing a woman? And most people said that they wouldn't vote for someone who did that. So given that more people knew that Donald Trump was held civilly liable of sexually abusing a woman, and he actually was held liable by a unanimous decision from a jury, more people would have not voted for him. But because people didn't understand that fact of reality, because it wasn't as talked about, because of those types of facts, right? And because it was dismissed, right? That is the reason why people didn't even hear about it very much.
Okay.
Insofar as
We're
they would have
gonna
been able
pretend
to
like
take
nobody
it into
knew
their
about E. Jean
analysis.
Carroll. Okay.
Wait, I think a lot of people didn't. Yeah, I was talking to people.
Maybe your side didn't. Maybe your side didn't. I don't know. What do you mean? You guys lost six. You guys lost 6 million votes over Biden.
I talk to people every single day, right, about this topic, and I was debating MAGA all the time who didn't know that Donald Trump was held civilly liable of sexually abusing a woman. The Jubilee place didn't know. And Michael, I don't know why, Michael. Here, I'm just gonna let you know, Michael. Right now, I'm having a conversation with Tesla. I'll get back to you in a second. Is that fine?
No, this isn't Budapest. This is actually to help my boy up here, Tesla. Civilly liable is for a non-criminal act.
Yeah,
That's
the reason is because the reason why it's not criminal is because of the statute of limitations. The same thing
Because they couldn't find any
in the
evidence.
meantime,
Are you guys gonna let me finish, or do I need to mute both of you because you guys are impatient little fucking children that can't listen to what's coming out of my mouth? Listen to the words coming out of my mouth. I'm explaining it to you right now. The reason why there's a statute of limitations, right, is because it is the case, right, that or the reason why it's in a civil case is not disputing the fact that it's a legitimate thing that he did. And the only reason it's in a civil case is because of statute of limitations. If you want to look specifically at the case, right, there are plenty of other civil cases for sexual abuse in the context of New York, right, because of the statute of limitation laws on criminal courts, right, where abusers have been held accountable, right, like say who assaulted children in the context of the Catholic Church, right? In those circumstances, thousands of different people have been held accountable. Are you saying you don't accept any of those cases?
No, I'm saying I would not have that bar from me voting somebody to the presidency if I felt that I didn't believe the case. It's that simple, Parker. I don't believe E. Jean Carroll.
Wait, so do you
We can talk about other cases?
I asked you, did you accept those other civil cases? So yes.
I don't even know the cases you're talking about, so it would be ignorant for me to say yes or no and a blanket.
Okay.
I take it case by case.
Okay, so to clarify, right, you wouldn't just typically accept like things from the American court system.
No, absolutely not. Look at O.J. Simpson.
Okay, well then I'll ask you this
Big
question.
brain. What? Okay, was O.J.
I'll ask you
Simpson?
this question.
Did O.J. Simpson do it or did he not?
Oh, I would say that he's likely liable, but like if we talk about specifically
but he was
can I
held that he
please,
wasn't.
Jesus
So
Christ, right? For example, people who are arrested, right, for being in the country undocumented. Are you saying that because it is the case that are you saying that they don't have sufficient reason to arrest them?
Parker, the point I was making was I simply do not believe E. Jean Carroll, and I take each court case how I view it.
You haven't heard about the cases in specific, so why
Correct.
do you say
So
that they should be deported if you haven't heard about the case in specific?
Because here's the difference: they're not citizens, so their level of scrutiny here is quite low. If you are caught committing a crime by simply just being here illegally,
how do you know if they're citizens or not? You haven't looked at the case.
Well, I thought that's what you just said. Did you not just say?
No, that's the claim. The claim is that they're in the country undocumented. And if you haven't looked at the case, you said you can't make a determination on the case. How can you say that they're undocumented without looking at the case?
I'll tell you.
If you don't typically accept the American court system.
I'll tell you. Due process is not where they identify.
You don't know if they have you haven't looked at the case. You don't know if they have a social.
No.
Parker, due process going in front of the judge is not where
now
they
you accept due process.
You.
Oh, now he's accepting due process.
No,
now he accepts the American court system.
I'm not. I'm actually countering due process because you guys keep yapping about due process. The identification process happens at booking. You do not go in front of a judge without knowing who you are. You are fully identified before you are in front of a magistrate or any judge in this country. Due process is not where they fingerprint you in front of the jury and be like, oh, he is a citizen, he gets to stay. Like, no,
Those are
It's-
aspects of the American court system. If you accept the information from the American court system, why are you disputing it here?
I just gave you a perfect example of how the American court system has failed. Example,
That doesn't mean
O.J.
it's likely.
Simpson.
It doesn't mean it's likely wrong. Wait, so you think
No,
that
I
he
didn't. I
wasn't?
never said it was likely. No one, one Tesler never said, "quote the system is likely wrong." I said again, I take it case by case. If there's a big case that is consequential to either society or my vote or something like that, I will look at it. And oftentimes I do agree with the decision, and oftentimes I don't. Do you agree with Casey Anthony getting off? Because Casey Anthony was innocent, right? Or how about who's the guy Spacey, Kevin Spacey, the pervert? Is he innocent? But he was let go. So Parker, there are real questions you have to ask yourself when you just say, "Oh, they found him this, they found him that." There are cases that people get found guilty or not guilty, and they could be wrong. There's people who've been on death row or unalive row, sorry, who are then found years later after they've been unalived by our government justly that they've been wrong. So this notion that like all hail the courts and they're always right is dangerous. You can have an
Also,
opinion.
may I add something?
No. So I'm still in a conversation with him. Please let me
Okay.
finish the conversation with him. I let him speak the whole time. I would love to be able to respond to him, given that he said a bunch of stuff that was just completely ridiculous. All right, I never made the claim the court system is always right. What I made the claim is it's most likely accurate. Given that it's most likely accurate, right, you're going to accept it in typical, right? You're saying that you don't have sufficient or good enough reason to accept it in typical and that you can't make a determination on the case if you haven't individually looked at the case, but then you're willing to say that people should be deported without individually looking at the cases. That's my issue, is that you're not willing to hold the
Because
same.
they're here illegally.
Am I able to finish a statement? Jesus Christ, man.
Don't crash out. It's simple. They're here illegally.
No,
we're not
I'm not.
talking.
I'm
We're
not
not
able.
talking about. We're not talking about jail.
I'm gonna mute you. Is that fine? Is that fine? Because I let you speak. I would love to be able to speak myself. Is that fine? Thank you very much. So again, if you want to talk about the American court system, right, you have to be willing to accept the implications of the beliefs in that you state, right? If you believe it in certain scenarios, right, based upon conditions in which you have not specifically looked into, well, then I don't know why you'd be specifically disputing it in that context, utilizing those specific reasons, given you didn't do it in other reasons, such as in the cases with undocumented immigrants. Do you want to address that point?
Yeah, because you just ended by saying undocumented immigrants. Therefore, it's done. It's over. I don't even care to look at the case. If you are even being investigated for a crime and it turns out you're here illegally, that's a crime. And the remedy for that crime, Parker, is deportation. Simple. I don't care. I don't
what
care
should I
about the
say?
facts of the case. All you need to say
He
is
doesn't care
they're
about the facts of the case. You
undocumented.
see what I mean?
If they're undocumented, no, because they
Yeah,
should
you
be
see what I mean?
deported at that point. It doesn't matter.
You
They're
don't know if
undocumented.
they're undocumented, my guy.
We do, because
You
we
haven't
know
looked
that
at the
before
individual.
they go to.
You haven't looked
They
at the individual case based upon the knowledge claim that you specifically just made about undocumented immigrants, about them specifically being undocumented, is the same type of knowledge claim the jury makes specifically when holding Donald Trump liable for sexual abuse.
No, it's not though,
Yes,
because
it is.
due process is not where they identify somebody.
Yes, it is.
Identification happens at booking. No, it's not.
No,
You
in
are
the
wrong.
within due process,
You're wrong.
Within due process for deportation, it's going to take into account whether or not someone is undocumented in the first place. It's how they verify whether or not they're in the country undocumented, or whether or not they had legal citizenship or legal papers to be in the country. Right. So what you're not understanding is that that's what's determined in the context of the court system. You're claiming for some reason that it's known prior to the context of the court system.
It is. We know if people are citizens or not. You have a social security number.
I
Or you
understand.
don't.
I understand. But the processing of that happens within the context of the court system. Do you agree with
No,
that?
it doesn't. It happens
does.
during booking.
It does. You're just
It
wrong.
doesn't.
You're just totally wrong.
Okay, I know. All right, I'm totally wrong. Well, you
The
can tell all those
processing of
people
that
were just
obviously
flown
happens
out
in
of
the
this
court
country. Okay. You're entitled to your opinion. I'm
It's not
entitled
an
to
opinion.
mine.
I'm describing
is.
what happens in the court system.
Okay. At the same token, though, you're under this assumption that there's an entire trial that goes to decide whether somebody is here legally or not. It is very cut and dry. These are not trials with juries. This is a single person going up in front of a judge for literally 5 or 10 minutes for an immigration court case to determine citizenship. It's not like they're presenting 10 exhibits in a cross-examination to determine citizenship.
Exactly. The basis that you have specifically with the jury is going to be better than the basis that you have specifically with just a judge without a jury.
Sure. Now we ask ourselves, Parker, how do we get to this conversation? We were talking about Donald Trump and
Because
how
you
I don't
because you
believe.
accept due process when it comes to situations with undocumented immigrants, but you don't accept that due process when it comes to Donald Trump. Not with the
No,
criminal
you're
cases, not with the civil cases.
you're a sympathizer for illegal immigrants, and it doesn't help your party. And I know you're big in this party, and I suggest that
Absolutely. Undocumented immigrants who are in the country have not committed violent crimes or bad crimes are good fucking people. And the fact that you sit
that's
here
why
and
you lost the election.
dehumanize them and act like they don't deserve the same types of rights and recognition as other U.S. citizens, I think is ridiculous and insane.
Well, Parker, I hope you move forward with that thought because that's why you lost every single
It
swing
isn't why we
state.
lost. No,
Yes,
it's
it
not.
is. You lost to a felon, a 34-count felon, to the most qualified
You
person
think
ever.
I'm the
apparently.
candidate, or do you think I'm the
No,
candidate?
no. Your side is you guys
No,
were
I'm
up here
not.
pounding your chest like a silverback gorilla saying
Kamala Harris is not the same position as
that
me.
Harris was going to win all summer. We all heard it, dude.
I didn't make any types of claims.
Yes, you did.
I didn't make a claim of specifically who's going to win in any legitimate sense. I said that I don't know, and
Yes, you did.
I said that it could go either way.
Yeah, no, you didn't.
Tesla.
You and the squad and everybody.
I literally did.
Harris had the best.
Stop fucking gaslighting me. It's really annoying. That's what I said.
Okay,
Don't tell me what I said.
Just take it in the teeth, dude.
I will if I actually did say that.
So-
I didn't
so-
say that. You
Then
lying
back to the
POS.
original point that you're sympathizing with illegal immigration.
Absolutely.
That is not a message that the people want to vote for.
I don't fucking care. It's what's morally
You do
correct.
care because now you
I don't
lost
care.
Roe v. Wade.
Tesla. I don't give a shit. I care what's morally correct. I'm not a fucking politician. I'm a human being with morals, ethics, and standards. And I am basing my position off of what's morally correct, not based upon what's going to get votes from fucking racist bigots. I don't give a flying fuck
Y'all
of what
are
racist
cooking.
bigots care or say about undocumented immigrants. Undocumented immigrants deserve dignity, deserve human rights. They deserve to be able to stay in the country if they have not committed a violent crime or a bad crime. You are literally trying to restrict
It's the
people from coming to the
unpopular
country
opinion, though,
for no
Parker.
reason. I don't care if
You're
it's an
the
unpopular opinion.
opinion then.
I don't care if it's
You-
an unpopular
Well,
opinion.
so Parker, you can't just say you don't care because you're going to continue to lose elections if your party.
I'm
is
not a
pushing your-
politician.
But do you not care about ID? Like you say you care about women, and I'm not meaning this to be disingenuous. I do believe you care about women. I do believe you are passionate about these. I'm not. I know I sound like an asshole. I think you're genuine with what you believe in. There needs to be a consensus and a compromise. You can't just say that like
I don't
the
compromise on human
Republicans-
rights and bigotry. That's just ridiculous.
So, okay, then if you refuse to have any sort of control on the southern border and kicking people out of this country who shouldn't be here, you won't win elections. That's why you lost so big. And I'm scared that
Dude,
you guys. are
why?
gonna have
Dude,
a
this guy
candidate
is
who's
so
doing the same
ridiculous.
thing.
He's so ridiculous. I'm not the
I
party.
know I'm ridiculous that
Hey,
you lost every swing
Tesla,
state.
Tesla. I'm not the party. I'm not the party. I don't know what you're talking
No,
about.
but you're a mouthpiece for it, dude. You're like a
I
little
say
trumpet for the-
that Kamala
for the
Harris is
party.
better. That's all I say.
And you know your worth. You talk to hundreds of thousands, if not millions of people on this app. So be proud of what you do and own what you do. And I don't agree with you, but I admire that you are up here every night and your grind. But I think listen, I'm not up here to give you advice because I'm not a know-it-all, but I'm just saying this.
Then stop
It is
giving me
just
advice and
crazy.
respond to my fucking points. It's so annoying.
What-
It's actually really
I did
frustrating.
respond to your
It's really
points.
frustrating that you're not responding
did.
to any of my points, and you're just like
I
you're gonna-
responded to all of them. That's
Can
why
you
you're
listen?
worked
Can
up
you
right
listen to
now.
what I'm saying before I have to mute you every single time that I speak because you're not willing to engage with the points that I'm bringing up?
No, you're
Thank you
just
very-
getting emotional.
Because you're not engaging with the points that I'm bringing up. I've been incredibly nice to everyone, to literally everyone. You are an insufferable POS. Now be quiet and let me speak so I can engage with this because you're not engaging with the points that I'm bringing up. Okay. I'm not a politician. I don't have to have positions based upon what people want to hear from me. I have the position specifically that I have because I think that they're morally accurate. If you want to engage with that particular perspective, engage with that perspective for what it is. Don't say, oh, you're losing elections because that is the case that you think undocumented immigrants should have human rights. Okay, respond and tell me why you think undocumented immigrants don't deserve human rights. Don't tell me you're losing elections because you believe people should have dignity.
Okay. Yeah. Having the right to come into America is not a human right. Simple.
No.
That is where we disagree.
No, okay. Listen, I'm talking about human rights and dignity. I'm talking about like how people are treated. Now, coming into the country, I do think it's a legitimate right for people to come into the country, given that they haven't committed a violent crime or bad crime. I think that they should be allowed to be citizens. I think that it's a safer process if you make the pathway to citizenship faster. Very, very, very simple.
But that's not a human. Like Parker, you can have a position and say, I believe this. But when you use the backbone of, I believe in this because it's human rights, you're then assuming I'm this like insufferable piece of shit
You
who
are.
has no morals. And you can have that position, but it doesn't work for you. It's common sense to say that people do not want legal immigration pouring through the border. We're not saying we don't want immigrants as a whole, maybe some MAGA, but not most of them. But you're up here just saying, I believe in this and it's righteous and it's human rights. So I'm the correct one and you're the wrong one. So there is a right and wrong with you. And the difference is I think you're entitled to your opinion. You don't think I'm entitled to mine. You think my opinions are so insufferable and bad for humanity that like if you had the right to take my vote away, I guarantee you would. And if you wouldn't, then it doesn't make sense of all the things you're saying up here.
What? How?
If you had the right,
What? I have to
Simple.
argue that you shouldn't have the right to vote for me to be consistent with my worldview.
No.
Shut up. Be quiet. Stop yapping on my stream. Stop saying dumb shit. Okay? Engage with what I have to say on legitimate critiques. Don't just say dumb shit on my live. Like don't say dumb shit on my live. Like I have to believe that you shouldn't have the right to vote to be consistent with my worldview. Ridiculous. Okay? I don't have the assumption that you're a POS. I have had a conversation with you, and you are a POS. Point blank. Period. I'm engaging with you for what you've said. I'm not just assuming that with every person who comes on the live. I have conversations with people every single day. You can watch my lives, 5 to 6 hours of debates every single day, right? You are not engaging with what I have to say.
Parker, I've engaged with every single point.
No, you haven't.
Okay, well that's why everybody in the chat and everybody else is saying that I have. So if you want to just sit up here,
why do you every single time I critique your position, you're like, well, everyone else says this.
I
Okay,
never.
can you
never
respond? Give me an actual argument. Give me an actual argument. Not like everyone else says this.
Said,
like,
remember when you said, "Why do I look at every case?" And I gave you specific examples of where our legal system was wrong, and you said nothing about it. What do you think about the OJ case? Yeah, the OJ case. What do you think about it?
Yeah. So again, I typically accept civil cases, right? In the context of the civil case did determine that he was liable.
I'm talking about the justice system. Answer my question. You're pivoting points. What do you think about the OJ case?
I was directly answering the question.
No, you weren't. You went to talk about civil. Was the OJ case a right decision by our justice system?
The civil liability claims held him liable, so I believe that those were legitimate.
Okay, what about Casey Anthony?
I don't know who that is.
You don't know who Casey Anthony is?
No.
Okay. Well, I can't even explain it. I would encourage you to look it up because it was another failure of our justice system. But there are times where our justice system fails. You are critiquing
you know what's really annoying? I've already responded to this point multiple times, and I want you to.
No, you didn't. You pivot to saying, well, I generally agree that civil liable cases are correct. Like pivoting from the criminal cases. And the only reason Trump's case wasn't criminal is because she waited 30 years to say it. Yeah, that's how conversation works.
Years, 23 years.
Oh, sorry, 23. Well, that's why it was civil and not criminal.
Yeah, that's
because maybe she should have spoke up sooner then.
It's because of the shitty laws that exist in the context of New York. You say, well, she should have just spoken earlier. Are you really going to say that she's responsible for this? Because that's victim blaming. You're saying
that's
victim
what you're saying. I'm saying she should have came back.
He's rage baiting. He's totally rage baiting. Can you stop? Let me speak. I let you speak every single fucking time. Every single fucking time you speak. You don't let me speak any of the times. He just doesn't do it. Okay, I literally like please be quiet. Like I just can't do. It's actually so frustrating to talk to you.
Namaste.
Deep breath, Parker. You got this, man.
Michael, do you want me to kick you out of the live? Just a real question.
No, I've been good. I've been waiting.
Were you able to read? Honestly, were you able to read that? He's just every single time I speak.
No, Parker. I'm just saying. I'm gonna let Michael have his. He's been waiting forever. We had a good talk. And I know you don't have a policy.
And I'm not even able to respond to you right now because I keep getting cut off, dude.
Parker, we've talked for like 30 minutes.
I can't speak. I can't speak when I'm talking to you.
Well, I thought we had a good talk. You clearly got walked a little bit and you're raging out about it. That's fine. I know you have your policy. You don't let other people up, so I won't come up again or double people up. It was a pleasure talking with you.
Don't leave. I want to be able to respond to what you're saying, but you keep speaking so that I can't respond to what you're saying.
Parker, I've let you respond.
You literally have not. Michael cut me off, right? And then when I tried to speak and then respond and speak right after that, you then cut me off
All
again.
right, I'll let you respond and do your thing, dude. My bad for over talking.
Okay. So again, when I'm just describing to you that like you're cutting me off and not letting me speak, and then you continue to cut me off and not letting me speak, and then act like I'm the one that's crazy, it makes it insufferable to have a conversation with you. I have genuine debates with people every single day. That's not engaging genuinely. It's really ridiculous. Okay. So yes, let's have a conversation. Let's have a debate. Let's engage with the points. But if you don't actually let me do that, then we're never going to have any productive dialogue here. Going back to the conversation specifically about E. Jean Carroll, right? About it being applicable. You said 30 years. It was 23 years specifically, right? In terms of 2019 when it was filed. The reason why she didn't come out immediately was because there are people around the entire United States that demean victims who come out, right? And hold them accountable and blame them specifically, right? For every single thing that they possibly could do. So it's an incredibly harmful, right, environment for victims to come out, especially if it is the case that they're trying to hold someone who's rich and powerful, right, accountable for what they've done, right? So that's specifically why. And then when you blame E. Jean Carroll for not coming out right away and say it's her fault that she wasn't able to do it in a criminal court, and that's why you don't accept it specifically, because it is the case that it's not in a criminal court and it's in a civil court. I appreciate the description. Thank you so much. Right. And you blame her for not coming out right away. Right. I think that's ridiculous because we should be blaming the laws that exist, right? That didn't allow for her to hold him accountable in a criminal court. Now you can respond.
Yeah, and now I'll end it with this.
I don't want to end. I want to have a debate on that.
We will. I am not under the position that I don't believe it simply because it's not in a criminal court. I wish this wasn't a criminal court because then guess what? They would have had DNA. They would have had other pieces of information. It would have been timely relevant. If you ask somebody with common sense in a sense of just, again, common sense here, you're asking somebody to recount what happened verbatim from 23 years ago, not 30, chat, 23 years ago, to give a timeline of events that happened. You have to have a level of scrutiny on that timeline. I'm 26 years old. I couldn't tell you an event that happened, even a traumatic one. I got hit by my stepdad at 15. I would say that's the most traumatic thing that happened to me. I couldn't tell you the timeline of events that night. I could tell you what happened. I could tell you I got hit, but I wouldn't be able to say, hey, at this time, this is what he did to me. And moreover, she went on CNN and rambled on about how grape isn't always physical and all this weird stuff to the point where they cut her off. So no, the position you just took that, oh, I simply don't believe her because it was a civil court and not a criminal one. No, that's not why. It's because it was he said, she said, and I don't believe what she said. It's simple. And I base my answer off of other examples of how the justice system has failed. And you ignored those, and that is that. You did. You said, oh, OJ was held civilly liable. No, OJ got away with murdering somebody. And that was known, and it is a stain on our country for it. So if he can get away with it, anybody can get away with anything. So the legal system is not perfect, and I can scrutinize it.
Okay, so he got away with murder. The civil liability held him accountable. So my standard held him accountable, right? So you're saying that if you don't accept civil liability claims, right, that it's going to be the case that you wouldn't have held him accountable because the criminal case is what didn't actually like hold him accountable. Secondly, right, she never said grape isn't physical, right? And then thirdly,
Yes, she did.
Can I please
She
finish?
said it on CNN.
That's just a
No,
lie.
because
I've
you just
watched the interview.
rebuked it. You're wrong.
Wait, I let him speak the whole time, even though I
All
heavily
right,
disagree with plenty of
you
the
speak.
points.
I'll find the clip
You
of
see
her
how
saying.
every single time I start speaking, you cut me off when I let you speak the
Because
entire
you're
time.
wrong.
And I wrote, you are wrong on every single point that you said. Practically every single point. I'm explaining how you were wrong right now. I would like you to listen. I literally wrote them down so I didn't cut you off. Okay? Right? You said that you couldn't tell me a timeline of it specifically happening. Actually, under your view, I don't have good reason to believe that you were hit by your parent. I actually do believe that you were hit, but under your perspective, I don't have good reason to believe that because it's he said, she said. And simply, I just don't believe what he said is good enough reason to not accept what you just told me. Okay? Would you accept that? Would you say that's a legitimate response to what you just said to me?
Absolutely. Absolutely. Because Parker, you saw no facts. You heard an account that I gave. There's two sides to every story. You simply heard this one Tesla on TikTok say, I got hit by my dad. I could be lying. You're literally taking just accounts from two people,
When people make those claims, typically they're accurate. That's why I would believe you, Tesla.
except when they lie.
Yes, you understand that when I say typically, it's going to be probabilistic. Okay,
And it's
so meaning
hypocrite
that
to
in
come out
some
with this right before presidency.
meaning in some circumstances, right, it's not going to be true, but in most circumstances it would. So I'll give you examples for grape accusations, right? 90 to 98% of the just claims, right, in the context of the court system are true claims. 2 to 10% are false accusations. That's just for accusations. If someone's held civilly liable, right, it's even less percent chance that it's wrong.
Sorry, what? Did you ask me a question?
He doesn't listen. I'll explain one more time. 2 to 10% likelihood of there being a false accusation of grape in the context of the American court system. Okay? If someone is held civilly liable of sexually abusing a woman, it means that there's an even less chance that there's a false accusation. Right? Because it is the case that it went through a rigorous process of court, of jury. And by the way, I just want to let everyone know in the TikTok, I am currently restricted right now on TikTok for fake engagement. I don't know what's happening. I don't know what fake engagement it's referencing. I have less views than normal. Like it's what? I recommend going over to YouTube. I'm gonna hit a restart on TikTok here very soon.
All right. Well, see, dude, you got cooked.
You're not gonna respond to what I just told you. I just said stuff and I literally like repeated it.
Again, you have an opinion. I have an opinion. We've established that our opinions are different. You asked me a question about, if because I said I got hit by my dad, if all of a sudden I said I don't believe that, I'm entitled to believe that. And I said, yes, you are. And you had no response because it's like you're not grasping these ideas that it's he said, she said. And I don't know why you're so hung up on E. Jean Carroll when there's all these issues going on in the world. You asked me why. Well, we'll end it here. You asked me why I
We're not
voted for
gonna end
Donald
it.
Trump.
You're trying to run away from the convo.
I'm not. You asked me why I voted for Donald Trump, and I said foreign policy and the border, and you're like playing the harp of E. Jean Carroll that not one person gives an absolute fucking any care about in this
You don't
election.
care about women who get sexually assaulted because you're a piece of shit, and that's the reason why women don't come out right away. You are the reason why women don't come out right away. Do you realize that? And then you blame women for not coming out right away, and you say it's less likely that they got assaulted because they didn't come out right away, or it's their fault they didn't come out right away and they weren't able to hold them accountable in a criminal court because of the statute of limitations and laws that were set up in place because of men like you that have shitty opinions that disenfranchise women who are assaulted. You understand that not only does this apply to women, it also applies to men who are assaulted too. You understand that it also applies to children who are assaulted. It also applies to people across the board. If you aren't willing to accept the scenarios that in plenty of situations where people are sexually assaulted, they don't have any other physical evidence specifically to relate to. And it is the case that we accept the context and the reliability of literally them saying that it happened to them and other types of sort of evidence, like whether it be friends that they told, whether it be people around them, whether it be therapists or psychiatrists verifying the trauma, whether that be the fact that there is a address, right? And it's the case the person who was assaulted them was not trying to give up their DNA, which could indicate that there would be a greater likelihood of them being guilty, right? It could be various types of things that could be indicative of the fact that this person did it. And the fact that you're not willing to accept it based upon that is ridiculous because I gave you a standard, right? I showed you that typically within the context of society, you're willing to believe people when they make claims of things that have happened to them because it is the case that it's likely to be true. It is not always true. Someone could be lying to you, but you accept it because it's very likely to be true until you have good reason to indicate otherwise. Right. But you aren't willing to apply that to any of these scenarios. You're just willing to say that, oh, because other problems exist in the world, that I'm not okay in talking about the fact that E. Jean Carroll was assaulted and that we should believe E. Jean Carroll.
No, I told you.
The fact of the matter is that if E. Jean Carroll were your daughter, you would believe her.
No, I don't believe E. Jean Carroll. In fact, I just pulled up the video. I'm not going to. I mean, I don't want to ruin your life because she says grape twice. She goes, I don't think grape is an assault. I think for a lot of people, it's fantasy. Do you want me to fucking play it?
No,
Do you want me to play it?
No, what she says
No,
specifically, you can play it.
No,
Go
I
for
have it.
Play
Okay.
Think of rape as it is a violent assault. It is not.
I think most people think of rape as being sexy.
You just played it. I think most people think this. She doesn't think of that.
Think of the fantasies.
Tesla, oh my God, he's not listening. She said, I think most people think this. She never said that you should think this, right? She was specifically bringing up the fact that grape culture exists and that these are harmful views that people
that's why
have.
and it cut her off.
These, if you actually watch the interview, right? She's Tesla. Shut the flying fuck up and listen to the words that are coming out of my mouth. You are insufferable. You are insufferable. I'm trying to speak and explain it to you, and you're not trying to listen.
I don't believe her.
Shut up. I don't care if you don't believe. Fucking listen to the words that are coming out of my mouth. You absolute POS. You're so fucking insufferable to talk to. Incredibly insufferable to talk to. Listen to the
20 times. It's not going to change.
I'm going to kick him. I'm done. I can't engage with that person anymore. I will never engage in conversations with people such as that because they are not willing to engage with what I have to say. Literally not willing to engage at all. All right. I'm explaining it to him and he just has to cut me off every single time I spoke. Total fucking waste of time. That person is a total waste of space. Like, I have to have so much fucking patience with people, and then I get people like that test my patience so fucking far. So fucking far. It's totally his fault. Totally his fault. Dude, I literally talk to people all the fucking time who are incredibly respectful, who are incredibly nice, who have productive dialogue. That person is not willing to have productive dialogue. They're not actually engaging legitimately. I'm going to hit a restart because of all the issues that are happening on TikTok. I recommend to go over to the YouTube channel. I hate people like that. They're the fucking worst people to talk to on the planet. I fucking hate people like that. I really hate that person. I'll say thank you to some people real quick. I mean, I'm sorry to get so mad. Everyone's just like, those people fucking deserve it. They're horrible people. What a fucking terrible person. Haley, thank you so much for the $10. Thank you so much. I really appreciate it. Thank you. Eli, thank you so much. I really appreciate the $10. Thank you. Jane, thank you so much for the $10. I appreciate it. Ask yourself, thank you for the $2. Banivator, thank you so much for the $10. Thank you. Jacqueline, thank you so much for the $2. Charles, thank you so much for the $10. I appreciate it. Thank you so much. Yep, Charles, exactly my point. Coral, thank you so much for the $50. Thank you so much. I really appreciate it. Thank you so much. I really appreciate it, Coral. Of course, I will always fight to do that. Thank you so much. I really appreciate it. Thank you so much, Coral. Caleb, thank you for the $5. Thank you so much. Absolutely, I appreciate it. Jesse, thank you for the $2. Patton, thank you so much for the $5. I appreciate it. Kimmy, thank you for the $5. Thank you. Absolutely, I always will. Soul, thank you so much for the $5. Thank you. I know they don't care about human rights. JG, thank you so much. Appreciate the $2. Ollie, thank you for the £2. Bandivator, thank you for the $5. Hatton, thank you for the $2. Zoe, thank you for the membership subscription. Crystal, thank you so much for the $2. Thank you. Kim, thank you for the $2 as well. Jeanette, thank you so much for the $5. I really appreciate it. And Jelly, thank you so much for the $1, like a few times. Thank you so much. I really appreciate it. Thank you. And for the $7, thank you. Stephanie, thank you for the $3. Thank you. I really appreciate it. Danielle, thank you so much for the $10. Sid with the $25. Thank you so much. I really appreciate it. Thank you. Oh, maybe he saw me crashing out on that person. Jeez. Oh my gosh. Yeah, I typically am not trying to crash out recently, but that person really tests my fucking. They test it, dude. Ducky, thank you for the $20. Thank you so much. And Amanda, thank you for the $5. And Danielle, thank you. Paulette, thank you so much. I appreciate the $20. I did get rid of the POS. Thank you. All right, Everett, I'm going to go turn on my AC real quick. Give me 1 second. I literally just need 30 seconds. I'm like sweating. The AC was literally off, dude. That's why. Oh my god. No wonder I was fucking dying. No wonder I was dying. The AC's off, bro. So brutal. So brutal. Yo, the chaos. Thank you so much. I appreciate the $20. Thank you so much for keep fighting the good fight. I really appreciate it. Thank you. Thank you so much. The chaos. Thank you. As well as Eki. Thank you so much for the $10. Thank you. I would love to do some atheist debates here pretty soon. I think I was going to do a live someday here pretty soon where I do that. I just feel super comfortable with the topic. And I'm like, I've been wanting to do it. It's like 75 degrees. No, it's even warmer here. It's even warmer. It's literally like, actually, it's not even that warm right now. Not even that warm, but yeah, it is a little bit hot. All right, Michael. Michael's back. Rachel, thank you for the $5. Kind, thank you for the $5. Thank you. All right, go ahead, Michael. You can speak now.
I think we just let the views get a little bit more up before I speak.
No, you can start.
All right. Can you even remember what we were talking about after that long conversation?
Not at all. Go for it.
I think we were talking about the Budapest Memorandum. All right. So after doing some research, actually reading the 2-page document, because that's all it is, I found out that we were both wrong. You were wrong in the way that we have no legal obligation to defend Ukraine. And I was wrong.
I never said there was a legal obligation.
Well, what did you say, Parker? Because that's what I heard you say. What did you say?
I said, if it is the case that they gave up their nuclear weapons, we would defend them. That was an agreement.
Okay, yeah, and we're not legally obligated to do that.
Yeah, no one made that claim.
Okay, so yeah, I'm completely happy that we're out of that war funding nonsense.
Well, we're not funding nonsense. We were containing Russia.
Containing Russia, or were we attacking Russia? And I mean, you say we were defending Ukraine, but really, people in Ukraine were still unaliving. We were just creating more unaliving, is what we were doing.
I'm sorry. I'm sorry. Do you think that they would have preferred we didn't fund them?
No, of course they want money.
So they would have preferred to be funded so that they can defend themselves against Russia. What you're engaging in is Russian propaganda. You bought the Russian bot propaganda.
No. Of course they want free money that they don't got to pay back. I would want that too.
So some of it they did have to pay back.
Joe Biden, give me $230 billion. I won't pay it back. I'm good with that.
Part of it they did have to pay back, and the other part was literally like stuff we already had that was military equipment just sitting there.
Yeah, they had to pay back in raw minerals deal negotiated by President Donald Trump. Let's go. That's why I voted for him.
You understand there would be like a deal to actually get it paid back, given that they would have been able to contain Russia, right? So like you're not understanding is that like your set of agreement doesn't actually like maintain our ability to get it paid back, because it doesn't maintain that Ukraine will be a country to pay it back.
Really, you kind of lost me there with that.
Yeah, your setup here with the critical mineral deal didn't maintain that Ukraine will stay a country insofar as that it could pay it back.
Well, yeah, that might be true, but at least we're locked in with that. I don't know. You said it followed through. I mean, you looked it up.
Yeah, they said that there was a sign, but it doesn't mean that there is going to be conditions in which will literally allow for that to happen. People are saying your following list is concerning. What's on your following list, bro?
I don't know. It's follow for follow. I don't know.
What do you mean, Hunter? Thank you for the $20 on PayPal. Thank you so much. I appreciate it, Hunter.
What's so concerning about it?
I don't know. People are saying that there's concerning.
Yeah, of course. Everything's so concerning all the time.
They say there's minors. You follow minors?
Could my little sister be a minor? Is it follow for follow too?
I think there's a little bit more than just your quote unquote little sister.
Does it? All right. Does it not say follow for follow on my account? You think I bet every account I follow? Is it a reason for you to run away from conversation?
No, I just don't think you should be following minors.
Well, fuck. Should I go through every profile and try and look
Yes.
at some of these people? I can't even tell if they're minors. They have a fake photo of their profile picture.
If
Like,
I can click on their account and
don't
see that
think I'm
they're a
gonna do that.
minor, you can click on their account and see that they're a minor.
I just hit follow back. I'm sorry. I didn't know that was such a sin.
Yeah. You shouldn't be following minors. Would you want like adults following your
Didn't even
kids?
know.
Would you
Well,
want
do you know
adults
there's-
following your kids?
There's actually a lot of adults who follow young kids on YouTube. Did you know that?
Wait, you're totally okay with following like little kids?
Me personally, no.
Okay, well then you should go to your own following list, bro. All right, we're gonna get the next person up here. Why is Tesla back in the box, bro? All right, we're gonna get the next person up here.
Bro, why'd you bring me up again, dude?
Why'd you get back in the box?
What are you doing?
We're gonna get the next person up here.
Bro, why'd you bring me up again?
I didn't get a response, so I kicked him. All right, let's go to the next person. Only send a guest request if you did vote for Donald Trump. Yo, what's up? How old are you?
18.
What's your birth year?
August 10th, 2004. Fuck me, Parker.
We are just looking for some debates. Only send a guest request if you did vote for Donald Trump. I think the restriction might still be in effect. I don't know what's going on with TikTok. It's like all my accounts. Like it's acting so weird. Yo, what's up? How old are you?
Oh, how you doing, buddy?
Did you vote for Donald Trump?
No, I didn't, but I just wanted to say I commend you for coming up there and really giving it to the they're almost I don't I don't know, I want to call them it's almost like a cult, right? I'm just saying, but I really don't understand how anybody with any common sense could vote for an animal like Donald. And I mean, just look at his pictures there. I mean, he's so unpresidential looking. He's not handsome. And again, when you're elderly, right? And again, you want to be doing things that elderly people do, not try to run the country. And last thing before I let you go, and to show people how bad and how they can't articulate even the mentality of how corrupt Donald Trump is. Let's go back to Mike Pence when he tried to have Mike not, send over the election. I mean, and for Mike Pence to stand up to him, I really commend Mike Pence. And that shows you the type of dirtbag Donald Trump is. So that's all I wanted to say. And I thank you for bringing me up.
I appreciate you coming up. All right, everyone. Only send a guest request if you did vote for Donald Trump. We are just looking for some debates. Please, everyone, only send a guest request if you did vote for Donald Trump. Yo, what's up? How old are you?
45.
Did you vote for Donald Trump?
Sure did.
Why so?
We're really the only option we had.
What?
Was really the only option that we had.
Okay. Kamala Harris was the other option. Why'd you pick Donald Trump over Kamala Harris?
Well, Kamala Harris, there's lots of reasons that she was not a good option, but the worst reason, she was the most liberal senator. Yeah, she was very liberal, extremely liberal.
How is she more liberal than Bernie Sanders?
Well, okay, so maybe I misspoke. Maybe she's the second most liberal. Bernie's a coup too, but
how is she more liberal than Elizabeth Warren?
She's very more liberal than Warren, but
how so?
Well, I don't know excuse me. I don't know Elizabeth Warren's background. I don't follow Pocahontas.
Okay. Weird that you're using that terminology, but okay. So you don't know anything. You don't know, you just said that because you've heard that on the internet.
You don't know who Pocahontas is?
So I'm asking you, like, what do you think is liberal about Kamala Harris that you disagree with?
Well, hold on. Are you the guy that like follows Charlie Kirk around like a little lapdog?
We're not gonna have a productive dialogue, are we?
You are the guy, aren't you? You're Charlie Kirk's little lapdog.
I've literally gone to 2 campuses where Charlie Kirk was at.
Yeah, you're obsessed with the guy, aren't you?
Going to 2 campuses is not obsession.
That's 2 more campuses than I've ever gone to, and I think he's a pretty cool guy. But a lot smarter than you are, anyways.
You're not filming content and debating people. And you say he's smarter. Can you name one point he ever beat me on?
Well, anything he's ever debated you on, he's just destroyed you.
Give me a specific point he's beat me on.
But even better than that, you know what? The best part of my best thing with you, Parker, was
I
election night,
asked you,
watching
can you
cry.
name a specific point of him beating me?
Could not.
No,
I can't thank you enough.
No,
man.
you can't. You
thank
can't
enough
name
for
it.
Crying.
You can't name it.
Crying.
He can't.
Election night.
He can't
You
name
bawled, dude. You were fucking bawling on
He
election
can't name
night.
it.
He's beat you at
You
anything.
can't
he's
tell
debated you
me.
on.
Name a specific point that Charlie Kirk beat me on.
What a woman was. He destroyed you on what a woman was.
Really? What about it?
Destroyed you.
What about it? What was the specific point?
He destroyed you.
Where he couldn't tell me what a man is, and he said that I was just looking at one. He couldn't tell me what it was.
Yeah, he's a man. You're not a man.
I defined what a woman is. He couldn't define what a man is.
What's a woman, Parker?
An adult human that's committed towards the social and cultural norms that are typically associated with the female sex with an express purpose of identity.
No, a woman is your mom is probably a woman.
Probably.
We hope so.
Well, I thought you would say my mom is a woman, right? You're not sure?
Well, does she still identify as a woman, Parker?
Well, is that how you base gender?
That's how you do.
I'm asking if that's how you do it, because I was asking you based upon your definition.
A woman is a person born with XY chromosomes, give birth.
And XY chromosomes, really?
Or excuse me, XX. I'm sorry. Yes, you're right. I screwed up.
Okay, well, I have a question. Are you Christian?
No, I'm not.
You're not Christian.
No.
I don't know why you're saying Charlie Kirk's so much smarter than me when he used Christianity to explain this. Interesting. But when it comes to people who have XX chromosomes, right? Not everyone who has XX chromosomes is actually right a woman, because it is the case there are plenty of people with XX chromosomes that every other biological sex characteristic they have are male sex characteristics, but they still have XX chromosomes. And the same thing can be true the other way around. You can have XY chromosomes, and every other biological sex characteristic you have is female.
That's just factually not true. Not true.
Yes, it is. So there are people who are intersex.
Is that a question or a statement?
There are people who are intersex is a statement.
So you're making the statement.
You don't have a response to that? You just said it's factually not true that intersex people exist. There are probably intersex people in the live that are watching this that are laughing at you.
You said it was a statement, so what would I respond to that? You made a statement.
You don't think you can respond to statements? Don't you have a disagreeing statement?
I mean, it's really more of an opinion. It's not a fact. You're entitled to your opinion, but you're
intersex people exist is a fact. That's a fact. The existence of intersex people is not my opinion, it's a fact. I have the opinion that facts are true, so obviously I have the opinion that intersex people exist, but it's a fact that they exist.
If we got any intersex people in the chat, let us know. I bet you there's none because they don't exist.
Harrison, thank you for the $10. Thank you. Dakota, thank you for the $5. Thank you so much. I would say just listen to my debates. That's probably the best way. The best way is use facts. There are some people in the comment section that have said. Johnny, thank you so much for the $50. Thank you so much. I really appreciate it. Thank you so much. I really appreciate it, Johnny. Thank you for the $50. I really appreciate it. Go ahead. You were
Parker,
saying?
were you born a boy or a girl?
A boy.
Are you cis?
Mm-hmm.
Well, I thought maybe you were a girl.
So you couldn't tell that I was a man?
I can't tell you that you're a man, no.
You couldn't?
No. I've never seen a man swoon over someone like Charlie Kirk like you do.
Okay, so I have XY chromosomes, so Are you saying that someone who has XY chromosomes isn't a man?
Are you sure you have XY chromosomes?
Positive.
You gotta look in your pants to see for sure.
Did you really just ask me that question?
I did.
That was really cringe.
That's fine.
Like,
I've never.
do you even know what you
I've
just
never
said?
seen a man cry over an election like you did election night.
Okay.
Ever.
Do you? I have a question. One, I didn't like cry on stream. That's definitely not something I did. No, I actually I explicitly.
You were like, why?
I explicitly
you do-
didn't. But I will just be true as a person. Obviously, I was emotionally impacted, and off of stream, obviously, I was emotionally impacted, right? Because it is the case that I put a lot of my effort, right, into this election, and I really was not wanting to see the negative impacts that we're seeing right now.
What are some of the negative impacts in your mind?
Yeah, it would be specifically Donald Trump pulling out of the World Health Organization, defunding the CDC. It would be Donald Trump specifically defunding Medicaid, right? Doing massive tax breaks for millionaires and billionaires that add massive levels to the debt, right? And increase the deficit to higher levels than we ever saw under Biden, including in times during COVID when we required more spending. We can also point to specifically Donald Trump's detrimental tariffs that create uncertainty in the market and destroy our supply chains. We can point to the fact that manufacturing is stagnant under Trump's first administration and currently now. We can talk about the fact that Donald Trump was held civilly liable for sexually abusing a woman. Right? We can talk about a million things that will show that Donald Trump is a horrible person for candidate for president of the United States.
You really like that civilly liable thing, don't you? You ride that thing to death.
Yeah, I will acknowledge that Donald Trump is a sexual abuser because I am a human being with empathy.
You do realize that being civilly liable for something is not criminally liable, correct?
Do you accept criminal cases?
Yes. Well,
so you accept the criminal cases against Donald Trump?
No.
Okay. So again, even if it was a criminal case, you wouldn't accept it. Okay, buddy. Can you stop touching your microphone? It's really hard to hear.
It was a civil case, not a criminal case.
Yeah, but even if it was a criminal case, you wouldn't accept it.
But it wasn't. So that.
Wait. So then why are you saying that if you wouldn't accept it either way? Why are you saying that if you wouldn't accept it either way?
We can talk about what ifs all day long. He was not criminally charged for E. Jean Carroll. E. Jean Carroll's a joke, anyways.
You wouldn't accept it anyway. I have a question. Where did E. Jean Carroll get assaulted? What store?
I could care less, man.
He has never looked into the case.
She probably doesn't even remember.
She does. She does. She has it in the case. Bergdorf Goodman. You didn't know that because you didn't look into the case at all. You didn't do one fucking ounce of research. Zach, thank you for the $20. Thank you so much. I really appreciate it. Thank you so much. As well as ask yourself, thank you for the $5. Thank you.
Hey, I got one last question. You can let me go. Are you and Dean brothers?
You're gonna run away?
I don't. I mean, I'll stay as long as you want me to. But
are you gonna be a beta male and leave?
Are you and Dean brothers?
Yes, man. We're brothers.
Like same mommy and daddy?
Yep.
Really?
Yeah.
I was wondering. That says a lot. That actually explains a lot.
Mm-hmm. What does that explain?
Well, you guys are kind of the same thing. I mean,
how are we the same thing?
Well, if you watch your lives, you guys, and I see you guys do lives together a lot too. But I was wondering if you guys were related. That's interesting.
Yeah. Did you know Dean is a Parker clone?
Say what?
Did you know Dean is a Parker clone?
I did not. That's amazing. So what about your boy Biden?
What about him?
Do you think that he was competent to be in office?
More competent than you, but no.
You don't think he was competent?
No, neither is Trump.
Well, Trump, I guess you could argue he's not competent, but the guy at least is accessible, where Biden was not.
What do you mean accessible?
I mean, he talks to the media more than any other president I've ever seen.
That's not necessarily a good thing. That's the only thing he's doing as president. He's not really doing much else.
Oh, he's doing a lot. I mean, the tariffs are starting to kick in. We're starting to see some good trade
The
deals.
tariffs are
coming in.
paused currently.
Well, yeah, but
what trade deal did we get?
If you look at all this money coming in from Saudi Arabia,
that's not good.
Why?
Saudi Arabia, Trump helped last time. Saudi Arabia helped commit a genocide in Yemen, bombing and starving Yemeni children.
Yeah, I mean, there's some definitely bad shit out there, but we still do business with countries and them paying us is better than us paying them.
How about we just don't take money from a country that's doing that, you know?
Well, if we weren't $34 million or $1 trillion in debt, we probably could do that, but we need.
Well, then why is Donald Trump signing off on more debt-related spending than the Biden-Harris administration?
What did he sign off this more debt?
Well, the big beautiful bill that he's referencing will increase.
First of all, that hasn't completely passed yet. It got through the House, correct?
Is he wanting it to be passed?
Oh yeah, and how much is that going to add to that?
That will massively increase, right? The debt.
How much is that supposed to add to the debt, in your estimation?
Last time I checked, it was 1.9 trillion.
I've heard as much as 3.8 in the next 10 years.
Oh, okay. Well, then, if it's 3.8, we'll take that.
But if you look at the last 4 years, what was the amount of?
Wait, hold on. Actually, the 1.9 trillion might be the deficit it brings us to. Actually, hold up. It is 3.8 trillion for the cost of it. I'm talking about debt. Hold up 1 second. I'm looking at AP News right now. And it cuts Medicaid, by the way. How do you feel about that? Overall cost of the tax portion is 3.8 trillion. That's the cost. We're looking for debt, though.
Right.
Okay. Okay, the deficit in that is not even on the page, bro. What? You okay?
I'm not your bro, just so you know.
You think I was saying that literally?
Nothing bugs me more when people say bro. I ain't your fucking bro.
Okay, bro. Like what's so wrong with that, bro?
It's just what losers say.
How does that make me a loser for calling you bro?
It just makes you sound unintelligent and
how does it make me sound unintelligent, bro?
Bruh.
Yeah, bro. How does it make me sound unintelligent?
It just does.
Can you tell me, bro? Because you not giving an explanation doesn't really make you sound intelligent, bro.
I don't use bro.
You just did. You just did, bro.
That was funny.
Well, I'm just making sure you know that, bro. Bro, can you tell me why it makes me unintelligent or makes me a loser?
It just makes you sound dumb when you say it.
How does it make me sound dumb, bro?
Well, when you say it, you sound dumb.
How so? How so, bro?
Well, because I said so, brah.
Well, you sound dumb when you say it, but that's just because everything you say sounds dumb. But when I say it, it doesn't sound dumb.
I mean, you gotta tell yourself what you gotta tell yourself.
Not what I tell myself; it's what everyone else in the chat's gonna say too.
All your butt buddies.
No, just people that think you're weird. Push the description.
If they're your kind of people and they think I'm weird, that's a badge of honor, bud.
How's that a badge of honor? What do you mean by my kind of people?
people who whine about an election, crying about an election, let Donald Trump live rent free in your
Is
head.
that why you guys didn't accept the 2020 election results?
I mean, you can say what you want, but we all know that nobody elected Biden. That guy was he wasn't even there. He was wearing diapers.
I voted for Joe Biden, and there's a lot of people that voted for Joe Biden as well.
Yeah, of course,
and
you
that's why.
voted for Joe Biden. That makes sense.
What do you mean?
Well, you're an idiot.
Well, I was a Trump supporter a year prior, so.
You also voted for Kamala.
Kamala. Yeah, what's bad about Kamala Harris?
Dude, before Biden shit his pants in the debate, she was a laughingstock of the administration.
Actually, the only person that did that was Donald Trump. Did you know? Like, I literally can play you a part of the debates where he literally sharded himself. I'm not trolling.
That's fine, but he could at least talk legibly and on topic during the debate.
As long as he had a diaper for the sharts.
I mean, he's 80, almost 80 years old, right? So he's probably getting to that point in his life.
You know what I mean? Like, it's totally okay if Trump needs it, but if Biden needed it, God forbid.
I honestly don't think that we should be having people that late in their life run for president.
Yeah, did you know that Donald Trump is going to be older than Joe Biden was? If you didn't want people that old, then why did you vote for Donald Trump over Kamala Harris, who was much younger?
Because you gave me two options, Trump and Harris.
But you don't want people that old. And Donald Trump is going to be older than Biden was when he leaves office.
Yeah, but Harris was not a legitimate option. I mean, seriously. So you look at 2020, right? In the primaries, Democrat primaries, Kamala, I'm sorry, I keep saying her name wrong. I apologize.
Kamala.
I'll just say Miss Harris. How's that?
That works.
All right. Miss Harris, she didn't make it very far. She garnered less than 1% of the vote.
No, she had 8 to 15%. And then if you want to look at Trump 2000, how well did he do?
Trump 2000.
Yeah, how well did he do? He did horribly.
There was no primary in 2000. I'm sorry. I thought you said 2020.
There was a primary in 2020.
Not for the Republicans. Donald Trump was the sitting president.
Yeah, I was just saying there was a primary, but yeah, go for it.
Yes, there was a primary for the Democrats.
Yeah. You want to respond to my thing? 2000 Trump 2000. He didn't do very well.
Yeah, I don't know what he garnered.
Who had more support in their first run? Kamala Harris, right, or Donald Trump?
Well, probably Miss Harris, because she was actually a politician.
Donald Trump is currently a politician.
Well, he is now, but not when he wasn't in 2000.
Yeah, prior to Kamala Harris being a politician, she wasn't a politician.
Well, she's been in all three branches of the government, right?
Doesn't that mean she's qualified? Donald Trump has zero qualifications, huh?
There's no, that doesn't mean she's qualified. That means she's probably
the only set of qualifications Donald Trump is to shard on stage.
I mean, if you say so.
Oh, not just I say so. That's what happened.
I mean, that's fine.
Diaper Don, I tell you, Diaper Don, he needs a diaper in order to be on stage, because if he doesn't, I promise you the smells will be tremendously bad, I tell you.
There's people do a lot better Trump impersonations than you.
I know. I wasn't trying to go for the greatest. Yo, Kathy, thank you for the $50 super sticker. Thank you so much, Kathy. Give me some W's for Kathy in the comment section right now. Hey, Boogie, can you say thank you to Kathy for the $50 super sticker?
Hey, thanks, Kathy.
Yes, thank you, Kathy. I really appreciate it. Ask yourself, thank you for the $10. Thank you so much. They said there are studies that found progressives have an enlarged prefrontal cortex, signifying higher intelligence, critical thinking versus MAGA with hot-headed, fear-oriented. True. MM, thank you for the $10. Thank you. I really appreciate it. Thank you.
Let me ask you this. I like
thank you for the $10 as well.
question.
Victoria, thank you for the $2. Lauren, thank you for the $2. Banavator, thank you for the $5. Thank you. Go ahead.
Yep. I like to ask this question a lot. Is there anything that you like about our current president?
Griselda, thank you so much for the $25. Thank you so much. I really appreciate it.
Anything
Thank
you
you,
can say he's
Griselda.
done that is
Zoe,
actually
thank you for the $20. Thank you
positive.
so much, Zoe. I appreciate it. Thank you. And then Riley, thank you for the $1. Thank you. And then Roland, thank you for the $5. You said what? Say it one more time.
Is there any positives you can come up with for Donald Trump?
Any positive I can come up with?
Has he done anything that you agree with? One thing.
Operation Warp Speed.
This time around.
Like in this.
Actually, you bring up Operation Warp Speed.
Some level of no tax on tips.
All right. Hey, I actually respect that because most of the times I'm on these lives with the Democrats, they loathe the man, everything about him. I loathe President Biden. However,
can you name one thing that you like about Kamala Harris?
That she's no longer our vice president. I'm kidding. She was I mean, that's the thing. She was our vice president, but what did she do as vice president?
Okay, you don't know. Can you name one thing a vice president has done in U.S. history?
A vice president?
Mm-hmm.
Well, Mike Pence stole the election from Donald Trump.
What?
I just wanted to get a reaction out of you.
Come on, give me something that a vice president has done in U.S. history.
Well, Kamala was supposed to be. I'm sorry, Miss Harris was supposed to be the border czar.
Nope, that's just a fake thing that was made up. So you don't know a single thing a vice president has done in U.S. history. Of course, you don't know anything that Kamala Harris has done. But if you can't mention anything good Kamala Harris has done, but then you were expecting me to answer what good Donald Trump did do, but how would you have, if I told you no, what would you have responded? Would you have been like, haha, that just means that like you literally aren't willing to like accept anything that Donald Trump does that is good?
No, it's a genuine question I like to ask and see what people say because
but yeah, if a Democrat says no, what do you think of them?
What do I think of them?
Yeah.
Well, I'm not surprised to hear that, I guess. I mean, but my point was I didn't like Obama. I didn't like Biden, but I still recognize that they were my president and I still want them to be successful. I didn't want them to fail because that means we as a country fail. And I would think that people would be the same with Donald Trump. We don't want him to fail because that means our country fails, right?
I'm confused. Do you know what my question was?
Well, ask it again.
So you don't know what my question was?
I guess not.
Okay. All right. I can try a little bit something separate. Do you believe that Donald Trump won the 2020 election?
No.
No. So you agree that Joe Biden won the 2020 election?
I do. Yep.
Okay. All right. I'll go back to the point we're talking about. So if you can't mention a single thing a vice president has done in U.S. history, obviously you couldn't mention what Kamala Harris has done that you would disagree with. So when I was asking you the question specifically, like, what would be your response to someone who specifically said that they don't know anything that Donald Trump did that was good? Like, would that make you think a liberal like is not as genuine? If they know a lot about Donald Trump they think is bad, but they don't know what they think is good.
Would I think that they're disingenuous or in?
Yeah.
I mean, if they're factual, but you get on these lives and people are fear mongering and trying to make up things that aren't actually happening. I mean,
like Donald Trump.
What does he fear monger?
What?
What does he do to fear monger?
January 6th.
But did he
the
really
2020 election? They're eating the cats and dogs. They're rapists and criminals.
I mean, that's true.
The only rapist and criminal was the person you voted for.
Oh, that's dude from Maryland or whatever. He was not a good dude.
Yeah. Again, the only rapist and murderer or rapist and criminal that we're referencing is the one you voted for. He said, oh, rapists and criminals are being led into the country from Mexico. The only rapist and criminal that you could refer to would be the presidential candidate in specific. Would that he needed to look into a mirror
because political opponents tried to take him out.
What?
Because his political opponents tried to take him out. He's a criminal now.
It wasn't his political opponents. It was people on his own side.
Sure. I'm sure you have a source for that.
What do you mean?
That the people on his own side tried to take him out.
Yeah, the Republican that tried to assassinate him.
You really think that guy's still a Republican?
Registered Republican.
He's probably like you, right? He used to be Republican, but he got triggered by Donald Trump.
He was registered Republican like literally right prior.
Weren't you a registered Republican?
Nope.
You said you voted for Donald Trump.
Never voted for Donald Trump.
You just said that.
No, I didn't. I used to support Donald Trump
Oh,
before I was voting age, like when I was in high school.
And then you somehow got less smart.
No, I educated myself.
Where'd you go to college?
I'm not going to tell you.
Why? I'll tell you where I went to college.
Cool. Good for you.
Did you go to college?
Yes.
Are you sure?
Yeah. What'd you get your degree in?
Natural resource management. What'd you get your degree in?
Economics.
From where? Why is that a secret? I'm just curious. I don't know why that would be a big deal.
Oh, like where I went? I don't want people to find my information.
Gotcha. I think your faithful are getting tired of me, Parker.
I would like, if you want to respond to what I have to say. Chance, thank you for the $100 YouTube super chat for keep cooking these fools. W Parker, thank you so much. I really appreciate it, Chance. Give me some W's for Chance in the comment section right now. Thank you so much. Everyone spam W's for Chance in the comment section right now. Thank you so much, Chance.
Hey, quick question for you. I'm new to this TikTok thing. What's this 20 on my name up in the upper
It's
left?
about a cent.
Huh?
It's about a cent.
A cent?
Yeah, you have 1 penny.
I know, but why is that there? How did it get there?
Someone sent you 1 penny.
Oh, gotcha. A penny. Wow. I'm rich, man.
Yeah.
Oh, someone just sent me a couple more cents. Look at that.
All right. Yeah, so 2025, that's actually representative of how many times Donald Trump has been alleged of sexual misconduct.
Oh, shit. I'm up to 47. 47 is a good number, isn't it, Parker?
How is 47? What? It's 48.
Well, 47 is our current president.
That's really cringe.
I don't think so. Man, I'm just getting rich being on here. So it's 60. That's like, what, 3 cents?
Okay. All right. Please, God, save me.
You can kick me anytime, man.
All right. I have a question.
Okay.
Can I ask the question? Are you pro-life?
Yes, I am.
You are? Do you think it should be illegal to get access to an abortion?
Illegal?
Yeah.
I don't know if I'm that crazy. I think that abortion for grapes and life of the mother are okay. Well, it's necessary evil.
Yeah, let's say my girlfriend gets pregnant and she wants to get an abortion in the first trimester. Should she legally be allowed to get an elective abortion in the first trimester?
No.
Why not?
Ooh, doesn't she know how she got pregnant?
So
So what's wrong with just taking steps to not get pregnant?
we did.
What steps did you take?
Use contraception.
And you were the 0.1%, 0.01% that didn't work for?
Depending on the contraception you're referencing, there's multiple percentage points likelihood chance. But yes.
And you didn't realize when you hooked up with your girlfriend, I guess the easiest way to say it, that could be that could be an outcome.
No, for the plenty of times, it's never been an outcome.
So you did not know how babies were made.
No, I know how they are. I don't think it's gonna happen.
You didn't think it was going to happen, boy, because you're
Yeah,
not that guy.
Yeah, when I engage in intercourse with my girlfriend, I'm not thinking that there's going to be a pregnancy.
Right, but that's how kids are created, correct?
Okay, so
You just like practicing.
what do you mean practicing?
I mean, that's
You don't think couples engage in intercourse for like love and for like connection and intimacy and for plenty of other reasons, pleasure? For fun? Hello?
Yeah, sorry, I had a quick interruption there. My mom said I had to get out of the basement.
Okay.
Does your mom ever kick you out of your basement?
I live by myself with my girlfriend.
Like a real girlfriend, or do you have to blow her up every night?
That was really weird for you to say. I'm not an incel like you. I know you're really used to that, but my girlfriend's real.
That she can talk to you and all that good stuff.
No fucking shit.
I'm just
like, do you
pretty
think that
sure you
women
probably have a
aren't like
blow-up
human
doll.
beings?
No, I'm just pretty sure your girlfriend's a blow up doll.
Why do you think that?
Look at you, man. I mean, you follow around Charlie Kirk. You're crying on election night. No respectable girl would want to be with you.
Can you turn your camera on? Just turn your camera on real quick. I won't say anything, I promise. I just want you to turn your camera on real quick.
It's on, but I'm outside sitting watching the sunset.
Yeah, just turn your camera on. Just click save. Make sure to click save.
It's on.
No, it's not. It's just click save real quick. Come on. Turn the light on.
I told you I'm outside watching the sunset, man.
Go in front of a light, bro. Do you have a significant other?
Yes, I'm married and I have 2 kids.
You're married and have 2 children. Is this in your
Yes, sir.
imagination?
What's that?
Is this in your imagination?
I do not have to blow up my wife every night. She's real. She talks to
No,
me.
I wouldn't assume anything. I just ask you if it's in your imagination.
I just can't imagine you actually being with a girl. Is all I'm saying.
Yeah, because my partner's a woman.
Was she born a woman or born a boy?
No one's born a woman. She's
A girl or
biologically
a boy?
female. I don't know why you're asking these questions. Like, why is that relevant to you?
Is she trans?
No, if she's biologically female and a woman, she's obviously not trans.
Wow, good for you, man.
What? Why are you saying good for you for my partner not being trans? Like, that's such a weird fucking thing for you to say. What the fuck is wrong with you? Is it bad to be with trans people? Is that like something that's wrong?
Well, being trans it's a mental disease, but
No, it's
whatever.
not. Wait, where
It
in
is.
the DSM does it say being trans?
Mental. What is it? Gender dysphoria or whatever.
Gender dysphoria is not being trans. Did you know that there are people who are not trans that have gender dysphoria?
All I'm saying is I couldn't picture you actually having a girlfriend, but I give you props for that. Good job, bud.
It's not a good job. To just have a
Okay,
relationship.
how
I'm
about this? I'm
confused.
proud of you, Parker. I'm proud of you for having a girlfriend.
I don't care. I think you're a weirdo.
That
Like, to
means
be
the world
totally
to me.
honest with you,
That's okay.
I don't know why you're so concerned with that. I wouldn't like the only thing I would say, I wouldn't like be like, yo, dude, good job for having a wife. I would be like, I'm sorry to her because she has to deal with you.
That's a good point because I'm probably should feel sorry for your girlfriend.
Why
I
would
hope your
you? Why
guys'
would you? My girlfriend is incredibly happy in our relationship.
I hope that your intercourse is consensual.
Why the fuck would you say some weird shit like that? What the fuck is wrong with you?
I mean, look at you, dude.
What do you mean, look at me?
No girl in their right mind would probably want anything to do with you, and then they gotta listen to you fucking whine about Trump all the time.
This guy's delusional. I'm sorry. Like, are you okay?
Oh, I'm fine.
Have you never been on TikTok?
Pretty new to it, but yeah.
Okay. One, what you said is really fucking creepy and weird, and two, you are just completely delusional. Like, actually delusional. Like he's never come across a Parker edit yet. It's very unfortunate. What a weirdo though. Yo, what's up? How old are you?
Jeez. I'm over 18.
Did you vote for Donald Trump?
Yeah, bro.
Why so?
He just puts America first. You know what I mean?
Can you name a policy he passed that put America first?
America first.
Can you name a policy he passed that put America first?
Jobs and Tax Act.
Tax Cuts and
America
Jobs Act?
first.
How did that put America first?
It's laggy.
It's not for us.
Repeat the question.
How is the Tax Cuts and Jobs Act?
Bro, everyone in the chat saying how laggy it is.
Yeah, I understand, but it's not laggy for me and you. That's because of a TikTok glitch that's been doing that recently. If you go to my YouTube stream, it's not lagging at all.
All right, let me see. Should I pull it up on my... Wait, talk real quick.
What's up?
All right. Yeah. Why didn't you vote for Trump?
Okay. Because he was held civilly liable for sexually abusing a woman. He bragged about walking into the changing rooms of girls in Miss Teen USA because he quote unquote owns the place to inspect them without their consent. He said he would date a 10-year-old girl in 10 years. The tax policy he advocates for will negatively disenfranchise low and middle income individuals by disenfranchising them by increasing their taxes disproportionately comparative to people.
But you voted for Kamala, right?
Kamala. Yes.
Kamala. Sorry, dude. I mean, that shit is crazy.
What? What's
You
crazy?
did vote for her though? Just like the pronunciation of her name. It's hard
No, it's
to
not.
remember.
But you could just say Harris.
Kamala.
Yeah, go
Right?
for it.
Trying to be respectful here.
Go ahead.
Yeah, I was asking if you voted for her and you said yes, but you know, she also hung around someone who was held liable for and she slept with and was openly messing around with someone who was held liable for a bunch more. You know exactly who I'm talking about. Sexual allegations.
Who?
Diddy?
One, those images are not real. She never was hanging out with Diddy. Two, Donald Trump was literally friends with Diddy. And Donald Trump was
Who's
good
that?
friends with Epstein too. And he said that Epstein likes beautiful women as much as he does, many of them on the younger side.
And my thing is like seemingly every time anyone brings up anything about Donald Trump to hate on him, it's not political. It's like I'm voting for the president of the United States. I'm not voting for someone because they're out here having sex with whoever.
Then why did you bring that up about Kamala Harris? I only responded because you
Because
said
you
that
brought
about
it up
Kamala Harris.
you brought that up about Trump first, bro.
What? I didn't. I brought it up in
I
response.
said, why didn't you vote for Trump? And then you said,
yeah, you
because
brought
of
up
all
Diddy.
these things that were sexual. Yeah, afterwards, I said, then you would vote for Kamala after she did all those things.
If you want to reference policy, can you name me 2 Trump policies that you like?
I already did.
Go ahead.
I already did though.
No, just tell me.
Tax Cuts and Jobs Act
That's
and
one.
America First.
That's not a policy. What's the second policy? You got to look
The
it up.
America First.
That's not a policy.
How's it not? What do you mean it's not a policy? What do you like in terms of policies? What exactly are you referencing? Like policies he put in place or policies that got passed?
Policies he put in place.
Tax Cuts and Jobs Act for sure.
That's one. You've already said that one.
And then when the fucking what's it called? When he was getting all the companies to drill.
When he was getting all of the countries to drill.
Companies.
That's not a policy. So you don't know two policies of Donald Trump's, and yet you're like, dude, people only bring up character. They never bring up policy. Well, bro, you don't even know the policy. So maybe that's why.
Well, maybe because I don't look at what he's trying to do and I look at what he's done and what he does do.
That's why
you guys
I asked you
always
for,
bring
okay.
up policies.
You look at what he does
guys
do.
always
Okay,
bring
so
up
what
policies, but
policies did he
nothing-
do? What policies did he do that you like? You can't mention more than one.
I can name
You have
things
to
he
you have to
did,
look it up right now. I
and
can.
I can name things that the Democrats did
Okay,
that
go
I
ahead.
didn't like.
Go ahead. Tell me.
Well, for one, they were helping every other country but our own, sending billions of dollars to other countries, leaving military-grade equipment in other countries.
Sky, the Republicans are voting for the policies that will lead to foreign aid, and they aren't voting for the policies here at home domestically. Democrats are voting for the policies here at home domestically. Just because we have spending on countries around the world doesn't mean that we don't have spending here. We put significantly more into people here at home than we spend on countries around the world. That's a very small portion of not only the military budget that we sent to Ukraine, but of our overall budget. It's even smaller.
Right, but when you're giving billions of tax-paying dollars to other countries, it doesn't really speak volumes about your care for the American citizens.
Say that one more time.
I said, when you're giving billions to other countries who do nothing for us, it doesn't really speak volumes about your care for American citizens who vote for you and rely on you.
Okay, Republicans voted for that.
How do you figure?
It's bipartisan. The foreign assistance was bipartisan.
They don't vote on, hey, we're going to give millions of dollars to promote LGBT in Africa.
Yes, they did. That's within policies. And when you say promote, when you say promote LGBT, you're saying just promote acceptance of LGBTQ people, which is good.
No, it's like, why do you have to give money to other countries to do so? Just go over there and talk about it.
That requires
and name
funding.
the policy that you're referring to.
And that requires funding, and also it's a little bit more than just like talking about it. But what's up?
I said, name the policy you're referring to. You just said that was in the policy that they had to sign off on and pass in order for them to go spend billions of dollars in South Africa to promote LGBTQ.
I'm saying within spending bills. And I don't know the specific funding that you're referencing. I'm just telling you how it's passed.
Yeah, I genuinely don't think that you're correct about that being part of a policy.
Well, then how else would it get passed?
I don't think it was passed. I just think they threw money at it.
That's not how funding works.
Federal funding can be used in any way they choose.
They can't just 100%. Then why couldn't Donald Trump build the border wall in his first administration?
Because it had to be signed off on, but that's not. It's a difference between an actual.
Wait,
you're
but he
laughing,
could just,
but I'm not
he
even
could,
finishing
he
my
could,
point. It's a
he could
difference.
just throw
between,
money wherever
it's a
he
difference
wants.
Between, again, it's a difference between building something on our land and just going over there to talk about something. It's completely different, and you know it is.
Wait,
You're
no,
not
but no,
stupid, bro.
it's because he couldn't get the funding though.
To build the wall.
Yeah.
Yeah, exactly. That's exactly what I'm saying.
Well, I thought you could just throw the funding at it.
Yeah, if you're just sending them to go talk about building a wall, you can. You can just pay them their hourly to go talk about it. But if you're talking about building something, you actually have to pay for the things that they need to build the structure.
Okay, well, that's you understand that like promoting LGBTQ acceptance, like in countries around the world, would include resources other than just talking about things. Or federal officials talking about things. It requires significantly more than that from a countrywide basis, or from an international
Explain.
basis. Explain.
Yeah.
There is not enough resources in just people speaking like that that would make it make sense. There are other policies we want to support, right? That would lead to more acceptance or education, because you'd put funding for educational resources within the context of their systems, right? That's an example.
Mhm.
That's not just us sending people over there. That's us providing funding for that. There's like
Right, but I mean, you're saying that Trump didn't build the wall, but the Democrats wouldn't let it get passed for one, and then later on during Biden's administration, they wanted to build the wall, and they did build some of
they
the
were
wall.
willing to compromise on building the wall in order to be able to get immigration systems that would go faster.
How'd that work out during his term?
What do you mean?
I mean, the border was all over the place, and Kamala Harris was in charge of the border. She did a horrible job, and then you guys want to put her in office to control the entire country. It's silly. The one task she was given, she did a horrible job at, and yet you want to put her in charge.
So
she was a
the
terrible
border
DA as well.
border czar was not a real thing. The specific authority she was given over the border was to raise private funds in Central America to reduce the likelihood of people coming here, which she actually did. She raised over $5 billion in private funds specifically for doing that for Central American countries.
She was the border czar. You could look it up right now.
Uh,
That was literally her task given. Every VP has a task given to them.
Can you provide me the source?
You have a computer in front of you. I just said look it up.
I've already looked it up and I have found no source that indicates that. You know, you think you're the first person who's claimed this? I've heard this claim thousands of times and I've responded to this claim thousands of times. If you'd like to provide me a single source that can indicate that, go for it. But I know that you don't have anything.
All right, I'll just look it up then.
Go ahead. Everyone on the YouTube, do make sure to like the stream. It helps get it out to more people. I would really appreciate it, especially because TikTok is like literally lagging my stream, and it's really fucking the stream. Like I literally have 1,200 people because it keeps gutting the stream's algorithm because of the lag, and it's not even me lagging. It's literally just TikTok.
You know, you can just close the shit and then open it back up, re-go live, and it'll fix it.
I already have restarted and done that, and it doesn't work.
Yeah, I thought it was the last dude, but guess it's an app glitch. But anyways, bro, like I just don't see how come you guys would want to have Kamala Harris in office. Like she was pretty much handed the position, handed the votes more or less to get to where she was at in the election. And thank God she didn't win because she has zero experience. The experience that she had in any politics was all terrible. She had no good track records in a political position. Any.
Name one thing she did that was bad.
When she was a DA, she was keeping African Americans in prison for small crimes. Even after weed was legalized, they were staying in prison for crimes that were
It was
committed.
there was not specifically just people who are African American. Two, what you're
was a-
referencing is they asked for like a reduction. It's not just specifically related to weed charges.
I'm
It
not saying they were
specifically-
all
Can I
African
please
American.
finish?
I never said that.
Yeah, they said that like there needed to be a reduction of how many people that were in prison, and they were trying to do that, and they need a longer timeline to be able to get people out of the prison. So that's one thing. Now I can say I disagree with that, but Donald Trump actually like literally funded her at that time. Did you know that? He agreed with her positions, and Donald Trump is apparently quote unquote more pro law and order, and would want people to stay in prison if they've committed crimes, not be released if they've committed crimes. And then also Donald Trump doesn't want to federally legalize it, whereas Kamala Harris wanted to federally legalize weed.
I'm not just talking about the weed. I'm talking about the time they was held in prison for things they didn't have to be held for.
Oh, that's just not true. Like they did have to be held for it, but it was the case that there just wasn't enough space in the prison.
If there wasn't enough space in the prison, then why were they being held longer than they were supposed to?
Because it is the case that it takes longer to get people out because you have to determine who you're allowed in and who's not allowed in.
It's easy, bro. Like the same debacle happened within my state and even specifically my county. They were just letting people out that didn't have violent crimes. It's that easy. All you have to do is go over their record. You don't have to sit there for days and weeks.
Wait, say that one more time.
I said the same debacle happened in my county, my state, but specifically my county, and they were letting people out pretty much overnight that did not have violent crimes. Of course, if they had like something big, like millions of dollars in embezzlement, they
Yeah,
wouldn't let
yeah,
them
but
out.
they have to be able to determine, right? They have to separate and be able to determine on that basis.
Right, but
They have to
they
be able to
can get them
verify.
in seemingly overnight within 24 hours. They can't get them out.
Yeah, I understand that you're saying that like they can, but like it's on a basis of them determining who is and who isn't. And if it is the case that they don't have specifically the documents or the capacity right within that particular prison, there are different environmental circumstances that lead to that. Now, I'm not saying it's justified, and I completely agree with the history, right? But what I'm saying is that like you're not taking into account certain environmental things that are relevant towards like what was happening. Plus, you're also like not acknowledging that Donald Trump, right, actively has a worse history when it comes to like keeping people in prison who shouldn't be in prison or violating the basis of due process, things like that. Like we can go into that and we can talk about that. Plus, again, I already acknowledged Donald Trump at that time supported Kamala Harris's position. Like he literally gave her funding.
Right, but he was giving out funding a lot. Like you have to agree. I mean, he was honestly, I think he was looking for building. You got to admit, he's a good
Hold up,
media
can
guy.
I ask a chat real quick? Yo, chat, is it still lagging here on TikTok?
Yeah, everyone's saying it is. I've been watching the comments.
Is it still? I'm asking them, so just give me 1 sec. I don't know what to do. Is there a way I can fix this, everyone? I really I don't know what to do at this point, and it's really throttling the streams, and it's kind of annoying. Like I actually have no clue how to fix this because it's like apparently only happening to me like this.
You check if you have an update.
I've already done all that. I just I really don't know what to do at this point. Yeah, chat. What do we do? Is there a button for restart? I remember there being one, but I don't know where it is now. Report a problem. Oh, I can't do that while I'm on stream. Yeah, I don't see it. Okay, I don't know what to do, chat. I might just go on my other account. Try other account, put your main as a guest. Yeah, I might do that. Yeah, chat, I don't know what to do. I'm so frustrated. Go ahead, you can go ahead.
Man, I think it's dying out. I know, like you do this thing for viewers and stuff, and it's lagging and shit. So it might be time to hang it up soon. But I mean, I would
The
be
thing is,
happy
it's
to guess
working
when
from
it does get fixed.
it's working for my people on YouTube, but it's just the it's not on TikTok.
Yeah, that's like the whole platform to do this stuff. I mean, but yeah, man. I mean, I'd be happy to debate you, when it's fixed or whatever. But like, I don't hate you like most people do on here. Like, you seem like a cool dude, and you know your shit. Um,
Thank you.
I've been on here with you before. You know what I mean?
Okay.
The last guy, I think he was beating off. He kept breathing heavily. It was kind of annoying.
That's diabolical. All right. I appreciate you coming up, man.
Yeah, have a good night, bro.
All right, everyone. Should I go to my other account? Should I go to my third account? We'll stay on YouTube, but obviously I might need a third. Going to my third account might make sense. It's just like, dude, it's unusable. This app is so horrible sometimes. I just don't know what to do. And does anyone know if there's a restart button like that's on the thing I can click right now? I just I don't know. I think there used to be. All right, I'm looking for it. It just doesn't happen on Dean's live, you know, and it happens on my live. Like I'm really confused. Um, yeah, no one really said. We'll pay for StreamYard. I already do, but I'm trying to get people on TikTok. I need to find some way to stream my YouTube streams onto TikTok. I want to do that. All right, I'm gonna go to my my third account and I will stream there. I'm gonna go to my third account. All right. Let me say thank you to a few people actually real quick. Tyler, thank you for the $50. Thank you so much, Tyler. Can we get some W's for Tyler in the comment section right now for the $50 on Venmo? Thank you so much, Tyler. I really appreciate it. Thank you. Let's get some W's for Tyler in the comment section. Teresa, thank you for the $5. Thank you. That's incredibly nice of you. Thank you so much. And Tyler, again, thank you so much. Let's get some W's for Tyler in the comment section right now. Thank you. All right. All right. I'm gonna go to my other account on TikTok. I really don't get it, dude. I don't understand why it's fucking gutting my shit. It's also gutting my videos too. So I just I don't know what to do. Lag was bad on TikTok. Yeah, I know. This is so unusable, chat. All right. Alrighty. Alrighty. Do give it a second for people to join up. If you're on YouTube, do make sure to like the stream. It doesn't. It's weird because it doesn't lag when you're a guest on Dean's stream. I know, right? None of it lags. It's so fucking weird. Why does it do this, bro? It's it makes it unusable. It makes it unusable. TikTok is and it's only for me, and it makes me feel crazy. It honestly makes me feel people are enjoying it less. I don't know, maybe, but I know that's not true because it's fucking TikTok issues. But that always makes me think that. It's not only you. Who else is it happening to? And by the way, I just want to say there's something coming out debate oriented on Sunday. I know that's coming up here pretty soon. So I'd look out for that. And I leaked it a while ago, but it's taken a really long time. I leaked something on Discord. Only a few people saw it, I think. This was I think this was a month and a half ago. Elizabeth, thank you for the $5. Thank you. Did he see if what's it called Elizabeth? Did he see if there's any issue or anything to do to fix that? All right, I might just tell people to go over to my YouTube. YouTube, I'm gonna open up the guest box for for YouTube. All right, there we are. Let me go to YouTube. All right, and then I will see what it looks like. All right, do give it 1 second, everyone. Yo, Elizabeth, thank you for the $5. No solution. Gosh, that's really rough. I don't know what to do then. Right there, pin message. There we are. All right, people should be able to join up. There we go. Dude, I gotta set up my hearing that way. Is there a way people on TikTok can hear your debates on YouTube? I was gonna try that. I was gonna try to figure out something like that. The thing is, I can't really stream this onto TikTok. But if I could, that would be the best possible thing I could do. Oh wait, Christian, hold up, wait. You stay in the box. I gotta wait. I gotta wait until I plug in everything. I gotta wait to plug in everything. Yeah, there's just so many issues. Johnny, thank you so much. I appreciate the $5. Parker, what happens when you can only go live on TikTok? Oh, maybe. I see. If it was streaming on both, then Dean would lag. I don't think it's that. Are you running TikTok live studio on a PC? I'm not allowed on any of my accounts. I have no TikTok live studio. It's really weird. Yeah, only send a guest request if you did vote for Donald Trump. Christian, tell me in the private chat if you did. Ryan, what are you talking about? You are a Christian? Okay, I got you. Cam, thank you for the $10. Yeah, I might make a video talking about it. I've been, getting so many issues everywhere. All right. Let's see if I'll see if I can get someone on TikTok. If not, I will just use it to get people to go over to the YouTube.
Sorry, I did not mean to join. I'm really sorry.
You're good. Don't worry. Yo, what's up? How old are you?
Yo, what up?
Did you vote for Donald Trump?
I did.
Why so?
Well, honestly, because Biden and Kamala are two people who are idiotic, and I honestly cannot stand Kamala's voice. And Biden is, I mean, obviously now he has cancer, which we knew 2 years ago, but
We
he was
didn't know he had
incompetent.
cancer 2 years ago. What are you talking about?
We did. We
No, he
did.
didn't.
You realize now, at least my prediction is it's coming out now because within the next 3 months he's gonna die, and they need a reason to blame.
How do they know he's going to die in 3 months?
Well, that's my prediction. That's why they announced that he has cancer right now.
Well, who's that?
What do you mean, who's that?
Who's they?
I said they announced he has cancer, like his team, or he came out saying he had cancer.
So him?
Yeah.
Okay, so he knows he's going to die in 3 months?
No.
So how do they know he's going to die in 3 months?
It's been a cover up. It's been a cover up that he has cancer.
Cover up
It's
for
been
what?
a cover up that he's mentally not there. It's been a cover up that he could have run for 4 years, and the reason why they were going to have him run is just so reason
what
like
are they
this
covering
they could
up?
say that he has cancer, and then Kamala could just become president. It's honestly
He's not candidate right now. So how is
I know.
them saying he has cancer relevant to them?
Well, that's what I'm saying. It's relevant now because he's going to die within 3 months, and they need
do
a
you know?
reason. That's my prediction.
How do they know he's going to die in 3 months?
Well, what are you not understanding? That's why they announced that he has cancer. That's my prediction, personal opinion.
I understand, but I'm asking you, how do you know,
Because
or how do they know that he's going to die?
we knew when he was president that he couldn't even speak in a coherent sentence.
Okay, so he was, right? You're
He,
being a little bit over
do you
dramatic.
actually think that he could?
Mm-hmm.
So you think that debate that he had?
Am I able to like speak, or are you just going to keep trying to do this?
No, you can speak. I was just saying it's just slightly delayed. So when you speak, I hear it like half a second later. So you can go.
Yeah, so I think that he was able to like speak sentences, and we were able to understand him. Sometimes not so much, and he did have cognitive decline, very apparently. Same thing with Donald Trump.
Yeah, but I do think that Trump is more there mentally than Biden, and you cannot argue.
Okay, and who's there more
Otherwise.
mental? Who's more mentally there, Kamala Harris or Donald Trump?
Donald Trump, 100%.
You're
Kamala
delusional.
Harris.
You are
No,
delusional.
no.
I'm not even like the fact that you say that is laughable.
Well, the reason I'm saying that is I think it's because that do you actually think that Kamala could get anything done as president?
I asked you who's more mentally there.
Yes, and I
It's
think
clearly Kamala Harris.
it's not.
Really?
Do you think that she
Donald
can?
Trump
Do you
said
think
that.
that when she speaks, it's like understandable?
Yeah.
Like you can understand her.
Absolutely, every time.
So every single time that when she speaks in circles, where she just uses the filler words to make it sound like she knows what she's saying, you
She doesn't.
understand
You're
what she's
doing
saying.
that right now. That's not what she does. You're just totally lying. She was.
I'm not. Have
Did
you
you
seen
did you
when
watch
she
the
just
debates?
spoke?
Did you watch the debates?
I did.
Yeah, she was incredibly knowledgeable on practically everything she needed to
So
be,
why did 77 million Americans not vote for her?
because they attributed inflation to the incumbent president without good reason. And
So you think that's the
and a
sole
lot
reason?
of them didn't watch
So
the
you think that's
debates.
the sole reason, though?
I think that's the most apparent reason.
But you don't think a big reason is because the people thought Kamala was an idiot? Like that's a straight up
Like some
sentence that
people
I've heard
probably
multiple people say.
some people probably thought that, but a lot of that was influenced by misogyny and racism, right? There was
Oh,
not
you
good
think that's
reason.
racist?
A lot of it was influenced by
I
misogyny.
don't think so. I think it's just
A
because
lot
that
of it.
she,
Am I able to finish, or do you need to like cut
if
me
you
off
want
every
to
single time I
finish,
speak? I would love to. Yeah, a lot of it was influenced by misogyny and racism. That's what I said.
I honestly argue the complete opposite.
I understand. Why?
Because if any like human being could listen to her speak, they would understand that she cannot speak in a coherent way that
She totally did.
the
You're just lying.
individuals, like the average American could understand what she's saying.
Yes,
If you were to
yes, you
listen to a
can.
sentence,
You
no,
were just
you would.
totally fucking lying. Why are you
I'm
lying?
not. How's that a lie?
Why are you lying? What do you mean she's not coherent? Like, what do you mean what the words she was saying weren't understood by the average American? Yes, they were.
Really?
Yes.
Then again, why did 77 million Americans not vote for her?
Again, people attributed inflation to the incumbent president.
But you think inflation was the sole reason, not because
Why are you not
Biden
responding to what I
caused-
said? Like you're just not addressing the fact that like these are explanations for why more people voted for Donald
You've
Trump.
given me one explanation.
That is the main reason. Like if you
I
look at
don't
exit
think
polls,
that's the main reason, though. I think there's
well,
multiple
then you're
reasons to
wrong.
it.
If you look at exit polls, that's the main reason.
Honestly, the polls are completely wrong as seen because
These are
prior to the
exit polls.
election,
These are exit polls.
okay, but why are you looking at any polls?
They're exit polls. They're the best indicator because they're
No.
exit polls.
No.
What do you mean no?
Any poll? I don't believe in any polls.
You're so fucking dumb, dude. I just can't even do it, dude. What do you mean you don't accept?
I know I'm smarter.
What do you mean you don't accept any polls?
Because okay. Okay, this person just said she's a prosecutor. You must be clear and intelligent to do that job. That's actually wild.
You don't accept any polls.
No, I don't. I don't accept any poll is correct because prior to the election, they said that Trump was down in the polls, and then right now they say, "Oh, the approval ratings of
You're
Trump are down."
misunderstanding.
Like,
You're
who cares about
misunderstanding.
any of that?
You're talking about polls prior to the election, which are predictions and snapshots of that specific time, which can change the votes. The people where people are voting changes over time. A poll is a snapshot of a prior time before the election. It can be an indicator,
Yes,
but it's not
and exit polls
100%.
are after.
Exit polls are after, so it's
I get
after the
that.
vote already was determined.
Uh-huh.
So like
And I
that is
still won't.
that you should accept exit polls. If you don't accept exit polls, I'm just gonna be totally honest. You're an idiot.
Just like Kamala.
No, just like you, Kamala Harris is not dumb. You are.
I don't
Literally,
understand how
literally.
anybody like. Can you explain to me like how you listen to Kamala and you think, "Wow, that is an intelligent human being who can get work done as president of the United States and talk to foreign nations." Like, do you actually think that she could sit down with Putin or sit down with Zelensky? I mean, with Zelensky, she probably could because she would just end up giving him more money. But do you think that she
She
could
already
sit down
sat
with
down with
any
she sat
person
down
in the
with
Middle
yes.
East?
Yes.
You actually think that?
So again, not only could she do that, but she would do that with better than Donald Trump. She has higher approval ratings around the world than Donald Trump does. Donald Trump's not
Yeah,
very
but
approved around
again,
the world.
approval ratings
If you
don't
want to look at
matter.
our allies, Donald Trump's undermining our relationship with our allies. He's literally right, not only undermining our relationship with our allies, but he's also pulling us out of the World Health Organization. He's cutting funds from the CDC. He's
Mhm.
literally harming our
Right.
international relations by pulling out of the Paris Climate Accords. Right, these are all things Kamala Harris would do differently, and she would engage better on an international basis, especially with our allies. He's also engaging in tariffs that are going to be harmful towards our relationship with our allies and nations around the world, and especially in terms of their willingness to trade with the United States.
Yeah, but the goal right now for tariffs isn't just the short term, it's the long term. You understand that, right?
And there's no good evidence indicating tariffs are beneficial in the long run.
Okay, but again, economists came out a few months ago now and said that tariffs would negatively impact the stock market, and then immediately the stock market rebounded. And
Because they
today he
paused
just
the tariff. If the
yeah,
tariff
I
was
get that.
implemented, it would
I
stay
get that they've
negatively
been
impacted.
paused. But again, then economists came out and they were like, wow, we didn't expect that. So
That's not what economists said.
they did.
No, it's not.
Okay, then what did they say?
They said this is what we expected, given that there was a pause, that's what we'd expect to see with the market.
Okay. If that's what you want to believe, you can believe that. But economists have come out and said
Do you accept
that
what most economists say?
not all, honestly,
Do
because
you
they were
accept what
incorrect in
most
saying
economists
that
say? Yes or no?
they said the stock market would tank, and then
It
Trump
did.
said to buy. It did tank, yes.
Yeah, so he engaged in market manipulation.
And some people are saying the market's down. The market is. I think this week it did slightly go down on the year to date, but it rebounded at the beginning of the week, so it was even. I don't know what it is
Not
right
very
now.
even. Dis, thank you so much for the $20. Thank you so much. I really appreciate it. Thank you. That is very true. It is extremely difficult to predict the mortality timeline of cancer. Prostate cancer doesn't affect your brain. Also, telling people Biden is in cognitive decline is less believable. Yeah, I can't even read right now for some reason. Castillo, thank you so much for the $2. Thank you. Ban, thank you for the $5.
The market is actually only down 1% right now on the
Again,
year.
because there's a pause on the
On the
pause on
year.
it. Also, but the GDP is down. GDP is down 0.2.
Okay, that's another
When real
indicator, though.
GDP went up by multiple percentage points every quarter of Biden's administration,
And that was also
right, in the
rebounding
past
after
year.
COVID.
What's up?
That was rebounding after COVID.
Was
His
rebounding.
entire
This isn't
administration was
rebounding after COVID.
rebound.
I'm talking about 2024.
Okay, that's
You understand that it was like 3 percentage points real GDP increase per quarter before,
yes, I
and now
understand that. I
it's
saw.
0.2
I don't know if it
decrease.
was. I don't know if it was you
So
or
GDP down, unemployment up. The economy is worse, not
and
better off.
immigrants are out. We're all better.
Immigrants being out is not good for the economy.
It's actually great for the individual.
No, it's not.
It is. You'd rather have illegals in the country?
I'd rather have documented citizens in the country because they were given
Yes,
mass
exactly.
amnesty.
Documented.
Because
Documented.
they were
That's
given
the key
mass
word.
amnesty. He's just not listening.
I am listening. I don't understand. Can I hear your opinion on
What's wrong with immigrants?
Well, first off, there's all our tax dollars are getting paid for them in hotels and all their 3 meals a day.
Not
They get
true.
EBT cards. It is true. They're
And
actually living in my
EBT
town.
cards for children, for asylum seekers going through a legal immigration process.
No, that's what you believe, though.
That's
Have you-
state policy. I thought you were for states' rights because you wanted to leave women's access
yes.
to abortion up to the states, but you don't want states to have the rights to give EBT cards to families that have children so that children can have food on their fucking tables.
No, I don't. If they're illegal immigrants, I do not.
They're going through a legal process of asylum. They're in the
I'm
country
talking.
legally.
You realize 95% of them aren't doing that.
What? What do you mean?
95% of the people aren't going seeking asylum. They're here illegally. That's why
No,
he's
if they are receiving
deporting them.
if they are receiving EBT cards in certain states, it's because they are asylum seekers going through a legal process. Could you provide me any evidence that undocumented immigrants not going through an asylum process were receiving those?
I can provide you. I can provide you like
Devin, thank you for the
real world
$5.
evidence.
Elizabeth, thank you for the
In my
$5.
town.
Sid, thank you for the $10. Yes, it is.
my
And Elizabeth, thank
city.
you for the $5 again. Go ahead.
In my city, there are people living in hotels. Well, actually, now they're getting deported finally, but illegals who are just living in hotels. The
Undocumented
hotels are
immigrants.
covered
Don't
up.
call people illegal.
Why can't I call them that?
Because it's dehumanizing.
Who gives a shit?
I will kick you from the live if you fucking dehumanize people on my stream.
They're illegal immigrants. Do you think that
They're
if you-
listen.
Okay,
If you call,
undocumented immigrants.
if you're okay with dehumanizing undocumented immigrants, I'm gonna kick you from the stream because
Can I
you're
ask
a
you a
piece of
question?
shit.
Can I ask you a question? If you were to go into a store, pick up a piece of candy, and walk out without paying, is that legal?
No.
So let me ask you this question now. If you come into the United States without going through the border, without coming here legally, well, I just said it's illegal if you don't come through the right way, just like if you were to go to a store and not check out the right way.
Chicken. No.
Chicken bag.
Fucking shit. That doesn't mean it's okay to
Yes.
dehumanize them.
So again, is it dehumanizing to say if somebody went to
it's
the store?
dehumanizing. No, listen, it's dehumanizing to call someone an illegal. You
Okay,
saying
so is it
the
dehumanizing?
illegals is dehumanizing.
Is it dehumanizing to say a person illegally stole from a store?
Wait, if you said that someone was illegally crossed the border, I wouldn't be saying that. You called someone an illegal. You don't call a thief an illegal. You don't call a
illegal
criminal.
immigrant.
You don't
Illegal
call
is
you don't
describing the
call a
immigrant.
criminal like Donald Trump an illegal.
Illegal.
Right? You don't
No,
call
you're.
citizens
Are
of
we
the
going
United.
back to the criminal thing?
Do
You guys have been saying that for 4 years and never.
That's why I have to mute people because they're so fucking insufferable. Listen, I'm trying to explain it to you right now, and you're not listening. This isn't a productive conversation if you're not going to listen to what I'm saying. Okay? Do you call citizens legals?
I call them legal citizens.
Yeah, you don't call them legals.
Well, if I were to describe an adjective to describe a citizen of the United States, they came here legally. Like an immigrant who came here legally, I would say is a legal immigrant. They came here in a legal manner.
I understand, but you wouldn't call them illegal if they're in the country legally, and you wouldn't, and you
Sorry?
shouldn't. And
Did you say illegal? I wouldn't call them illegal or illegal.
I'm explaining to you. If you could just be quiet, please.
Okay.
Okay. If they are in the country legally, you would not call them illegal. A L G or E G A L. A legal, not illegal, a legal. And if they're in the country undocumented, you shouldn't call them an illegal.
Okay, but if you were to describe an immigrant who came here legally, what would you call them? Just a citizen?
Yeah, a legal immigrant.
Exactly. A legal immigrant. So
Even
why
if you
can't I
said
say
even
an illegal immigrant?
that's
If
not
you
what
just said stop, can I
I
finish?
hate you. You are so disingenuous. It's unbelievable. You did
Okay.
not say illegal immigrant. You called someone an illegal. Holy
Illegal
shit, how
immigrant.
how disingenuous are you? Like, I'm explicitly telling you what you're doing wrong, and you purposefully represent it as something in which you know it wasn't, and that I wasn't critiquing. Okay?
I've been saying an illegal immigrant.
No, you weren't. You were saying an illegal. You were saying the illegals.
I didn't say the illegals.
Yes, you did, you disingenuous piece of
immigrants.
shit. Fuck off, dude.
Bro,
You
why
know
am I
that
ingenuine?
you know
Ingenuous.
this is on it's on YouTube. It's on
Okay.
YouTube. It's literally fucking permanent. You're gaslighting,
Okay.
you fucking disingenuous piece
I'm
of
not.
shit.
I'm not. I
Yes,
guarantee
you
if you
are.
go back, I
I'm gonna
might have
call you.
said
You know what?
illegal.
This is gonna be my mantra from now on. I'm
Okay.
gonna call out disingenuous pieces of shit that
Play it back.
literally purposefully gaslight me.
I'm
Right?
not
You are
gaslighting
purposefully
you. I've
gaslighting me.
said.
Absolutely, you
I've
are.
no. I've been saying that I would describe a person as an illegal immigrant, and then you said
No, you
you
didn't. You
can't
said,
call them
wait.
illegal.
Do you want to bet? How much money do you want to put on this?
I'm betting money is
Yeah,
so
put money
stupid
on it
'cause
right now.
Okay.
If you don't think you did that, put money on it right now. I'll fucking play you the video of you doing it.
Okay, do it.
Okay, put money on it.
$10.
More than that. I'm not gonna let you get off like that. More than that. More than $10.
Why?
Because I know that you won't take the bet.
Okay. But again, I'm just going back to the point that why
Wait, no,
was I
don't do that.
arguing
Don't
with
do
you?
that.
I was
How
saying
much? How much? $100?
$100, sure.
You'll do $100.
Sure.
And for what are you taking the bet for?
For saying that I said illegal immigrant. Saying you hate me is crazy. Yeah. Illegal immigrant. Ha.
Fuck you. Fuck you. You owe me $100.
Okay, and I said
You
it
owe me
once.
$100. You owe me
Every other time I was
$100. He
saying
knows me
illegal
$100,
immigrants.
dude. Look at that.
Again, I've been saying
$100.
illegal immigrants the
$100.
entire time.
$100.
Okay,
Send it a
I said to
Venmo,
you that
Cash App, PayPal, link tree in the bio.
I said every
$100.
single time.
$100.
I
$100. He owes
said
me
every single
$100.
time.
He owes me
I was saying
$100, chat.
illegal
Look at that.
immigrants.
$100. $100 here. He owes me $100. $100. Give me $100.
I was
Venmo,
saying
Cash
every
App,
single time.
PayPal, link tree in the bio.
I was telling you every
We're still
single
crying.
time.
You didn't say that? You didn't say that? Really? You didn't say
No.
that?
Did you not listen to anything that I said?
No, well, hold up. No, did you say that? Yes or no?
I said.
Did you
that
say
most
it?
of the
Yes or
time I
no?
was saying illegal immigrants.
Did you say illegals? Yes or no?
I said illegals.
Oh, wait. So what did we just bet on?
A single time. We
What
bet
what
on
did
the
we just
fact
bet
that
on?
I was repeatedly saying illegal immigrants.
No, we bet on the fact that you said that me saying that you
No.
said illegals and you said you didn't say that.
No, I said I didn't. I was describing them as illegal immigrants, and I said one time illegals because I didn't finish illegal immigrants. Do you see me swearing? Do you see me saying hate? which I did. I said $100 for saying that I said illegal immigrants, and you saw that earlier. I said illegal immigrants, and then you were waiting for the one time.
Hold up.
I said
Wait,
illegal.
hold up. TikTok, you should be able to hear it. Or hold up. They can't hear? Can y'all hear now? Sound is back? Okay, all right. They couldn't hear. So yeah, you said illegals. You were saying that you didn't say illegals. Can you stop
I said it
gaslighting me?
once, and you see what I said? $100 for saying that I said illegal immigrants.
Chicken. The
Bag,
disagreement.
chicken bag.
I can play back the
Chicken bag.
conversation again, where I explicitly say that you said illegals
Again, but
and you
most of
said that you
Can I ask you a
didn't.
question?
And you
How many
said
times did I say it?
and you said that instead of saying illegals, that you said illegal immigrant. And I
Yes,
told you that's not
every
what you
single
said.
time I said illegal immigrants.
Every single time you said illegal immigrant.
Other than that one single time.
Okay, well then
You
why
were
didn't you?
saying that most of the time I was
You
saying
disingenuous.
illegal.
You're so disingenuous. So I
Bro.
again, I was just making the claim that you said at that time, and you were saying that you didn't say that, and that you said illegal immigrant every time. That's what you were saying. You're now changing your story and moving the goalpost.
Okay, again, but what is the problem with saying illegals if I did say it once?
Okay, wait. Now you're changing the goalpost, right? You prior were saying that you didn't say it. Now you're saying you did say it and that you're defending it, right?
No, I was saying that most of the time, I've been saying this since the beginning. Most of the time, I was saying illegal immigrants, and you proved it that one singular time. I said illegals because I didn't finish the sentence because you were like, you cannot say that. That's disingenuous. Do not say that. But then every other time I was saying illegal immigrants, but I still don't understand what the problem is if I did say illegals because they are illegal.
Again,
Silence.
Again, I was saying that it's wrong for you to do that because it was dehumanizing, and then you were gaslighting me.
So why
and
is it
Can you stop cutting me
dehumanizing?
off? I let you speak, and then you cut me off every single time I speak. Be quiet.
Okay.
Patience, young one. Okay. Right. I specifically brought up the fact that you said illegals and that was dehumanizing. You justified it originally, and then later said that you didn't say it. I played the clip of you saying it, and then you have now moved the goalpost, right, and changed it from I didn't say this to what's wrong with me saying this? And
No,
again, I've
did
already
you hear
claimed
the
to you,
bet?
and I've explained to you that it's dehumanizing and that it's
Did you hear
bad
the bet?
language.
The bet was $100 for saying that I said illegal immigrants. Not that I
Oh my
didn't
God!
say.
Do I need to play the clip again of me
Yes, play back
specifically
what the
when I'm
$100 bet was
when
for.
I'm describing specifically like what the bet is? I describe and say, right, my disagreement with you is that you said I think you said illegals and you think you didn't say illegals.
No, that
You
was
think you
not
said
it. Go
illegal
play it
immigrant.
back. Go play it back.
I'm not talking to you. You're fuck you.
Bro, why?
This
Can
is
we
what I
switch the convo?
genuinely chicken back. I hate you
Yes.
because you're disingenuous as fuck.
Why am
Because
I
when I
don't
engage with you and you're not going to be genuine and willing to accept like something
What?
in which you're wrong on,
Because I'm not
it is
wrong.
shut the fuck up. Dude, I hate people like you. You and
Okay.
and one of the last guests I had are the worst fucking people to talk to on the planet.
Because you know I'm right.
No, it's not because you're right, because you're wrong. I proved you wrong. I played the fucking
No,
video
go
of you wrong.
Prove us the $100 bet. Do not
Get
take
off the fucking live, dude. I fucking hate people like this. Why do I have to talk to people like this? They're so fucking annoying to talk to. Jesus Christ, dude. I literally proved to you. I played the fucking video multiple times, proving it. Literally, dude. It's like, what is wrong with people? I genuinely don't understand it. I try to be fucking nice to people. I try to be so fucking nice to people. And it's impossible to be nice to people like that. It's impossible. It literally is impossible. You know what's up? How old are you?
45.
Did you vote for Donald Trump?
I sure did.
Why so?
Well, there's numerous reasons.
Like what?
I mean, well, part of it was the taxes.
What about the taxes?
So the 2017 taxes that were temporary, which they passed the House, will be concreted in as they won't be going away if it passes the Senate.
Okay. So did you know with the Tax Cuts and Jobs Act that it added $1.9 trillion to the debt over 10 years? $190 billion of debt-related spending each year for less than 8 to $16 billion of GDP growth per year, according to two economists from Harvard, one liberal, one conservative. Look up the macroeconomic effect of the 2017 tax reform bill, and it will show you that the policy led to massive issues with our economy. Most of the taxes went to the top 1% as well.
If that was the case, then why did Biden renew those tax cuts?
He didn't.
They were about to expire. He renewed them during his term.
False.
He had to renew them because they never left us ever since 2016, I believe, or 2017.
Yeah, because the policy was set in place to expire a lot of them in 2025. Push that mustache. Push that mustache again.
So how does it add? How many trillions did you say?
1.9 trillion over 10 years, $190 billion per year. And it only adds 8 to $16 billion in GDP growth, $1 to $8 billion in revenue. So if we're spending $190 billion of debt-related spending and we're only getting 1 to 8 billion back in revenue, that is a horrible investment.
Not if the spending is also being cut.
That doesn't cut spending; it cuts revenue, not spending. The spending that you're cutting in the new big beautiful bill includes things like Medicaid. So you think it's good to cut Medicaid to give tax cuts to millionaires and billionaires? Push the galaxy, thank you.
The Medicaid that was cut was from the illegal immigrants that were sucking off of the resources.
Not true.
How many billions was it over 10 years?
800 billion, I'm pretty sure.
Right. So that adds up to about $80 billion, which was acquired from the resources that were going out for the people they sent back.
No, that's not true. This is Medicaid is not applicable to undocumented immigrants.
Well, you can go right on the website.
880 billion in cuts largely to Medicaid.
So what resources as far as healthcare goes, how do they get their healthcare and how do they get paid for services and things if it doesn't come from Medicare and if it doesn't come from Medicaid? Because they were here for how many years?
Yeah, so in terms of Medicaid, wait, so restate that actually, sorry.
So while they're here, the illegal immigrants, they're here working, but not all of them have health care. They have to get some kind of health care to receive services while they are here.
Oftentimes they pay under the table.
The
You're
healthcare
talking
costs
about
in this
asylum
country-
seekers that might get Medicaid.
The healthcare in this country is so expensive that there's no way that they could afford to pay under the table.
I'm sorry, can you give me any evidence that in the proposed bill that it referenced only immigrants?
Why would you cut funding if it didn't resource any of the immigrants that were being sent home?
Say that one more time.
If the immigrants that were sent home, obviously there's savings there, you would automatically incorporate that into your bill. Why wouldn't you incorporate that into the bill if they weren't receiving services and using resources?
Wait, you have yet to give me any evidence that the Medicaid cuts were specifically just relating to undocumented immigrants. I don't see any evidence indicating that.
When you have no evidence indicating that there's not, so why would they cut it then?
Wait, say that one more time.
You're telling me that I have no evidence that there's of the illegal immigrants that were here, of that being into the bill, but you have no evidence providing that there's not. So why would they
You're
cut
the
it
one
then?
making the positive claim.
I am making that, but
You're making the claim that the particular money and cuts from Medicaid are going to undocumented we're going to undocumented immigrants, and that's what the cut was. Can you provide me the source for that?
If you're sending people home that are no longer receiving services that are here, that automatically you would have automatic savings then that you wouldn't need to spend money into that for them to be here. It's common sense. That's only logical.
Johnny, can you provide me a single source that says that undocumented immigrants receive funding from Medicaid that was then just advocated to be cut under the big beautiful bill? Because I'm looking currently at AP News and I don't see any information indicating that.
Well, there's 1,100 pages that are in there to read. Have you read the whole thing already?
No, I haven't. But
Well,
I'm
neither
asking
have
you. I'm asking you for
neither
the.
have I, but I'm just
But
saying that's
you're the
common
one making the claim, sir. So could you provide me any evidence of the claim being true?
I'm just going to give you, in layman terms, an example. If I send 1 million people home that do not have health insurance or do not have any type of insurance, and they're here receiving services, the taxpayers pay for the services because they're ultimately the ones who handle that the blank check that's being written for these bills and services. If I send them home, then there's no money or no resources for them to be able to use to strain our resources, then I automatically save money. It's common sense. I mean, it's 1 + 1 = 2. Not there's nothing. I mean, it's simple math.
No, it's that you're not telling me that this isn't because we've deported people, and because we've deported people at a greater extent that we're not spending as much on Medicaid. That's not what the bill does. The bill is cutting Medicaid spending that we would have otherwise been spending on U.S. citizens because undocumented immigrants don't receive Medicaid that is being cut. So again, I'd love for you to provide me a single source of that. You can't. You're just saying that. And then even if you were to reference like immigrants being like sent out of the country is going to like cut off our expenditures, actually overall it's going to harm us because it is the case that we'll have less revenues in terms of tax revenues. So undocumented immigrants provide more in tax revenue than they take in social services, and immigrants provide more in tax revenue than they take in social services.
We will have less revenue, but we will also have less health care to be providing for them too. And there's no way that they're going to be able to pay for their health care for as expensive it is in this country. There's
Johnny, you're just wrong. I just told you social services, right, are less in terms of expenditures comparative to the revenues produced by undocumented immigrants and documented immigrants.
Okay, if I'm 45, for instance, if I don't have health care and I go to the doctor, who pays for my bills?
If you don't have health care, who pays for your bills?
If I can't afford
You
it.
mean if you don't have health insurance?
Correct. Any kind of services, if I need SNAP,
You?
anything.
You? Or if you have a low enough income, there might be some help from the government.
Right. And the government, who's footing that bill? The citizens and the taxpayers,
Taxpayers,
correct?
yes.
So if it doesn't matter what kind of human being I'm, if I'm legally documented or if I'm a legal citizen, ultimately in the end, the taxpayer is the one who picks up the bill.
No, not necessarily. That's why 137 million Americans have medical debt.
They have what?
Medical debt
130.
have struggling with medical debt. That's a third of the country.
Right. I mean, I believe that. Probably more than that by now.
Okay.
I have no reason to believe that those savings, just like with anything, abuse, fraud, or anything, that there might not be some kind of fraud there. Now, can I prove it to you? I mean, obviously, I don't have the paperwork or the numbers to prove it to you, but that's not to say that there's not no fraud there or abuse or any kind of.
The waste, fraud, and abuse in the government currently is Donald Trump.
Oh, it is?
Yeah.
Well, 80 million people don't believe that.
So that
How much?
doesn't change the reality of the matter. People
got a
believing
question.
something is not evidence of something being true.
So how much money did you lose?
What do you mean?
How much money did you lose by betting on Kamala? Because you put a lot of bets out there.
Kamala? I didn't lose any money.
You never bet on Kamala to win?
No.
You told everybody she was up in the polls.
No, I didn't.
You and
like
Dean
someone donated earlier and it was like, yeah, I actually donated you in the past and asked you who you think is going to win months prior to the election, and you said I don't know. So that's what I was saying back then, and I remember saying that I don't know.
Well, I thought she was a shoe-in pretty much from the way you talked on all your lives.
Say it one more time.
I thought she was a shoe-in compared to the way you talked on all your lives.
I don't know what that means. What is that? What?
Well, for sure thing, she was a shoe-in.
That's not what I said on my lives. Like, dude, why do people? You didn't watch my live,
I
Johnny.
did watch some of your lives. I actually
Then
was
you
on your
weren't
live and
understanding what
talked
was
with
happening
you.
on the live because I didn't say that. I literally was saying specifically people should vote for Kamala Harris, but I don't know if she's going to win.
Well, it's probably a good thing she didn't win.
Why?
Well, she obviously wasn't the better candidate, or she would have won. She ran a failed vice presidency,
Do you think
and
the
that's
do
what.
you think the better candidate always wins?
Well, you asked me why. I was trying to tell you
Do you
why.
think the better candidate always wins?
I think if she would have done a better job as a
Do
vice
you think the
president,
better
that would
candidate
have.
always wins?
Yeah, that would have secured. Yes, I do.
Okay, who won in 2020?
Who won in 2020?
Yeah, I'm asking you.
Well, Biden, apparently.
Okay, so was he the better candidate?
No, he wasn't the better candidate.
So just because they were voted in doesn't mean they were the better candidate?
Well, I don't believe he was voted in.
So you think that he lost the election?
I sure do.
So you think Donald Trump won the election?
I sure do.
What evidence do you have of that?
Well, I mean, there's been so many lies along the way. The Russian collusion, the January 6th lies, COVID lies. I mean,
Okay, so to clarify, you think
Hunter's
do you think the Democrats
lab.
stole the election in 2020?
Hold on, you asked me why. I'm going to give you a couple more examples.
Go ahead.
Hunter's laptop was a lie. I mean, there's so many. I can go on and on and on. J6 was a lie. 400,000 jobs were created during Biden's presidency. That was a lie. I mean, how many more lies do I need to tell you?
Donald Trump had 30,000 confirmed lies. January 6th was not a lie. The Hunter's laptop thing was what they had at the information they had at the time. Right. Also doesn't indicate anything about Joe Biden nor Kamala Harris. So if we want to
I
specifically,
mean, Joe Biden's cancer was a lie.
Also, if you
His dementia was
cancer
a
isn't
lie.
a lie.
No, it
He
was
doesn't
a
have
lie because
dementia.
it was
Wait, can
it was health summer.
I address these claims? There were 60 plus court cases that indicated no sufficient evidence to overturn the election in 2020, indicating that Joe Biden won the election. Audits in every single one of the swing states indicating Joe Biden won the election. Donald Trump had no good evidence indicating that he won the election. It's very clear that he lost the election. But then here's my question. If Democrats stole the election in 2020 when they were not in power, when Donald Trump was president of the United States, why couldn't they steal the election in 2024, given that they were in power and Joe Biden was president?
Did you mute me?
No.
Can you say that one more time? Because I thought it was muted.
I got you. Right. If the Democrats stole the election, right, how come it was the case that they were able to steal the election when Donald Trump was president in 2020, but they were not able to steal the election when Joe Biden was president in 2024?
Well, the original 2020, the reason why I think it was stolen is because when the questions came up about the electorates, that was canceled out by the J6 incident. So the actual electorates weren't questioned at the original time of the 2020 election. Now for 2024, you're asking about it. I think there was too much of a turnout for Trump is why they weren't able to steal that.
Too much of a turnout as to why they weren't able to steal it? I'm confused.
There was too many people voting for Trump that it was able. They weren't able to.
Johnny, the amount of
They all
votes,
showed up.
the amount of votes that Biden got in 2020 exceeds what Trump got in 2024.
You know why?
So,
do you know
why couldn't they have rigged it up to the same level of votes?
Where did those 13 million votes go that Biden exceeded Trump by in 2020?
You can't do math, can you?
Was it 13 million?
Not even close.
How many millions was it?
It was about 6 million, 7 million.
I believe it was 13 million was the difference from 2020 to 2024.
Nope. What were the voting number differences?
Where were they? At 3 o'clock in the morning. That's where the voting differences were.
No, it's 81 to 74. What is 81 minus 74?
7 million. 81 minus 74 is 7 million.
There you go.
I guess neither of us can do math.
I said 7 million.
You said 6 million.
I said 6 to 7 million because it technically is, because it's technically 74.3. And then we can look at 81 point something. So like it is technically, but
So did those other
rounding up.
6, 7 million just not show up then, or where'd they go? 'Cause that's the size of Chicago, if not more.
Hmm?
Where do those millions of people show up? Why did they not show up in 2024? Where'd they go?
Yeah, people attributed inflation to the incumbent president.
Right, and
Also,
they
you're still not answering my question. Do you want me to restate my question?
yeah.
Push the little crown. Yeah. Why is it the case that the Democrats were able to steal the election in 2020, given that they weren't in office, but when they were in office, they couldn't steal the election?
Well, because of the voter turnout, I believe Trump had more than Kamala.
That just doesn't make any sense. Kamala.
Kamala.
Voter turnout shouldn't matter if you're rigging the election. You're rigging it. You're literally rigging it. So why would that matter? You're rigging it.
You didn't have the mail-in ballots you had in 2020 versus 2024.
Yes, they did. And
I
mail-in
don't-
ballots were not fraudulent.
I didn't say they were. I just said you didn't have that many in 2024.
Yes,
as
you
what
did.
you had in 2020.
You had
because of-
less, sure, but like that doesn't change anything. You still had a sufficient level to quote unquote rig it. And also, if they're ones that they're adding, they add the mail-in votes. So I'm confused what your point is.
Well, I'm just saying I believe what I believe, and you believe what you believe, and I don't believe
Yeah,
it's
but I
over.
have evidence. I have good reason, and you have conspiracy theories and bullshit.
My conspiracy theories about all of everything I said was bullshit.
Absolutely. You thinking that Donald Trump won the 2020 election is ridiculously insane. There's no
Hunter's-
evidence indicating that. It's a
Hunter's-
conspiracy. It's a conspiracy theory akin to me believing that when I die, I'm going to turn into Ben 10 and have an Omnitrix and be able to turn into any alien I want.
So Hunter's laptop is bullshit too. Or are you going to confirm that as
Hunter's
realistic?
laptop was a real.
Oh, okay. So that's not a conspiracy then, but everybody
No.
else at the time said it was true, and Joe Biden.
No, they
on
said that it
TV
could be.
flat out
They
lied
said it
to
could be.
everybody and said my son.
They said
didn't
it
do
could be disinformation, Russian
Yeah.
disinformation,
It was
because
Russia.
of evidence that they had at the time, which ended up that was with the evidence they had, but they ended up clarifying that after. That also didn't change the results of the election.
No, but they disenfranchised all the people that came out with the truth and called them all liars and conspiracy theorists, though. And you just admitted that.
Wait, say that one time.
They disenfranchised the people who said that was all true and tried to make them look like they were liars and crazy people. And you just admitted to it being true.
What, me saying that like they had information to indicate that it
Yeah,
could
they-
likely be Russian disinformation, but it ended up not being Russian disinformation.
Correct. You just admitted that it wasn't. So, and they told everybody it was.
They didn't tell. All they said was that this is probably Russian misinformation. They never said this is.
And what did Joe say on live TV to everybody?
Tell me.
He said that it wasn't true, that he had no business dealings with his son. That was a big
That's not
lie.
indicative of a business dealing.
And it was a big lie
What
about
does Hunter's laptop show that
We
you think
don't
is
know
so
yet, 'cause
problematic? Yes,
it
you do.
hasn't came out. It hasn't came out yet.
Really?
Some of it was leaked, but not all of it. I'm sure there's
Okay.
thousands of pages on it.
Really? So what do you think that is on there that we didn't see?
I don't know, because if I did know, we wouldn't be talking about it. I mean, he'd probably be in jail.
Okay.
Or no, his daddy would just give him a pardon.
So we do know what was on it. And he already did get a pardon from his dad.
hmm
What's your point?
It's far from over with, because obviously when the rest of it comes out and we know the rest of everything, to all the things that I brought up, then, I would tuck tail and run right now as far as I could away from all of this, because when the hammer does come down, I guess it's going to come down on everybody who lied about it.
Okay, I'm still confused what your whole point was. What was the original reason why you brought this up?
You asked me all of the stuff that I thought was, that was a conspiracy, and a lot of
No,
it turned
no,
out to
that's
be
not it at
true.
all. I asked you specifically, what is the reason why they were able to steal it in 2020 but not in 2024? And that is not providing a reason as to why they could steal it in 2020 but not in 2024.
Well, I believe what I believe, and you believe what you believe. I believe that more of the truth is going to come out too, and it's not over with yet.
Okay. Is there anything else you have to bring?
Well, yeah, but if Kamala was the better candidate, then why didn't people agree with you then?
That's like saying if the other candidate that was running against Hitler was the better candidate, why did people vote for Hitler?
But did you think that some of the stuff that was going on, it fell on her shoulders as well, not just Joe's, because she was part of that?
Obviously, there's more like responsibility you would place on Joe than you'd place on Kamala Harris.
Right, but she's running with him. I mean, if they would have been better off throwing a fresh new face in there.
You could say whatever you want, like they would have been
I
better
know they
off
would
this
have
way
done.
versus better off a different
They
way.
would have done better with a fresh face rather than her. Anybody but her.
No, I don't think that's true. I think that the issue mainly was the fact that Biden wanted to run in 2024, and he shouldn't have done that in the very first place.
Why do you think he dropped out?
He dropped out too late because the entire party knew that he had cognitive decline insofar as that he wasn't going to win.
Well, why did it take so long to talk about it, though?
That's a real question to ask because people didn't think it was too bad of an issue insofar as that they were willing to address it, but they realized a little bit too late.
Well, that's very unfortunate because we were robbed.
Rosin, thank you so much for the $10. Thank you so much. I really appreciate it. Thank you. Wacky, thank you for the $5. Thank you. Sid, thank you for the $50. Thank you so much. As a frequent viewer, you have said multiple times the election was a 50-50 chance. Thank you very much. I really appreciate it. I know, Sid. This person is just totally out of the loop. Charles, thank you for the $5. Ask yourself, thank you for the $5. Thank you. I know, right? It's pretty crazy. Charles, thank you for the $5 as well. Thank you.
Have you read a lot of the bill that's getting ready to come out?
No.
I've read some of it. I don't agree with it all, but there's a lot of things in that bill that I do agree with.
Like
the overtime. That's going to benefit Americans.
Okay. You mean the what is the specific part on overtime?
Well, the no taxes on overtime.
Well, tell me.
It's supposed to be if you're single and you make up to $100,000 a year, that there won't be any tax on a portion of it. I believe it's 20%.
So you get to write off $20,000.
Yeah, unless they change the bill.
So that's like a deduction.
And then
that's not even no tax on overtime. It's just a deduction.
It depends on how you claim on your taxes. If you want it on your check right now, you could claim married and 9 or
also like where did you see this?
I've read parts of the bill. I said I didn't read it all because there's 1,100 and some pages of it.
Could you provide me a source that says this?
I went to congress.gov and read up on the House literature.
Yeah, but I mean, like, can you like give me a title or something or anything?
Well, if I did, I would have to flip off my phone, and I think I'd lose you on the live. But it was 20%. It was 100,000 for a single person. It was 150,000 for head of household, and it was 200,000 if you're married. You were able to make that much money, which would be for married couples. I also read in there that the tax tables are going to change again, putting more money in your pocket.
Where did you read this? You said you read this on Congress.gov. I don't trust your reading capacities. you should read articles. I feel like you reading the bill probably confused you.
No. There's proposals in the bill, and it was sent through the House, and then it's going to go to the Senate now. And there might be some revisions on it, but as far as what I understand, if you read articles on the bill, then you're getting a bias of whoever's interpreting what they're reading.
No, it's just that you're able to actively understand what the real interpretation is of it, because it is the case that like when you are reading it, you'll clearly probably miss stuff because you're not as familiar with like that type of information.
Well, I'm just
Like the idea that like looking at media like as like oh, I got a civic and election integrity violation. Wow. Looking at like media as like bad is like a really weird concept that we're applying here, because like media isn't necessarily doing something bad here. They're just reporting on the information on manners that are understandable and simpler for you to realize.
so like
He got removed for community guidelines. Wow, so someone hasn't been banned like that in a while, bro. You're lagging every word. I can't do anything about that. Yo, what's up? How old are you?
Hey Parker. I'm 19 and from Texas.
Did you vote for Donald Trump?
No, I actually did not vote for either candidate because I think
Please join. Please join.
You.
You see how it's lagging like in like horribly? That's how it's been for me all day on TikTok, Dean. And it's no lag up here. What's up?
I'm noticing a trend between it lagging and like you picking a guess. I think it's you get some intermittent lag when like you add or remove a guest.
Yeah, how do I fix that though? I mean, like, why is that only happening to me too? Like, it's happening on all my accounts.
Yeah, bro, absolutely no clue. Oh, and yeah, the one violation I've seen TikTok enforce is for civic and election integrity.
That's actually kind of funny. Yeah, I did actually see that. But yeah, like Dean, my YouTube is not lagging at all. It's not lagging for me at all, and it's literally just TikTok lagging. And it's like I actually can't even use TikTok right now because it's so fucked. And like I've tried restarting and it doesn't fix it. There's not even a restart button in the TikTok app anymore while I'm live.
There's nothing to do with like you or your connection. It's nothing local. It's all to do with TikTok and their servers.
But like, why is it happening to me but not to like you or other people? Kinda
I don't know.
like,
I don't understand that. That's weird. Maybe like maybe like TikTok has like regional servers across America for like connection to posting or going live, and there's some issues going on with like the particular servers that you're connected to. That's like the best explanation I could think of.
yeah, I don't know. Sorry,
Oh,
I'm not gonna keep you up here too long. What's up?
Somebody in the comment section just said, "Run, little boy." The name is Rick. You should talk to Rick.
Where's Rick?
Oh, yo, Trinity Austin is in the queue.
She doesn't ever join up.
She's
and
in the queue?
Rick doesn't join. Rick can't join. I don't see the ability to add him. Yeah, Trinity Austin joins the queue. She won't say anything when she joins.
What is
joins
your
up.
problem?
She'll say like, "What is my problem?" and then like won't say anything else.
Yo, Trinity, please, I'm literally begging you. Would you like have a quick chat with me and Parker, like real?
No.
Well, don't you want to know what our problem is?
Oh, she's gonna leave now. See, I told you. She's done that to me like a million times.
What the heck? That's crazy. Okay, all right, y'all have a good stream, bro. I'm sorry for bobbing in here. Have a good rest of your night, man.
All right, I appreciate you. Marie said in the comment section, "Why don't you block her?" I do. I have probably blocked 40, 50, 60 plus of her accounts. Like, I'm serious. I block her probably once every day, at least, or multiple times a day. And she just makes a new account. She probably has 60, 70 plus accounts just to join my live. Mallory, thank you for the 7 Canadian. Thank you so much. I appreciate it. Thank you. Yeah, Dean, I was gonna try to do that, but I mean, I don't know if it will fix. We'll see. Yeah, what's up? How old are you?
45, Georgia. Voted for Donald J. Trump.
Ken, thank you so much for the $25 on Venmo. Thank you so much, Ken. I really appreciate it. Thank you. Why'd you vote for Donald Trump?
Well, I was hoping Dean was still up here so I can do a 2v1 against y'all. But
Have I talked to you before? Your name sounds very familiar.
Yeah, I cooked you before.
Why'd you join back in?
To cook you again. Anyway,
Wait, what'd you cook me on?
I can't remember.
You don't know?
No, because I cook host left and right here. So, but I just remember.
I remember Santana doesn't like you.
Oh yeah, I absolutely demolished him, and he refuses to have me back up.
Why do you sound like Evil Jolly?
Because I am Evil Jolly.
Like, I'm not trolling. You sound like Evil Jolly. And Dean's in the queue.
Absolutely. Yeah, bring him back up.
Parker, do you remember this guy? He's like nuts.
I very slightly, but like, doesn't he sound like Evil Jolly?
He does.
Yeah.
Popcorn, remember when I cooked you?
No.
No, you don't remember?
No, I don't.
Man, I remember.
Yeah, I've talked to you twice. I remember the first time I talked to Parker, he actually said that he can learn a lot from me. It was about stuff like that.
This is just
Popcorn has been cooked by everybody on this app.
Yes,
like everyone's cooked popcorn.
Everybody on this app has been cooked by the legendary Popcorn. Anyway, so the reason why I support
in your own imagination,
right? So I think you and Dean can relate to this. Why I supported Trump. Well, one of the reasons is the cancel culture. I'm kind of watching from afar.
Are you scared of getting canceled, Grandpa?
Oh no, no, but I think you guys are because you're on a pretty much an apology tour. I watched a couple of your lives
because we took accountability for our actions, man. Like, wow, dude, taking accountability is so bad, right?
No, I actually supported y'all. I think y'all were done wrong, and I think that y'all took the dishonorable way out.
Hey, Popcorn, you do understand there's a huge difference between cancel culture, quote unquote, canceling someone and holding someone accountable and wanting them to do better and be better. And also, there's nothing wrong with admitting when you do something wrong. Like Popcorn, I'm sure you do something wrong all the time, and your wife would love it if you just said, hey, I'm wrong. But you seem like the type of guy that's just way too stubborn to even just admit it.
Also, could I also just bring up the fact that like Donald Trump definitely upholds cancel culture, like just in his own
Absolutely.
way.
Absolutely.
When Taylor Swift was like, nah, yeah, I voted for Harris. He was like, I fucking hate Taylor Swift.
Mike Pence. Mike Pence.
Yeah, Mike Pence,
He went after Beyonce this past weekend.
Yeah, when Mike Pence was like, no, I'm gonna put the Constitution above him. All of a sudden, all of his supporters were like, hang him. You know what I mean? Like, I definitely do feel like he kind of upholds cancel culture.
What do you say? All the supporters? That was probably just a handful. They're all morons and unhinged. But
I can't stop seeing Jolly, bro. It's so bad, bro. I'm sorry, Jolly. I literally I can't stop hearing your voice.
Also, he's kind of like, wait, hasn't he kind of like canceled like half the country? Like every like Mother's Day, Easter, Christmas, Thanksgiving. He's like, hey guys, happy holiday, except to the radical left lunatics who try to destroy the country. You know what? Fuck you guys. You guys don't get a happy.
Well, it would be more like fuck the left who wants to destroy Easter, Christmas, and all that stuff, which they try to do and are still trying to do. But
what is this propaganda, bro?
It's not propaganda. It's facts.
Explain it to me.
Were you around 10 years ago, 12 years ago?
Yeah.
Oh no, you were in like elementary school. I think you were still.
I was still
learning your
smarter than you,
ABC.
man.
Well, you're still learning your ABCs back when
I
really
was,
big,
yeah,
so.
12 years ago, I was still shitting in diapers, but I was definitely more aware of my surroundings than you were.
By the way, I'm not going to show my face because I've already been tried to get doxxed a couple of times.
Nobody asked.
Wait, no one
Yeah.
has to dox you. I just want to make sure you're not jolly.
No, I'm not.
It's not. It's not.
Yeah, no.
No.
Like it's just like his voice sounds so similar. It's like
Yeah.
I can't even just like like once for 1 second.
Yep.
Like,
But anyway, yep. So that's one reason why I voted for Trump is to destroy the cancel culture and to support people like you and Dean who seem to be like a puppy dog following Charlie Kirk around.
Popcorn.
Anyway.
Do you want to like actually debate or no?
Yeah. So
No, he doesn't.
absolutely. So the Joe Biden cover up and like the last 4 years under his administration basically was a shit show. Getting rumors that he was not really running the White House. Hunter Biden was, and wow, you're bringing up a lot of
Athena,
people.
I think it's not loading you in for 1 second. Try to load back in. Oh, there we go. It loaded you in.
Oh, so
I
I can
just
see
want to
her.
say, can Parker say happy birthday to me? I just turned 30.
Oh,
Okay.
Yo,
Happy
Happy
birthday from
birthday to you.
Not you,
Oh,
popcorn.
sorry.
Not you,
Happy-
popcorn.
Oh, wait. What
Oh,
the hell? What did you
Santana.
drop?
Santana's feelings are still hurt from getting absolutely dog walked the last time I was on.
Bro, you
Santana,
couldn't listen. You
Santana, I
couldn't
thought
do
we
it.
were
You
friends.
couldn't do it. You
Why
couldn't do
have
it
you
if I gave you an
I'm
open
sorry.
clear path on
You
the
You have
street.
been avoiding me
you
for so
interrupted me
long.
while I was singing for that like piece of shit response towards Santana.
Mm-hmm.
Just
He's
for
not.
that,
He's
like you
he's not good
couldn't
at
have
this, Athena.
you couldn't have even been a little creative with like your roast. You just said, "Oh, you got dog walked, sir." Like, I'm sorry, what? You interrupted
Well,
me when
it's
when I was about to sing to Sid when it's her birthday.
Okay, yep. Go ahead and sing. Maybe I'll sing.
No, I don't want to sing anymore.
Okay, I know.
Also, when we're
so
talking
Santana,
about cancel culture, Republicans always participate in cancel culture through book bans and censorship. But anyways,
yeah, but book bans with pornography. I don't
Also,
know
like,
what you
are we not going to
but,
talk about
yeah.
how like Christians throughout society have fought wars based upon cancel culture, like, and holding
Yeah.
different Christian views? Like,
I will say that
canceling whole civilizations, literally canceling whole
yeah, I did
people,
attend a church one time.
cultures, languages.
Yep. So the book ban that's going on now is basically stuff that can't even be read in these school board meetings. I'm sure you've seen the videos where the parents are cut off because it's foul language and so grotesque that they're cut off and say, you can't say that. Well, my child has this book in their school, and so that's the kind of cancellation.
Wait, wasn't Toni Morrison on the book ban list?
I don't know. Was he?
Was he? Toni Morrison's book were Toni Morrison's books were banned. The Bluest Eye and Beloved, which are not sexual books, by the way. Beloved is literally just about it was inspired by an enslaved woman who had unalived her children because she didn't want her children to grow up in slavery. Toni Morrison's a she, by the way.
Athena, I was just about to say you're wasting your time. Popcorn has no idea who that is. You could
No,
name
I know. He said
any
he.
random person, any random book, and he would still not know what you're talking about.
Yeah.
No, my point is when we're talking about cancel culture and it being the left, but then we see like right wingers actively canceling teaching about slavery, racism, colonialism, label, like everything is just critical race theory. It's bad, it's divisive. Canceling books by James Baldwin, Toni Morrison, Audre Lorde. That's cancel
Toni
culture.
Morrisons are there? Man, there must be a lot of Toni Morrisons. That's like the fourth time you mentioned the name. But yes, I would agree at times. People on both sides have attempted to ban books, but over history and that being hundreds of years. But here recently, yes, I agree with some of the book bans. But I like how y'all avoided the topic of Sleepy Joe and how the media and
what they cover up?
His inability to run the country, and then try to run him again in 2024.
Hey,
That's amazing.
popcorn. Tell the panel again because maybe they didn't hear. Tell them again who you said was running the country.
Oh, it was Hunter Biden, Jill Biden, people like that. And
Hunter Biden? Wait, you're telling me that I personally talked to the person running the country?
So you talked to Hunter Biden? That's
Yeah.
cool. Wow, can I get your autograph? Anyway, so
With that guy was running the country?
yeah, so
Do you have any evidence of that?
No.
well, that's
No,
what the
no
media's
fucking
coming-
way.
That's what the liberal media is saying, and
Okay, show me. Give me the
the same
evidence.
Did you hear Joe Scarborough and Jake Tapper's interview?
I've
y'all
heard
missed
the
that?
name Jake Tapper.
Yeah, Jake Tapper's got a
what the
book
fuck
out
does it
now.
mean? Oh yeah, the one with a bunch of
CNN.
anonymous sources that nobody knows that
CNN, yep.
that Joe Biden's niece is called an absolute and utter fabricated lie and disgrace to her granddad.
Right. Okay. But this is Jake Tapper's experience after lying to the American people, saying that Joe Biden's fine. There's nothing wrong with him.
Wait. Don't you think that Jake Tapper was like grifting as a CNN anchor for years?
I think no more than you and Parker are.
Yeah, so if you think that he's a grifter because he was a CNN anchor, why don't you still think he's a grifter now? Oh, gotcha.
Well, he probably is, but
Probably.
Yeah, see what I mean? Yeah, this guy was like.
But that's the same as you guys. You guys are just looking for a seat at the table at the Democratic Party. You
Well-
guys be like the hall guy.
See, this is your debate tactic. I prove you wrong, then you're like, hey, Dean, fuck you. Like, that's your debate.
Oh, you prove me wrong. Oh, no, you.
Hey,
proved me
Dean, I
wrong.
just destroyed you at that point. You know?
No, you proved me wrong that
Always
that your guy Jake Tapper on your side is a grifter.
No, bro,
Which
he's
all
not
of
on
you
my
are.
side. He's not on my side. He disrespected Big Daddy Joe. Come on.
How did he disrespect him when he defended him for 4 years and then?
He obviously must have been like a RNC plant, all right?
Okay, what about Joe Scarborough?
I don't even know what that is, but I gotta drop Parker, my
Are you
girlfriend.
serious?
Joe Scarborough used to actually be a Republican. Stop it.
Yes, and he's an
he was
absolute-
an actual Republican politician, held office. So
He's
stop
as
it.
Republican as Mitt
And-
Romney.
And Mitt Romney is a way better Republican than Trump could ever hope to be.
Right.
And not only did Joe Scarborough used to be a Republican, but they actually went down to Mar-a-Lago after Trump got elected to kiss the ring. So what are we talking about?
Yeah, because they're a bunch of liars and they knew they were about to get absolutely demolished, and they probably still will. But they're as Republican as Anna Navarro and
Popcorn,
anybody else.
Popcorn, I have a question. What would be something that Donald Trump could do that could get you to not support him?
Well, I'm not exactly liking this big beautiful bill because it doesn't cut spending.
No, I asked you a specific question. What is something Donald Trump could do that would get you to not support him?
Not cut spending.
Oh, okay. So if he increased spending, so like if he added to the debt, like what the bill that the big beautiful bill that'll do 3.8 trillion to the debt.
He better have a good explanation for it. But at the same time, it's not him writing the bill. He's pushing what should be in the bill.
Wait, but okay. How about his first administration where he added $8.4 trillion to the debt by signing into law?
Yeah. Okay. Okay.
So is that reason enough to not support him?
No, because
Okay, so give me something that he could do that would get you to not support him, because that clearly was not it.
So the reason why I remain supportive of him during that is because of what was going on the left and how they were attacking him. Now this has been my biggest.
I'm
my
waiting.
biggest
What is
complaint about
something that
him,
he could do that would get you to not support him?
this 4 years, if he doesn't lower the spending.
Okay, so
That's so
okay,
vague.
wait. Did you have that same standard through his first administration?
But I didn't.
Did you?
Towards the end, I was just like, why isn't he cutting spending?
No.
And then
I'm asking you, did you have that standard? Would you have said at the beginning of his administration that you would have not supported him if it was the case that he didn't cut spending?
I would say not nearly as much as I do now. No.
Okay, so apparently you wouldn't have cared about it then, but you do care about it. What's the difference between these 4 years and the prior 4 years?
Because that's been a talking point for 20, 30 years.
He increased more debt-related spending by almost double.
Okay, but you had COVID and all that stuff, and
Non-COVID related spending as well.
Got it. I know.
4.8 trillion non-COVID related spending.
But I think if he would have ran 8 consecutive years, I think that he would have got the spending down.
Okay, so your one
and then
thing is that if he doesn't cut spending by 4 years from now, what's one thing that he could have done in the past that would get you to not support him today?
Oh, I would say not try to end wars and basically promote them like the Democrats do and the Republicans do.
You don't think Donald Trump promoted war with a 400% increase in military drone strikes in the Middle East? Him propping up funding for Saudi Arabia to help commit a genocide in Yemen, bombing and starving Yemeni children? Right?
Well, when those T groups hide behind women and children, and there's not much you can do, and it's either
What T groups?
or men and women in combat, or blow them out of the water, then blow them out of the water.
Wait. Hold on.
But you said that
What T groups?
there's T groups all over the world, sweetheart.
No. But don't call me sweetheart, you fucking disgusting prick.
No, what was
Don't
that?
call me sweetheart, okay?
Well, one
Anyways, listen. You do not have the privilege to call me a sweetheart. You're literally beneath me. Okay, so like Parker mentioned Yemen, and you said T's hiding behind women and children. What T's are you talking about within like Yemen, the Yemeni context?
Right. So, real quick, Covey, thank you for popping up here. Thank you for popping up here. I've been wanting to, and I was going to
just answer the question. Just
hold on,
answer the
We've
question.
been wanting to wait.
Hold on, I was going to debate Tina Parker in person, but since I got all of y'all in the same room now, I got a question for you, Kobe.
Wait, no.
Kobe.
You're gonna respond to what she said, or you're gonna get kicked off the stream. What?
Yeah,
Are you okay?
I can answer any questions you have for me after you respond to what I said. Okay, respond to what I said.
So your question is about Yemeni's T groups.
Yeah, he mentioned like the Yemeni G side, and you just randomly mentioned T groups hiding behind like civilians. Which
Right.
T groups are hiding behind civilians in Yemen?
The AQAP, right? I know that
HUAT?
ISIS does it. I know that Hamas
We're talking
and
about
Hezbollah-
Yemen. I don't think wait, did you say Hezbollah?
Hezbollah, yeah.
Where's Hezbollah?
That would be.
Where are they located?
That would be in places like Syria.
In Lebanon. And we're talking about Yemen.
Syria.
Do you have any idea
Hamas.
geographically how far away Yemen? You said Hamas?
Hamas is
Do
in.
you know where the
places-
H group is located? Do you have any idea how geographically apart Yemen is from the Levant? You know that Yemen is like at the bottom of the Arabian Peninsula, and the
No, they
Levant.
all work together.
No,
Yes, they
no,
all.
they don't. No. You think? Wait, hold on.
Yeah, they do.
You think Saudis are G-siding Yemenis because of Hamas?
No.
Okay, cool.
Saudis? No.
Yeah, but the Saudis are G-siding the Yemenis with the help of with the help of American weapons.
Right, I'm talking about America. Yes.
Yes, and Parker, wasn't your comment specifically about Yemen, for example?
Yes, it was. Yeah.
So he mentioned like the Yemeni G side,
Yeah. The
and
starving
then
and
you
bombing.
said, and you said, what about the age group in Palestine? Do you see how like that this thing doesn't, or do you just mean like all the brown people there?
No, I
They're
mean
all
like
just,
all
like-
the,
He doesn't even know the T group. He doesn't even know. Like under his own.
Oh, I mean like
definition.
all the T groups I fought against while serving over there. Did
Oh
you?
my God, over there again. He just says the brown people, all them brown people over there.
Actually,
Those
some of the
T
best
groups.
people I've ever met were in Pakistan.
Pakistan is
Zadar
not
Chadar.
even.
Zadar Special Forces. I work with them.
Okay. Okay.
Anyway, I apologize if I could just ask this, Covey.
Popcorn. I have a question. So in terms
Yeah.
of what I brought up starving and bombing, and you brought up people are hiding behind T group members or something, or
No.
T group members are hiding behind
Hiding behind
civilians.
women and children,
How does
yes.
that relate to starving? Like starving relates to like an embargo or like a block of resources into that
Because-
area.
Yeah, because I will admit I'm not overly versed on Yemen. It's been 2 years. it's been 10 years since I have done this type of stuff, but I will say that typically places like that around the world that you see starving, there is a T group or a force behind that is causing that. And when forces try to come in and remove them, they typically hide behind women and children and in hospitals or mosques.
He said, I don't know what is going on in this conflict, so I'm just gonna spew off Israeli state propaganda.
But for Yemen.
Yeah, like
This is
He was just
And I'm not
it's like a one size fits all, like just like cookie cutter, like let me just use the same talking points for a completely different country.
Yeah, I've just done this for a living in the past, and you haven't. So, yeah.
What do you mean? What have you done for a living? What are you talking about?
Well, I served my country. I'm retired. I'm retired military, but I remember COVID.
So you're a part of the military-industrial complex.
Yeah, if you want to call it that.
Yes. Okay.
Anyway, so
which is why you use Israeli propaganda.
But also, hey, Popcorn, though, listen.
Wait,
I
think Popcorn wants to ask me a question.
Yes, very, very much so. This is for Kobe and Parker. About 5 months ago, I was on Parker's Live, not queued up, just watching, and then something happened to Kobe. She was upset. There was a guy that she got into it with, and so Parker stopped his live and went over to Kobe. He said, "Everybody go over to Kobe. Let's support her, whatever." That was Kobe 2.0. On that live, you guys were calling for the unaliving of Israelis, just like the October 7th attack. A repeat of that. Yes.
No,
I didn't call for that.
What are you talking about?
And this girl she claimed to be from Palestine over there in Gaza, but when you look her up, she's in Germany, and y'all were donating money to her, and I'm trying to remember her name. What was her name?
So we did a fundraiser.
Sabrina was her name. Sabrina
is actually in Gaza.
No, she's in Germany. Go look
No,
it up.
no. Again,
Go look up where her GoFundMe page is.
Popcorn.
Yeah.
Literally, she has turned on her camera before.
Right.
She is in Gaza. Sabrina is very known on this app. She's in
But her
Gaza.
GoFundMe and where she's located is Germany. So how does she?
Her GoFundMe is located in Germany because when she is in Gaza, she cannot create a GoFundMe. So people who know her created it for her, but she's actually located in Gaza. Every time she unmutes, you can literally hear a drone behind her.
Right, but she lives in Germany and is from Germany.
She does not live in Germany.
Yeah, I looked her up.
Again,
This is so weird. I'm kicking you, bro. What a weirdo. Like,
Sabrina does like literally not live in Germany. Like oh my god. Okay. Anyways, and Parker and I did not call for that, by the way. I just wanted to clarify.
Yeah, no, I know. Like, I know Popcorn is just wild. Like,
Popcorn is a weirdo. Yeah, that's literally the only reason I came up, because I knew he was a weirdo, and yeah.
Yeah, but anyways, I'm gonna drop. By the way, are we still up for Sunday?
Yes.
Okay, cool. Thank you. Bye.
Oh, you guys are just leaving me out? I don't even know. Okay.
Oh no,
cool.
I got you.
I'm gonna leave. No, I'm just gonna leave because apparently we're not friends. So
No. It's
No. I'm just giving you a hard time.
No, I got you. Like, I'll seriously get you in, because like it's like a specific live for like getting people to understand what's going on, like in like around the world.
Oh, okay, yeah.
I think we've mentioned some of it before, but I don't know if we've like said it out loud. But yeah, we're it's just gonna be like a live I'm hosting to get the word out there a little bit more. So you can absolutely be
awesome. Okay, well, I'll be around. All right, I'm gonna finish unpacking. I just got back to the West Coast, so
all right, appreciate you.
All right. See you.
All right, everyone. I think we have probably like a few more debates. I might try to get some people over on YouTube. We'll see if we can get someone on TikTok to end it, but I'll probably go to YouTube and send people over to YouTube. What's up, how do you? If you're on YouTube, do make sure to like the stream. Let's get to 2,000 likes, everyone. It will help get it out to more people. I think right now we have 1,300, 1,400 likes. Let's try to get to 2,000, everyone. I'd really appreciate it. We have 2,600 people in here. We should be able to get there. What's up, George? How old are you?
You're a nigger.
What a weirdo. What a fucking weirdo. All right, let's try to get this next person up here. Only send a guest request if you did vote for Donald Trump. We are just looking for some debates. All right, I'll try one more person, and then if it doesn't work, we will simply just go and get some debates on YouTube. Yo, what's up? How old are you?
25.
Did you vote for Donald Trump?
Yes.
Yeah, I can barely hear you. So, way you can fix your mic. Is it lagging? Anyone in the chat, by the way, on TikTok?
Is this better?
Yeah. Did you vote for Donald Trump?
Yes.
Lagging? Anyone in the chat, by the way, on TikTok?
Is this better?
Yeah. You want to fix your mic? You have an echo now.
Oh.
Okay. You got anything? Okay. All right. Everyone go over to YouTube. Everyone go over to YouTube. We're gonna get some debates on YouTube real quick, and then we're gonna end it for tonight. We're gonna get some debates over on YouTube, and we're gonna end it for tonight. Then. All right, let's send people over to the YouTube. Go over to YouTube. Make sure to like the stream on YouTube. We're gonna get some debates over on YouTube. I recommend to go over to the YouTube stream, everyone. Let me put the background up for that. There we go. Go over to the YouTube. All right. There we are. Everyone go over to the YouTube. Alrighty. All right, let's get some people up here. Only send a guest request if you did vote for Donald Trump here on YouTube. We are just looking for some debates. Sure. All right, let's see if we can get some people. All righty. If you're voted for Donald Trump, put it in the private chat. All right. Yo, what's up? How old are you?
24.
Did you vote for Donald Trump?
Yes, I did.
And why so?
Well, I was on Dean's live talking about this. I hope your fans don't mind. Your fans probably know me already. But I was pretty much
Everyone in the chat, how do y'all feel about Christian?
yeah, they hate me.
People in them might not know who you are.
Oh, okay. Well, I guess I'm a nobody. Well, pretty much what I was arguing with Dean before he kicked me out. He loves to use the same argument that you love to use a million times about. Well, first things first. Let me ask you this: do two wrongs make a right?
No.
Okay, perfect. So, without using the argument that you're always going to use, what do you say about a man pretending to be a woman going inside a woman's locker room or bathroom? Without using the argument that you already know what I'm talking about. Without using that argument, use a different one, please.
So I think trans women are women, so I don't accept this terminology of quote unquote men pretending to be women. If it was the case that you're referencing, like in reality, men pretending to be women, if it's a cis man, I obviously would disagree with them going into women's restrooms.
So, what would distinguish a trans person being a trans person? So, like, for example, if
Their
I were
commitments
to
and desires.
Okay, so let's say I were to say, well, I don't want to use myself in this example. Well, let's say someone says that they are a woman, but he's clearly a male, throws on a wig and has some ill intentions, goes inside the bathroom and starts
So
being
it's a cis man.
Okay.
Is it a cis man?
I'm sorry. I'm bilingual. I don't really understand like English.
Like, is it a man that's not trans?
It's a man that how do I say this? Let's just say he's a trans on the outside, but inside he's not really a trans. If you understand what I'm saying.
Okay, I don't. So I'm trans people. So they're not a trans person. They're claiming they're a trans person, but they're not.
Yes.
Well, then obviously, then we would like be like that person's shouldn't be allowed in because they're not actually a trans person.
How would you know that?
Well, you would evaluate that based upon like their set of like commitments or desires.
wouldn't that evaluation kind of be harassment towards someone who actually is trans?
What do you mean, like in these social settings? Like, are you saying like within the bathrooms?
Yes. So let's say
Oh,
you're evaluating
well,
somebody.
we don't have like a person that is like preventing people from going in bathrooms. So like typically it would be the case that like if trans women are going into the women's restroom, that they're going to be more feminine presenting than if you were to force trans men to go into the women's restroom, because trans men are more masculine presenting than trans women. And if trans men are forced to go into the women's restroom because they're biologically female, well, then it's going to be the case that there's going to be plenty of people that can just claim that they're trans men, right? Cis men who just don't want to, have to, dress differently and still want to like take advantage of the system. They can just claim that they're trans men, and then like you can't like ask them for their genitalia or anything.
Yeah, that's exactly what I'm saying. So
Like Christian, if I went into the women's restroom and I claimed that I'm a trans man, right? What would someone say in response to that under your worldview?
and if they claim that you're a trans man
Yeah, like if I just claimed I was a trans man.
and they're sticking up for you, or they're trying to evaluate
No,
that.
if I claimed that I was a trans man and then I went into the women's restroom, right, under your view, what do you do? Because trans men are forced to go into the women's restroom
Okay,
under your
well,
view.
what I do is not what you're asking.
Yeah,
Okay.
like what do you do? How do you fix that dilemma?
Well, let's say I have a daughter and she goes in the bathroom, and then I just see a very masculine dude who has.
Also, it's based upon like their masculine presentation. So then you would kick trans men out of the women's restroom, even though you biologically believe they should be there.
I mean, well, there's some trans people who, they go through all the transitions, and you could still tell that they're a man. But to be respectful towards
So,
that person,
what bathroom should trans men go into?
well, I believe they should have their own bathroom.
What if they don't have their own bathroom? And that's also really weird.
No,
What if
it's not weird
there's
because there's
just a
already
man? If there's just a men's and a women's restroom, which bathroom should trans men go into?
Well, I mean, whatever they truly are is the bathroom that they should go in. Unfortunately, that's the case. That's the reality of it. Because, like I said, you don't know who is
Whichever one
bluffing.
they want.
Well, what I'm trying to get at is you don't know who is actually what they say they are. Is what I'm saying.
I'm asking you under your perspective, because you said that I
I
had to
already
have a
told you.
perspective.
I already told you. If
Which bathroom should trans men go into?
Well, that's a very difficult question. I feel like if I answer this, you're gonna think I'm being weird. But I think they should go into what they are. So like if it's a man pretending to be a woman,
A trans man is biologically female. Are you saying they should go into the women's restroom?
okay, I think we're like getting off like what I'm trying to say. You're asking like a
You're
bunch
not
of
answering my question.
no, you're trying to get like a gotcha moment, and
I'm not getting a gotcha. I'm showing you the implications of your worldview.
no,
This is
I'm
not a
saying
gotcha. I'm
my
not even
point.
going to clip this and post it. I mean, the whole conversation might be on YouTube, but I'm not going to clip this and post this on TikTok or anything. I'm not trying to get you with
No,
any
because Dean,
sort of specific gotcha. I'm showing you the implications of your worldview given a particular hypothetical.
yeah, what I'm saying is I understand that a trans person is a trans person and they should go to the bathroom that they respectfully deserve to go to. I understand what you're saying, but any person could throw on a wig and say they're trans with ill intent and go in a woman's bathroom and start spotting.
I understand. I understand. I asked you specifically trans men, which bathroom should they go into? You said the women's restroom because based upon their biology. So again, if any cis man were to claim that they are a trans man, would they be able to go into the women's restroom under your worldview? Yes, because they looked into you won't be able to make a distinction between trans men and cis men.
That's the whole
right, because
point.
they're masculine presenting.
Yeah, that's the whole point I'm trying to make. It's such a confusing topic to discuss
Nothing.
because we don't know.
Wait, so then why did you bring this up to me as if like this was like
No,
a reason why
because
you voted for Donald Trump?
well, yeah, I mean, I don't have a daughter, but let's say if I do in the future, I wouldn't want to be under someone's for example, I'm gonna say Harris because I know one
Wait,
thing.
actually, to clarify, I do want to bring this up. You wouldn't support like a man in like the changing rooms of women or girls, right?
100%
without their consent. Say like a presidential candidate did that and bragged about it. Would you support them still?
Well, like I said, you can't compare two wrongs with.
I'm just asking you, would you support them in that context?
Let me ask you this: Would you support a
I'm
man
just
that
asking
did
you,
the
would you
action,
support them
or
in
would
that
you support
context?
someone that will allow the action?
I'm just asking you, would you support them in that context?
Absolutely not. But
You
look,
wouldn't. So then you wouldn't support Donald Trump, given that he claimed, right, and bragged about walking into the changing rooms of girls in Miss USA because he quote unquote owns the place to inspect them without their consent.
yeah, that
Right?
was
He
very
bragged
messed
about
up.
doing
Yeah,
that.
that was messed up of him to even say that. Yeah, I agree with that. But I'm saying I would much rather not have live in a world where someone allows for that to happen, like men like Trump, to do things like that. I don't want to live under presidency where that is allowed to happen. Do you understand what I'm saying?
Well, that's under Donald Trump's presidency.
No, I believe he's not allowing that to happen.
You understand that he literally did it himself.
Yeah, but that has nothing to do with
So
what I'm saying.
you are being allowing of that behavior when you vote for him after he did that.
No, he's just being hypocritical because he's doing something that he's enforcing.
No,
I'm
but the thing
saying,
is, when you vote for a candidate that was held civilly liable of sexually abusing a woman, you're normalizing accepting people who sexually abuse women and are held civilly liable of it.
okay, I understand.
That's what you're normalizing, especially you're on the world stage. You know what I mean? The highest position of an American that you could possibly receive.
Yeah, but like I said, I would rather much have a person that has did the awful crime than a person that is allowing the crime to happen. And but when I say crime,
Wait,
I don't really.
what is Kamala Harris allowing?
Well, I don't really read up on a lot of stuff, so I might be ignorant.
Okay.
But
Well then, why are you saying that she's doing something that you have no evidence that she's doing when I can provide you evidence that Donald Trump is doing something harmful under your perspective and you won't hold him accountable?
no, because I see this being discussed amongst like all your debaters is like, oh, why?
You brought it up.
Well, no, I mean, correct me if I'm wrong. Wouldn't have Harris allowed that to happen?
I don't think Harris gave a public view on it.
Okay,
Like
Democrat.
Harris never talked. Harris never talked about it. There was no outlined perspective on it.
Okay, but Democrats in general, wouldn't they have allowed that to happen?
Democrats don't have a defined view on it.
Okay, so where has this?
Would I like Democrats to have my view? Absolutely.
Okay.
My view should be mainstream. Also, like when it comes to changing rooms, they should be personalized and private. Why do we have changing rooms where we have to change in front of our classmates? I always thought it was like a really, really weird and genuinely like uncomfortable setting to have to change in front of my classmates.
Well, it shouldn't be uncomfortable if you're not viewing it that way. If you're
what?
Let's say you're in middle school and you're in a boys' locker room and you're changing in front of guys, you shouldn't be feeling weird. If you feel weird, that's because you probably have some weird thoughts.
What do you mean weird thoughts? Oh, what are you talking about?
You said we should have personalized.
You're totally okay with just like whipping that shit out in front of the boys?
I mean, if I'm not swinging that way, then why would I care?
What? What does sexuality have to do with this?
You're talking about there should be personalized changing rooms because you feel uncomfortable. Why do you feel uncomfortable?
Yeah. Because I don't want to have to change in front of people.
So doesn't that have to do with sexuality?
No, it doesn't. I'm straight.
Why don't you want to change in front of people?
Because I like my personal privacy.
Isn't your personal privacy have to do with your sexuality?
No. How does personal privacy have to do with sexuality?
Okay, what define personal privacy that you're talking about? What is your personal privacy? Your body parts.
Wait, I have a question. If you have a friend over, would you go to the bathroom to change, or would you just whip the shit out in front of them and change?
I would go to the bathroom and change because there's a bathroom.
Why?
Because there's a bathroom.
Why? Because you want privacy, right?
There's a bathroom. Why would I just whip it out?
Are you saying that you prefer the privacy?
I'm saying there's a bathroom, so it would just make more sense to go to the bathroom rather than being in a locker room.
Let's say there's no bathroom, and you have two separate rooms inside of this apartment that you're in, right? And you're with your friend. Would you go into the other room to change, or would you just change in front of them?
I would probably just turn around, put a towel over myself, and change in front of them.
You don't have a towel.
I don't have a towel. Then yeah, I'll probably go to the other room and change.
Why?
Because it's just like, what? Okay, this is what I'm trying to say.
Why?
If we're in a locker room. Okay.
Why? No, tell me why.
Let me take this back.
No, tell me why.
Because I don't swing that way. What I'm saying
Well, it
is,
has nothing to do with sexuality. It has to do with privacy. You just don't want to change in front of them.
no, it does have to do with sexuality. I don't want him to see my long john. What I'm saying is, in
Well,
the
it has nothing to do with sexuality. Wait. So then, why do you want to have to change in front of your classmates in terms of like high school? Like, I would prefer
because
that we
it's a
all had.
locker room, and let me take this. But
So
let me clarify. Let me clarify. Changing, like, just dropping my pants, putting on some gym shorts. Okay, that's fine. But if it's actually getting butt ass naked, then no, hell no.
okay, so then obviously, then you would agree that we should, like, if it is the case that you have to get naked, right? That you would prefer private changing rooms, regardless of gender.
1000%.
Okay, well then that has nothing to do with trans people. So like I don't know, I don't like this whole
Well, no, that's
changing
not what
room
I'm
sort of
talking about.
thing has nothing to do with trans people. When it comes to bathrooms, one, we could have gender neutral bathrooms around the world. They have gender neutral bathrooms. Two, right? If you have bathrooms, men and women, you can make a third gender neutral bathroom where everyone can go into. Or it is the case that you can specifically like acknowledge that it's totally okay for trans women to go into the women's restroom and for trans men to go into the men's restroom.
Okay. Yeah, I see what you did there, and this is why you're such a great debater. You love to like grab an example or grab what we're talking about and then just completely take it to a hypothetical. I'm just trying to say that I don't think that this should be taking place because there's going to be people with malintent that are going to just do it for the wrong reasons. They're going to say, "Hey, I'm a trans. Throw on a wig and just do what they
A
got to
trans
do."
person. Okay, so again, I just
Okay,
told
can I
you,
real quick
like I
stop
just
you?
told you, you could also give the hypothetical example of the cis man who claims that they're a trans man, which would actually, I think, if you were going to talk about a perspective, wouldn't you rather, wouldn't the people rather, given that they're going to abuse people, like rather present the way that they're presenting currently or present more feminine? They would present the way that they are currently. So under your worldview, they would be more likely to do this because it is the case that they don't have to change their presentation in order to be able to go into those areas.
Okay.
Okay, so then I don't know why you're bringing it up as a critique to my worldview when it's worse under yours. Because you're forcing trans men to go into the women's restroom.
Okay. No, I hear you. I hear you. This is why I love talking to you. It's always like we find a common ground. My next thing is I know you like to get a little upset when people are quote disingenuous.
Mm-hmm.
Would you consider yourself to be disingenuous when you say things like diaper Trump and you don't refer him to
Diaper
President?
Trump?
Yeah, you don't
It's
refer him
not
to President Trump.
disingenuous for me to insult Donald Trump.
Okay, but whenever I say Kamala, you get upset.
Kamala.
Exactly.
And that's because that's a microaggression one too. It is the case that when I'm talking about Donald Trump, I'm insulting him because of literally genuine and valid reasons.
Yeah,
You're
but it's
not
disrespectful.
yeah, that's my goal. He's a rapist. I don't give a shit. But with Kamala Harris, those things don't apply, right? And you're just literally saying her name purposefully wrong for no reason.
No, I mean I don't say it purposely wrong. That's just the way I've always heard it. I'm obviously not on the other side of the algorithm, so I always hear that's the way they say her name. But yeah, I'll just refer to her as Harris from now on.
Okay.
But yeah, and then under one last thing before I go, what are your thoughts on Trump's big beautiful tax bill in terms of the Medicaid? In order for recipients to still be active, they have to get a job. Do you disagree with that?
In order to get Medicaid, you have to have a job. Yes, I do disagree with that.
Okay. And without saying people with disabilities should be exempt because that's what the bill says.
What about unemployment? Like if someone becomes unemployed, do they lose their Medicaid?
Well, they should have like a threshold period where they should find a job.
Is that listed within the big beautiful bill?
I haven't looked into it that deep, but all I know is that I do believe that Americans contributing is not a bad thing. So that's one thing that I believe you should agree on with that one bill is if you're capable of working and getting off your butt, then you should go
Does
work.
it say if you're capable?
I think it says like able body individuals.
Okay. So if it is referencing that, that's still, I think, wrong, because like, what if there's a recession or you can't get a job or you're unemployed? I don't think you should lose your health care because you become unemployed. I think healthcare is a human right, and everyone should get it.
Okay, so do you also think that in the future, once AI starts replacing jobs, do you think universal base income would be a good idea?
Yeah.
Okay.
Given that there's everything automated, yeah. That's
Okay.
a necessary fact.
Okay.
It becomes a necessary element of the economy then.
I mean, it is going to become. It is. So, all right. Well, thank you very much.
Like for example, like if there becomes automation, there needs to be people ownership of the means of production in order for us to be able to, like, of many industries, in order for us to be able to have equitable outcomes.
Yeah, but I'm saying like
if there's that scale of automation, capitalism left alone without these certain regulations will break the fuck down. I'm serious. People will be fucked over. Like, imagine if it was the case that like billionaires could just own the entire labor process without having any workers. Right? How are you going to make any money? They own the whole profit process and you don't have any money. Right?
Okay.
There's not as many jobs for you, right? Like you might get fucked over in that sense. And that's why I think that like we're at some point, right, in the future, when there is enough automation, that type of transition becomes inevitable.
And do you think, in terms of like, do you think that would be good for the economy?
Yes.
Because
Because then you get
universal base income.
Given that we have that scale of automation. Want to know why? Because you get to spend things on things that you would prefer to do rather than being forced into certain conditions because you need them to survive. That's it. You can do whatever hobby you like. You can do whatever thing you've been, pushing to do. You can do whatever you're most skilled at, right? You can be creative.
Yeah, but at that
You don't
point,
need
money
we,
would
we
just
don't
lose
need to work
value.
anymore. At that point, we don't need to work.
But wouldn't money just lose value at that point? It would be kind of like play money to make like.
It's essentially play money to demonstrate preference at that point. But the thing is, money wouldn't become not valuable because everything's produced for you. Does that make sense?
Okay. So do you support the advancement of artificial intelligence?
Yeah, of course.
Okay, so you do support Elon?
No.
But he is the one behind all that right now.
He's not the only one. And he's not the only way.
Okay. All right. Well, yeah. Well, thank you so much. That's all I gotta say. And just one more thing, if you could just like, man.
By the way, what we just talked about was literally you being okay with socialism. People own ownership of the means of production is socialism.
Damn.
I just described to you inevitable transition to socialism in the future.
If Andrew Yang was to run for candidate, let's say in the future, would you vote for him? Because he's like big on that. What you support?
UBI. The thing is, he wants to apply UBI now. I used to be like really supportive of Yang. That's actually what led to me being like transferring from like the conservative side to like more liberal. I liked Yang, and then then I got this Bernie flag. I started liking Bernie a lot more, and then I became like a communist.
Okay.
But like I'm a social democrat right now, so like I'm technically a capitalist. But like I also, from my perspective, acknowledge that there's going to be a certain point in terms of the scale of automation, whether that be now, a few hundred years from now, or something where we have an inevitable transition to a mostly socialist style economy, like, and by definition, not communism, but socialist style economy. And like that would be preferable in that sense because of the level of automation that exists in society. But prior to the point of automation, I think that like the social democratic model is more efficient for distribution of goods and getting us to that point.
I feel like there's going to be a spike in like depression whenever when artificial intelligence pretty much does everything for us, because not a lot of people, like creative people like yourself, are going to be able to find a purpose in life. And I feel like jobs is what keeps people pretty much occupied and having a sense of purpose in life. So I mean, I do
Well,
support
then
it, but I
well, then we would just define our sense of purpose outside of the context of jobs. Can't think of the $2. We've often had to do that because it's required for us to survive. So when it's not required for us to survive, we will define our purpose through other means.
I hope so.
More people might be engaging in these conversations. More people playing video games all day. More people will be going out and shopping and spending time with their family and doing stuff like that. Like, think about what you could do if it was the case that you didn't have to work.
Me?
Yeah. And think about what's going to happen with future children, and because they're going to grow up in that culture. You know, they're not
Right.
going to grow up in a culture where they're forced to work because of societal conditions requiring it. They're going to
Well-
grow up in a culture where, like, they don't have to work at all, and whatever they do for work is just like hobbies. There might be some societal element behind it, you know, pushing people into, like, you know, certain types of hobbies or volunteer work or things like that. You know, we don't know what it's going to look like, but inevitably there's going to be a world, right, where we don't have to work anymore.
Yeah, they're saying it's gonna be 10 years from now.
No, that's ridiculous.
No, that's what everyone's saying.
No. This, what I'm talking about, is hundreds of years from now, probably.
No,
Okay.
no.
But like, again, like hundreds of years from now, that's a reality, and that's what is going to exist for our economic model. That's just the reality of the future. 10 years, 50 years from now, I don't know, right? It depends on the scale of technological increase.
Okay. Oh, and then one last topic. You do realize that drug trafficking has gone down because of Trump's policies, border policies?
They're asking me one more thing, and then I'll come down. Here, I'll just turn off my TikTok. TikTok, go over to YouTube. That's okay. No, I'm just gonna turn off TikTok. TikTok, go over to YouTube. Ask it. Go ahead. You can come in. Just my camera's right here.
So I was saying
You're saying?
I was saying drug trafficking has significantly decreased according to the DEA. And that is because of Trump's policies. Do you disagree with that?
Wait, restate the question.
Drug trafficking has decreased by significantly.
Can you give me a source?
DEA. Trump has stated it before. He was kind of showing off the facts.
What's the title?
I was trying to look for it earlier so I could pull it up because I know you were gonna ask for this, but I really can't find it. But I know for a fact it was they said it. Trump stated it, publicly stated it.
Yeah, I mean, Trump publicly stating something isn't like evidence of it being true.
Okay. So. Okay.
You think that's evidence of it being true?
I mean, can a president really just go on stage and just lie?
Yes. He has 30,000 confirmed lies in his first administration.
Just like Miss Harris, how she lies about her accents?
That's not accents, that's code switching, and that's not lying.
Code switching? That's the first one. That's the first one I heard. Okay.
Code switching isn't lying or changing accents.
Well, what is code switching?
So, for example, it could be going through different vernaculars. That's what we're typically referring to when we're referencing code switching.
Okay. Well, in my opinion, I find that to be a bit offensive.
Code switching is not offensive.
Well, in my opinion.
Especially for Kamala Harris. Kamala Harris was not doing anything wrong by code switching.
Well, yeah, she's showing up to a different group of people and just acting brand new or just trying to fit in with them. That's kind of like you're kind of faking, you're fronting.
Again, given that people experience racism within society, it would make sense for them to do things so that they don't experience as much racism.
Okay, but I can
it might make sense for them to do things insofar as that it is the case that it makes them feel more in tune with their community. There are so many different reasons specifically that justify code switching that it's just really weird that you're like, oh, code switching is so bad because like you think it's lying or something. Like it's really weird.
So you wouldn't really care if Trump got in front of a Mexican audience and started "Hola, amigos," like started talking like he's Hispanic?
He's not of the community.
So you're saying Kamal or Miss
Kamala.
Harris? Yeah, Miss Harris. You saying she's part of every community that she's been putting on the in your words code switching?
Yeah, like I don't think she's code switched to anything that wouldn't be like applicable to one of her identities.
Okay. All right. All right. I hear you.
Okay.
You have any
Is
more
that-
questions for me?
Is that it? One question before I end it. Would you vote for a candidate that said he would date a 10-year-old girl in 10 years as a 50-year-old man?
Did he really say that?
Yes, he did.
Oh yeah, absolutely not. I feel like the next election, I'm definitely not voting if it's still gonna be like the
So
same people.
do you regret voting for Donald Trump? Given that you know that information now?
Yeah. Yes. Yes, I do.
Okay. All right. Appreciate you coming up, man.
Alrighty. Have a good one.
All right, everyone. I'm going to get off for now. Anyone who's in the YouTube guest box, make sure to come back tomorrow. I will be live tomorrow, and you can come through and see some debates. I should be live probably starting at, I think, 6 o'clock? 6:30? Something like that. And I should be live like all night. Like, I'm not going to get off early. I'm getting off a little bit earlier today, but tomorrow I won't be getting off as early. I'll be on like super late. So same time tomorrow, I'll be on debating. Love y'all so much, everyone. Make sure to like the stream if you haven't already. I would really appreciate that. Currently, right now, we are at 1,500 likes. I'd really appreciate if we get to 2,000 real quick. There's 2,700 people in here. We could get to even higher than that. I tell you, we get to even higher than that. So I'd really appreciate you if you like the stream, as well as you can watch the YouTube video that I posted today. I would really, really appreciate that. I posted a YouTube video today about this guy who thinks that like he could take on the fucking government. It's actually diabolical. So go check it out. I love y'all so much. Try to get it up to 2K likes. I love y'all so much. Peace out, everyone.